Welcome to BMX Race Hub. We're live in Scotland for round 3 of the Lloyds BMX National Series, here at the home of the Cumbernauld Centurions.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready? Watch the gate.
Okay, welcome to round 3 here at Cumbernauld Centurions in Scotland. Breezy day, but it's a tailwind down the second straight, so it looks like we're on for championship class over the pro section, which is great news. Nice and warm, so a bit breezy, pretty good. Yeah, thanks again to the channel supporters, British Cycling and its teamwear, and our advertisers. Of course, all of you watching, so thanks for tuning in. Remember to like and subscribe and do all those things that help us out. Yeah, looking forward to racing this weekend, but let's just take a brief look back at rounds 1 and 2 from the indoor a few weeks ago. Okay, we're here with Rich Eames, one of the commentary team, the voice of BMX, obviously. But I think you were struggling towards the end of the indoor last time out, Rich.
I was pretty much done by the end of Sunday. My brains and everything else were just completely scrambled. I didn't really say much on Monday. I was a very quiet person.
That's fair enough. Well, this Monday is a bank holiday, so you'll be all right there. Anyway, yeah, standout moments apart from struggling at the end at the indoor in Manchester.
Yeah, there were so many good things at Manchester. You know, watching the younger kids jump that big step up. You know, you can see the skill levels increasing. Freya Chalice's laps, I think, in Championship Women were an absolute standout. And George Hunt's unintentional somersaults in the final of Elite on Sunday. They were the standouts for me.
I'm glad he was all right. That was quite a big one, wasn't it?
It was enormous. And you can, if you kind of watch the feedback and you listen to my reaction, yeah, I thought, oh, he's done here, he's toast. But yeah, he got up and walked away, but he's made a strong stuff, he's George.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, any incident at the indoor is a big one, even on the third straight, or even the first jump.
Yeah, it is. It's a proper separator, you know, and people come in and sometimes, you know, you can just overcook it. Like, as I said when we were at Manchester, it's very easy to ruin your season at that race. You've got to just keep your long term.
So here we are, rounds 3 and 4 in Scotland. Great weather, actually. What are we looking out for this weekend? I was kind of like, I think we're going to look at the 12s, boys and girls, because they're on that sort of the cusp of, you know, going much faster, starting to unlock real detail on the track as well.
They are, very much so. It's kind of like where speed and skill kind of start to intermingle when they're a little bit younger and they start to get faster. The speed's there, but the skill's not, and they get to that point, and like you say, you can see kids just progressing, and it's just such a lovely thing to see.
Yeah, so we'll have a good look at that this weekend. Yeah, okay, so thanks very much, Rich. We'll catch up with you later in the weekend.
No problem.
Now let's take a look at the track guide. Welcome to a warm and sunny Scotland. Here's your Cumbernauld track guide. Okay, well here we are, Cumbernauld, track behind me. It's a long one, reputed and 390 metres long, one of the longest in the country. First straight's super wide. In fact, from lane 8, it's probably even longer than that. You've got to get all the way across. Pro section here, of course. Really good looking corners, really great shape, especially the last one. Technical third straight. Put me off there, and then a really challenging last straight. It's quite narrow as well. Anyway, looking forward to this. Let's go and have a look at some of the features. Okay, so first thing to talk about, 2 start hills. We're only using that one, don't worry about that one. A long way across, of course, to get across the track from the over the 3 metre start straight, if you like. So quite a long way to come across into that first corner. Okay, we're at the bottom of the start hill, top of the first jump. I'd say a little bit lower than Cyclo Park, quite a steep entry, but it's a very, very long way across. So small ones, almost certainly a big pedal through here. Some of the bigger ones might be manualing. Need to really make sure you get on the gas on the back of this jump. You've got quite a decent pedal to the next jump and into that first corner, and getting all the way across, remember, as well. Okay, well, I'm roughly in line with lane 1 here, and we've got all this still to go into the first corner. So I think you guys can get an idea of how wide this track is on the way into the first turn. There'll be a lot of moves. Last time we were here, there were lots of moves in that first corner. And of course, you've got the 2 lines coming out. On the challenge line, you need to get all the way back across again on the exit of the corner. And the pro line, obviously taking a wide out angle out from that corner. So let's take a look at that. Okay, so first corner. You've got all the way across from that 5 metre hill. It's really flat in the bottom behind me, a bit like Gosport second corner. So you've got to watch that. And of course, lots of lines on the way out for the split second straight. Right, second straight. So I'm stood roughly where the track splits. I don't know where there'll be like cones or markers on the day. But of course, you've got to get across to make that next jump on the challenge line. And on the pro line, you're in hot at this point. So nice step up here, really big backside, and into a double with grass in it, which means you really need to jump it. Meanwhile, on the challenge line, quite a lot of challenging jumps. A little bit cyclo-parky, maybe not quite the same, but similar sort of transitions between each of the jumps, and a nice fast line into the second corner. Actually gets quite narrow behind us here into that second corner. It's quite steep as well, bit of ascend into there. Let's have a look at some of the younger ones. Keep your speed up and get into that second corner. Actually, quite wide when you get here. You've got the slightly narrower towards the end of the second straight on both lines, but the berm itself is a really good shape and size. Quite flat on the way in, but as soon as you're getting towards the apex, there's some support there. Really good support on the exit. Not quite vert, but pretty good. Very skate park style. And then into that third straight. Here we are, third straight. So quite a long one. We've got a couple of different options here on the table. They're on-off. There we go. Look at that. Oscar, nice one. And into that last corner. Quite tight into the last corner. Again, really good supportive berm. Okay, so last corner. Quite a long manual on the double on the way in. And it's quite tight when you get here. Quite wide in the middle. So looking forward to some interesting lines here, and you've really got to be on your game into this corner if you're looking to defend a lead or you're looking to make a move. So yeah, again, lots of support on the exit, a bit like Peckham really, I suppose, and then into a relatively narrow, wide enough but relatively narrow last straight. Okay, last straight, here we are on the finish line. That's a lap of the track, quite narrow. There we go, all done. Let's go on board for hot laps. A lot of cones here.
On you go. Hot lap, challenge line, Cumbernauld. Steep first jump, open first straight, and into a very open first corner. Come along, no track changes to the takeoff. Coming up to the step down. really quick straight, move jump with a tight corner, third straight, loads of different lines. Again, move changes, very steep, last corner, take it tight, last straight, tight straight, you keep it smooth, and that's the hot lap. Cumbernauld Pro Line hot lap.
Okay, well those were the hot laps from Cumbernauld BMX track. You had the challenge line and the pro line. Great venue, by the way. Hard standing along here now for spectators. The pens as well, sealed surface area. Great for the riders. Really, really good track. And a great venue more broadly as well, with good coffee in the leisure centre. So there you have it. Looking forward to seeing the racing here and of course to seeing you guys trackside soon. Okay, you can probably see behind me, final track prep is going on. We're about to go racing in a few minutes' time. You've just seen the track guide. We're going to catch up with Harris and Bell during the day, and it'll be in the highlights show, which will go out midweek. So yeah, look out for a catch up with Harrison. You'll see him on track today. Yeah. Bit windy, as I said earlier. It seems to be, well, it's sort of gusting, but maybe picking up slightly, but it is a tailwind down the second straight. That's going to make that first straight even more challenging, where it's very wide, getting across into a headwind. So look out for that in racing. Obviously share this with all your friends and family and make sure they're watching as well. It's going to be great racing today. So we'll go live in a few minutes. We're going to hand over to commentary team and the live feed in just a few minutes' time.
We are just about ready to go racing.
Are we on?
Moto 1 of round number 3 of the 2025 BMX National Series, heading into our first turn. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers starting us off. Bradley, Cotton, Thompson, Stamets, Horse, Swales and Walsh all on track. It is the 27 plate leading us out. Charlie Cotton into turn number 2. He is, I think, the points leader in this category after the first 2 rounds of Manchester Indoor, and he's leading this one away at the moment. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got Gospel, NRT, that is Jet Thompson. In there in about 3 at the moment, looking for a way around the rider in 2. Stamets is in the mix as well inside the top 4, bringing it down the final straight. Looking like it's all about Cotton out front though. Moto 2 on track, who's leading us through? It is the 16 plate heading into turn number 2. Harry Swales, Fast Signatures BMX race team. That looks like team here in that 2 spot, bringing it on through that second turn. Bram Heaver, he's being chased down by Gospel and NRT. Max Livingston heading towards that final turn. Paige Cathcart Cunnison is inside the top 4, but out front, Fast Signatures taking it to him. Harry Swales picking up that Moto win. Race number 3 on track. Looking like GT Factory leading this one through. Leighton Harding. Where is Rocco Westwood? He's in there about 5 at the moment, repping Mabo UK. If you want some goodies, then head over to the Mabo tent. Behind the second turn, they've got all sorts of stuff going off in their tent this weekend. But it is Rocco in there about 5 at the moment, looking for a way around the Team Mind Rider. That is Ocean King on the 13 plate. In and out of turn number 3, and down the final straight. GT Factory going to pick up that Moto win. Next up on track, race number 4, 13 to 14-year-old cruisers. Looks like we have got team here in the mix. That's Newton Hindley, a former world finalist on his 24-inch bike. He's being chased down by Hunter van der Malion. In there in that 3 spot, but who's your race leader in and out of the final turn? Looks like it could very well be, I think that's Aaron Hickman on the 12X picking up that Moto win. More 13 to 14-year-old cruisers out on track. Looking like Todd Smith, Notman, Adam Allen's Factory Supercross. He's being chased down by the 13 of Alfie Sim doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Who's in there in 3? That is Smiley's Fly Club's Oliver Arnold on the E7 plate. Moves being made heading towards that final turn. Adam Arnold shoving his front wheel through. He's going to pick up a top 4 spot as he exits that final turn. But it's all about Notman out front for Allen's Factory Supercross. Race 6 on track. GT Factory on the inside on the 11 plate. That is Hadley Harding. He's looking for a way through on the inside, and I think he's found it. He's being chased down by Robin Matten Alonso on that 6 plate. Who is the rider in there in 3? Looking like that could be Bruce Anthony, I think, on the 077 plate, heading down that final straight. Looking for a way around Alonso, but Alonso's going to hang on to that 2 spots. More cruiser action coming your way. That is the 1 plate leading this one through. Got to be Little Cotty heading into that second corner, being chased down by Logan Young. That's your 1 and 2 then as they exit that second turn. Looking like we have got Hot Shot Racing in the mix as well. I've got a sheet that's backwards. That is like it could be Ben Millington in there for 3. Race 8 on track, 15 to 16-year-old cruisers, Fast Signature this one out, Stan Palmer, repping Gospel crew heading towards that second corner. John O'Haradine's in there behind him, doing it for MK Evolution, and all of the ladies out there. He wants to put a ring on someone's finger as he's heading through that 3rd straight. Who's in there behind him? Looks like he's had a move put on him in that final turn. I didn't pick up that plate because all I heard was Rich laughing behind me. Cheers for that, Rich. Sean Brown on track on the 7 plate Ice Bikes. took 2 national wins at Manchester Indoor a few weeks ago. His first ever national win, and he got 2 of them in the same weekend. He's absolutely flying this season. Picked up a couple of finals on his 20-inch as well, looking good in and out of that final turn. He's being chased down by Liam Wilson out of the Titans crew. Next up on track, race number 10. Where's Cooper McCrum? He's out front on his home track. Leading into turn number 2 is clubmate in there behind him on the 3 plate. Looking like Eric McSwitty. So BMX Widow Photography 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like the 17X of Max Surridge. Doing it for Reddish Premiers. Heading into that final corner. Exeter Eagles in there as well. That is Addison Milburn on the 15X. That's going to be a top 4 with McCrum out front. 30 plus women's crews are on track in race number 11. Amanda Hemstock. Ice Spikes leading this one through on the template. She's being chased down by the 863. Heading into that second corner, that is Ruth Ford, Josephine Burston, Lisa Tarling, Coach Chizzy, Marsha Brook, Fwan Clements and Leanne McLaughlin all in this one as well. Where's Fwan Clements? She's in there at about 4 at the moment. Looking to split up the Braintree party as they go into that final turn. And I think she's managed to get her front wheel into that third spot. Looking for a way around Ruth Ford down the final straight. Hemstock's run away with that Moto. She's going to take that Moto win. Fwan Clements for that 2 spot. Braintree going 3 and 4. 1 and 2 on the bikes of the front 2 ladies. That has got to be Michelle Stupple leading this one out from Rebecca Gold in there in that 2 spot as they head through that 3rd straight. Lee Pendleton under a bit of pressure from Anita Wong, who's working away around the outside as they head for that final turn. Wong then picking up a top 3 spot. In and out they go. It's all about gospel. NLT out front. Your national and British champion Michelle Stupple taking that Moto win. Race 13 on track, 40 to 44-year-old cruisers. 16X on the bike, Chris Evans, DC Cycles. Leading this one out, the 142 in there as well. That is Nick Lewis, repping Merton. As one rider hits the deck. Not quite sure who the former rider was. I think it was Lee Grants. He's up and going to walk away, so put your hands together for Lee, ladies and gents. As we have a bit of a battle unfolding out front in race number 14. Corden, Eaton, Dixon, Whitaker, Harries and Groves all on track. That looks like it could be Andy Groves. SVT Mongoose leading this Moto through out of that final turn. He's been chased down by Dylan Dixon on the 7 plates. Moves remain in turn number 2. Matthew Eaton is in there for that top 3 finish. 45, 49-year-old cruisers on track race number 15 heading towards turn number 1. Neil Harbour sorted race gear on the inside into that first corner, but the race is led out by Richard Stevenson doing it for Bonsbury on the 2X, repping in the North Region jersey heading through that second straight. Stevenson leads it then. Here comes Harbour looking for a way around, looking like we have got Nigel Smith out of Bradford on the 8 plate inside the top 3. Peterborough in there as well. Andy Todd on the 093. He's inside the top 4. Cabas race team is being repped inside the top 5 as well, looking for moves in that final turn. I think that was Philip Duff on the 16 plate looking for a way inside the top 4 as Nigel Smith moves on through for a top 2 spots. 3 on the plate, Norbert Marco charging into turn number 2. Leads out this Moto from Fraser Watson as they head through that 3rd straight. Marco Watson had a couple of battles a few weeks ago at Manchester. Race number 17 on the track. Robbins, Archibald, Sykes, Carver, Chalkos and McFarlane. It is the 4-2-1 leading this one out. Ian Archibald, he's being chased down by Gary Carver. Doing it for Manchester and MCR. Heading through that 3rd straight. Looking like we've got 0-1 racing in there as well as Kevin Sykes on the 8 plate. Looking for a way around Carver as he head into that final turn. But out front, it's all about Archibald. Going to pick up this Moto win by the looks of things. Chalkos in there as well. He's going to pick up that top 4 spots. Race 18 on track, 50-54-year-old cruisers. Mongoose on the inside, that is the two-plate of Stephen Hassel. Elbows are flying and he's making his move in that second corner. Shuffling the three-plate of Brett Archibald back to that two spot. Who's in there in three? Looking like people are doing it for sorted race gear. Archibald looked up the inside of Hassel in that final turn but didn't dive under. So it's Hassel, Archibald, Butler, Knight. That's your 1 through 4 heading to the line.
Right, moving on to number 19. Dominic Elliott in this one. Mark Cotty, Cottrell, Martin Ogden. In there in that two spot. I saw him bullying Cotty down that first straight. Terrible behaviour, Martin Ogden. Matt Hayward in there as well. Tim Porter and Alan Hill out in front. Doing it for Pure Bicycles. So it's Hilly, Oggy, Cotty. 1, 2 and 3 as they go in and out of that final turn. Matt Hayward's in there in 5, Porter in 6. That's Dominic Elliott in there in 4. Race 20. The McRock in this one. Raymond Reed in there in that second spot on his home track, battling with the James Bond of the cruiser class, Chris Madron. Big Mick Goff out there in front as well. And then we got Keith Brown, Mark Chapman, Stephen Joy, and Brent Featherstone in there as well as they go in and out of the turn. It's going to be Goff, Reed, Madron. Is Brent Featherstone going to wrap up that top 4? I think he is. Keith Brown in there in 5. Next up, we have got John Bentley leading out Moto number 21. Doing it for allensbmx.com. In there, Musgrove going through as well. He's in there in that 2 spot. McClue, I think that is. Steve McClue in there in 3. I think he's part of the Irish collective. Stevie Noble in there as well. The Christophe Levesque of the Northeast. Billy Stupple and Steve Needham. That is Moto number 21. 22 is your Moto. Coming out of turn number 1, Rocky O'Brien. Leading it out, that looks like DC Cycles on the 15. That's going to be Luca Manzi, I think, in there in 2. Jack Wiggins in 3. We've got Jack Mowat in there as well. I've seen a few of Jack's vlogs lately from Zolder and Verona. Keep up the hard work, Jack. It's nice to have some BMX content on YouTube. Ash Richardson's in there, Dylan Seaman, Jack Wiggins, Tyler Chadwick, and Nathan Abbott as well. Race 23, Joe Walbridge, Jaden Tudor, Jack Needham, Pete Watson, Josh Sparrow, Dan Popel. That looks like Pete Watson out in front. Jack LeBras and Tom Millar in there as well. Popel's going through in 2. That looks like Thomas Millar trying to work his way into 3 at the minute, battling with Sparrow as they go towards that final corner. But it's going to be, is it going to be Watson to the line? I think he's going to get it. Popel just hanging on for the 2. Race 24, Alex Brooks, Rab Racing. Out in front, the original Tom Palmer in there in 2, Matt McHugh, BMX Widow Photography. In there in 3, just had the move put on him by, who was that? Colby Hoare, I think that was, out of DC Cycles. Stealing away that 3rd spot. There's so many DC Cycles riders in there, I can't keep up with them all. Chris Millar in there as well for the MK crew. Moto 25. Got a feeling that's John Lillingston battling with Dan Wilson. They're 1 and 2. Sinead Reed Academy in there in 3. That's going to be and we got King of the Rimmers, Kingsley Mears, just going across the line as well. Race 26. Arne Esselmont not backflipping the step up this time. Theo Pope, Niall Moss, Max Henderson Goodfellow in there as well. We've got his gran watching. She's 101 and she's watching the live stream. Oh no, wrong rider. Sorry, Ledgerwood Bar. It's all these double barrel names I keep mixing up. That's what it is. It's early. I've not got myself warmed up yet. I'll get round to that later on. Right, where are we up to? Race 27, Hannah Drew. Got Bella Rutherford in this one. He nominated me for the Ice Bucket Challenge. Thank you, Isabella. Appreciate that one. I made sure I did it on a warm day after I got back from the gym, so it wasn't actually that cold, so it was perfect planning. Amy Willets, Erin J. Jackson's in there as well. Yetska Hempstock, Taylor Lee Moen, Alicia Lynn Scott in the mix with a box of tricks, as my mate Warlock usually says. As Annalise Cadman Carpenter comes past me. Moto 28. I've made some crucial layering errors this morning with my clothing choices. It's already making me cold. Should have gone for the long trousers. Anyway, clothing thoughts aside, Annalise Cadman Carpenter Alexis McCartney, Olivia Firth, 1, 2 and 3 as Anya Mattern Alonso steals the spot of the line, but Izzy hurries in there on the best looking bike in BMX. Right, 6 and unders bringing the thunder. Here we go. Leon Zakina, Ellis Dowsing, Stanley Lockwood to Ellis Dowsing. 6 and under ladies, Alice Laurie, mid-lanks. Has she got a new mid-lanks jersey on? She has. Looking very resplendent in that new club jersey, Alice. Erin Therosi's in there, Noah Kerr and Opal Jones. It's Retro Racing's Noah Kerr leading it out at the minute. These 6 and under ladies. Erin's in there in 3. Opal pushing hard in 4. Oh, and they're already taking to the skies in Moto number 31. So the young ladies bringing it to the line. The little ladies going crazy down that final straight. As we move on to the 7-year-old boys, that looks like Shelby Yates out there in 1. Itai Jamira in 2. Well, Lou and Jamira, sorry. Right family, wrong rider. Sorry, guys. It's a lack of beef curry this weekend. That's what's thrown me off. Roberts Catkins, John Joe Blundell, Sandis Ounds, Henry Dodd out of Midlanks, and Ionis Chalkos, but it's Shelby bringing it to the line. Lewin, is he going to get the 2? Yes, he did. Henry doing a grand job as well. As we move on to the next one, Oliver Bridle, Moto 32, Jackson Gregory, Eddie Brown, Louis Austin, Jax Bradley, Isaac Tomlinson in there as well. And Benji Ross Foster pushing hard as they go into the last turn. I think Benji's in there in 2, I think. Doing it for Merseyside BMX, chasing down Oliver down that final straight. And Gosport NRT, that's going to be Eddie Brown. Right, 7-year-old girls getting involved. 461, I think that is Sophia Reese. Crank BMX, Hattie McGoldrick, travelling in style in her motorhome from Tottington Motor Company, I think it is. Bit of a sponsor plug there. So, yeah, Hattie's going well in 2. She's got a bit of company in that final turn. Esme Anderson just trying to swoop underneath. So it's going to be Sophia who's going to get the 2. Hattie and Esme to the line. Hattie gets the 2. Esme in the 3. And Ada Warner going through in 4. Right, the first of the birthdays in Moto number 34. Rapid Roman Birdfield turning 8 years old. Happy birthday, Roman. Atlas Lewisfield, Archie Fisher, Theo Harris, Arlo Hatch, Logan Acito, Arlo Payne out of Preston and Teddy Gorman. MK Evolution. Here they come towards the line. I think Teddy's going to get it. Roman's in there in about 4. And it was Mr. Atlas Field in there in 5. Moto 35, Ethan Thoreau, Solly Smythe, I think that is Smythe. I'll go with Smythe, unless somebody tells me otherwise. Connor Grant, Charlie Crossley, Joseph Claydon, Finley Thomas, Oscar Granger, and Cosimo Serra. Where's Cosimo? He's in there in about 6. Doing it for Valentino Rossi on the 046. Ethan Thoreau on the 272 out of the Hawks. He's pushing hard. Looks like Brunty are going to get that second position. That'll be Connor Grant behind Joseph Claydon, and GT coming in 3. That's going to be Finley Thomas. Race 36, Noah Bishop, Frankie Jones, Ollie Underhill, Albie Blight, my mate Oscar Ratherfast. I nominated him for the Ice Bucket Challenge. He'd already done it. That's just cheating, Oscar. Think I'm going to have to get you to do it again. Cooper Crowley, my mate Big Link, Lincoln Hargreaves, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. The best digger driver in BMX, he's in there as well. And Finley Kerr doing it for Retro Racing. Race 37, Lewis.
8-year-old girls are on track. Your British champion leading this one out. Ola Jewis being chased down by the 184 of Matilda Hewitt. Out of Radco Racing, that's year 1 and 2 as they head through that 3rd straight. Who's in there in 3, looking like it could be Mabel Pine. Out of Exeter Eagles, the Brunty Massive are in there as well. That's Verity K on the 984 plate with Absolute Bicycle Motocrossers. Mia Chalk on the 369 in there in 5. But down the final straight, it's all about fast signatures. Out front, Ola Jewis going to be your Moto winner. Race 38 more 8-year-old girls out on track, sorted race gear, leading this one through. That is Maggie Devine being chased down by the 104 of Izzy Moore, doing it for Birmingham BMX Club. Where is Flick Brentnall? I think she's in there in 4 at the moment on the 938. So Birmingham going 2 and 4 at the moment. Who's splitting up the Birmingham party? I think that's Abigail Henning, who's slotted into that 3 spot as the exit turn number 3. Out front, though, the pressure is coming down the final straight. Devine looking like she's going to hang on to it, though, as Moore has to settle for that 2 spots. On track, we are looking at Decoys Noah Northcott on the 981 plate. He's being chased down through that 3rd straight, where Seb Perry's in the mix. In there at about 3 at the moment. Look at the rider working their way around the outside. Charlie Blakeburn out of MK Evolution, just picking up that 2 spot as he head out of that final turn and down the last straight. Perry's going to pick up the 3. Who's in 4? That's going to be Preston's Lewis Rothwell. Looking at the Hawks out on track, 5-2-1 on the plate. Joel Pritchard leading it out from the 4-8-1 as he head into that second corner. That is Arthur Mason. The moves are coming in the turn, looking like we've got TNT's Jensen Jessup. Apparently that was a mouthful. I couldn't get all of that out. That looks like Absolute on the inside. Alexander Gilbert, he's working his way into a top 4 spot with a textbook move in that final turn as Joel Pritchard picks up that Moto win. Felix Zucchina, Jensen Mee, Ned Wills, Nathan Franklin, Alfie Thorne, Elliot Hatch and Dominic Zapanos all out on track. Hotshot Racing in that 2 spot. That is Zapanos looking for a way round your race leader as you head through that 3rd straight. Looking like Elliot Hatch is in there at about 4 at the moment. He's chasing down the rusting up racing rider in there just in front. I think that could be Felix Zucchina picking up that 3 spot as you head down the final straight. Who's out front though? Alfie Thorne on a charge for Urban here BMX. He's going to take that Moto win. Crucial Racing on track. That's unmistakable. A green helmet out front. Big Hens leading this one out for Crucial Racing. Looks like Moto 1 in there as well. Just behind him, got to be Ethan the Great White. On the 761 plate, Peterborough Phantoms in there as well. Christian Garbachik picking up a top 3 spot as he head down that final straight. Look at the pressure as they bring it down to the line. Big Hens is going to hang on to it, but he was under an awful lot of pressure from Ethan White. Out on track, Fluent Bicycle Motocross out in front. That is the 449 leading this one out. As to go in and out of turn number 2, Green Machine in there as well, but it is Jake Avis out front at the moment. Who's that in there in 3? Gotta be Oscar Marco out of DC Cycles. He's putting a bit of pressure on as to go in and out of that final turn. Looking like it's Callum Wood in there in that 2 spot, but down the last straight then, all about Avis, Wood and Marco. That's your 1, 2, 3. Who's going to pick up the 4? That's Leo Britz out of MK Evolution. Moving on to the 9-year-old girls, then race number 44. That is your British champion, Moto 1 Racing. That is Phoebe Millar being chased down in and out of that second corner. Gotta be Lawrence Snell doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Peterborough in there as well. That's Layla Dixon on the 918 plate. In there inside the top 4, chasing down the rider in 3. I think that's Evie Hume on her home track here at Cumbernauld. But it's all about Moto 1 out front. Your British champion going to be the race winner. That's Phoebe Millar. Picking that one up, race 45 on track. Where it's Ella Grant. She's out front doing it for Absolute. Being chased down by the 174 plate of Megan Keller out of GT Factory. Preston Pirates are in there as well. That's Amika Gibson on the 138 plate. Look at the battle for that 4 spot. Looking like fast signatures. That's Madison Stupple in there at about 4 at the moment. Rider out of the northeast is Alice Barron looking for a way through as a few riders hit the deck in the next Moto. But it's going to be Ella Grant picking up that Moto win. Race number 46. Not quite sure who the fallen riders were, but it's Ollie Bird out front. The 12 plate in there with him. Jesse Rose. The 463 in, that's one as well. Roman James Wright, Urban Air BMX. Good to see Roman on track. Put your hands together for the fallen rider, ladies and gents. That was Joseph Dewis. But the battle is all out front. Ollie Bird, Shanane's Reed Academy. He's going to pick up that Moto win. With Jesse Rose in there with him. Race number 47. 10-year-old boys up on the gates.
It's a birthday race, 51. Okay. Emma Dean.
Emma Dean.
I'll just double check it.
Race number 47 hits the track. We are looking at the 10-year-old boys, Amelia, Kane, Dent, Lee, Kitching, Tanza and Griggs. Where is Ben Tanza in this one? Doing it for Team Bunnies. He's in the mix at the moment, looking for a way round. But your race leader is Fluent Bicycle Motocross out front. Jack Kitching on the 16 plate. He's being chased down by the 22 of Aston John Lee. Looked up the inside but didn't dive underneath, so it is the Centurions rider picking up that 2 spot at the moment. Who's in there inside the 3 and 4 spots? Crank BMX coaching coming on through. That's Jacob Dent trying to work his way round the outside. Looking for a high-low now in that final turn. Can he make it stick? Is Kitching out front under pressure from Lee as they bring it down to the line. Kitching, Lee, 1 and 2, and it is going to be Dent rounding out them podium spots. Pro Start BMX on the track. Ethan Shaw, your British champ, going 1 and 2 with Radco Racing's Seth Kacharik on the 5 plate, doing it for Derby BMX Club, so that is your 1 and 2 at the moment. The 23 plate in there in 3, that's Chester Grocock, doing it for LVG NRT, headed towards that final turn. Looking like I think that could be Reactive Racing. We got there in the end. Teamwork makes the dream work. Race number 49 on track.
We'll just leave it. Sarah did mention that to you in Manchester.
Right, out on track then, race number 49. That's Jack Haynes in there in 3. Chasing down what looks like Halo Wheels out front. That is Rex Ford looking for that 1 spot on the line. It was tight with the rider out of the northeast. That was Thomas Giles who hung on to that Moto win. National champion on track then. Crucial Racing's Charlie Dowson. He leads this one out. Who's in there with him looking like Mavo UK are going through him in that 3 spot. Gotta be the little Westwood. Mr. Sigma is picking it up as they come on through that 3rd straight. Who's in just in front of him? I think that could be George Spencer on the template. Riding out of Decoy BMX Club, but it's all about Crucial Racing and Charlie Dowson in this one. He's going to pick up that Moto win aboard that number 1 bike. Race 51. Birthday shout out in this one. Emma Dean on the 604 plate, doing it for Hot Shot. She's in there in 3. She turns 10 on Monday. So happy birthday to Emma for Monday. We hope you have a lovely day. But out on track, we are looking at Piet Lam out of Manchester on the 658. She's under a bit of pressure as they head towards the final turn. River Henderson doing it for Sinead's Reed Academy, looking for a high low. Didn't quite make it stick. So it's Lam leading it down the final straight. Henderson doing all she can to close that gap, bringing it right the way down to the stripe. Lam's going to hang on to it as Monday's birthday girl Emma Dean picks up that 3 spots. W7 on the bike. Gotta be one of the Bishop sisters, of course it is. It's Holly, your world number 7. Halo Wheels race team leading this one out from the 4 plate of Holly Webb. Doing it for Team Air and Andover. Looking like that could be Brixton's Arabella Denton on the 630 plate. In there in 3, under a bucket load of pressure from the Gosport NRT rider. That's Cara Cross. Looked for a way round but didn't quite make his stick. So it's going to be a world number 7 picking up that Moto win. Holly Bishop for Braintree and Halo Wheels. 10-year-old girl still on track. Then we are looking at Powell, Kay, Geddes, Graham and Tomlinson. All bringing it in and out of turn number 2. The Centurions leading it out on the 7 plate. That is Rosie Geddes being chased down by the Crank BMX coaching rider. That's Eliza Powell out of Preston Pirates heading into that final turn. And looking like we've got Allen's Factories, Molly Tomlinson inside the top 3 as well. The Brunty Massive in there picking up a top 4 spot as they bring it down the final straight. That's Florence Kay, but Geddes your race winner. 19 on the plate in race number 54. That is Edward Cordery out of Braintree. He's been chased down by the Centurions rider. Got to be Jamie Robertson on the 33 plate. There's another Centurions in this one as well. That is Ewan Suter on the 384. He's in there at about 5 at the moment, looking for a way round what looks like Fluent's Samuel Snell, who's picking up that 4 just behind the Fast Signatures rider. That's Jack Swales in 3.
Right, race 55.
On track, Ted Harvey, Ted Malkin, Otto Parr, Hugo Dayton, Sebastian Hewitt and Arthur Claydon. I've got a feeling that is Mr. Dayton out there in front at the moment. Otto Parr on the inside in there in that third place, battling away with the Radco racing rider, Sebastian Hewitt. Radco are down there with the LCC guys, who very kindly provided me with pancakes this morning. Pancakes and Biscoff always go down a treat. So thank you to the LCC mob for feeding me. As Connor Hemphill doing it for GT out there in one at the minute. This is Moto number 57. Is it, or 56? 56. That's my mate Ronnie Wood in there in 2. Kyle and Gordon in 3. Just trying to pick up the rider in 4. I've got a feeling that is... Ooh, didn't know who that was. Anyway, we'll get round to it later. It's a bit early yet. We're not in our stride. Finn Monroe being chased down by the 7 of Teddy Jones in there in that 2 spot. And that is Mr. Rex Beasley in there in 3. Freddie Ray Orland getting involved as well. Every time I say Freddie's name, I feel like he should be singing a country and western song. He's got that country and western vibe about him. Leo Bradley, Rex Beasley in there as well. Harris Robertson and Josiah Berg. And Leo Bradley, I've mentioned them all. We'll get everybody in at some point. As Jacob Anderson leads out Moto number 58. Ollie Warner, he's in there in 3, chasing down the BMX Widow photography rider. That is Moray Watson. Albert Turner, Jaden O'Connell, Isaac Jones, Joshua Coates also in the mix as well. But it is Anderson from Watson. They're going to go 1 and 2, race 59. Can that sun stay out? Because it's much warmer when the sun stays out. Bonnie Dudley, Maisie Egan, having a bit of a battle there for 1 and 2. The 6, that belongs to Holly Richardson out of CGR. Doing a grand job. Izzy Underhill's in there as well. Betty Wills, Lily Walker, all involved in Moto number 59, but it's Dudley and Egan. In and out that final turn. Looks like Maisie's getting the best of it at the minute. Still haven't seen Mark do his Ice Bucket Challenge. Don't worry, Mark, we're not going to forget. You're not getting away with it. Race 60, Ophelia Shepherd, Trixie Trays, Grace Hudak, Rachel Pritchard, Aria Rose Lee on her home track. In there in 2. Jamie Puddock's in there as well for Spin to Win. Bicycle Motocross team, Ellie Beats, doing it for MCR. She's in there in 4th spot. So these girls pushing hard in Moto number 60. But it's Trixie Trays bringing it to the line from Grace Hudak. Aria's going to settle for the 3 in Moto number 60. Moto 61. But I can turn the page. When your arm's cold. Erin Holmes, Maisie Surtees, Izzy Dolan, Isla Milne, Freya Monforte and India Bennett. India doing it for the Irish connection. Freya Monforte in there for Peckham, Isla Milne, Norwich BMX Club. I used to race her dad Ian many moons ago. As they all cross the line, we move on to the 12-year-old boys. Sam Riches, Jacob Aston, Tom Allen. It's James Bibby leading it out. Marcus Mullen in there in 2. Leighton Harding's in there and Archie Bell as well. Archie doing it for Be Strong. Battling with the GT rider Millar. Not sure that is in that 3rd spot. I think it is Sam Riches in there in that 3. But it's going to be Bibby taking it to the line from Mullen. Riches hangs on. GT for the 4. Be Strong for the 5. Race 63. That'll be Itai Jamira out in front. Finlay Shaw, Callum Dean, Dawson Scott, Akeem Brazier, Ethan Buttery's in this one as well. Dawson doing it for Doncaster, Oliver Taylor, MK Evolution. But it's Jamira bringing it down the final straight to take the win. I think it's going to be Jamira, Taylor, 1 and 2. As we move on to Moto number 64, Ethan Ludlow, Archie Crocker White. The E4, that belongs to Jack Devine. Charlie Cotton's in there, Merseyside BMX. Just been swooped in that turn. He's back there in 5. Jet Thompson, Adrian Galitis as well. But it's going to be absolute Archie Crocker White from Jack Devine. They're going to go 1 and 2. Moto 1 in there in 3. That is Galitis. Race 65, Hughes, Payne, Laughlin, Livingston, Kimber, Zach Everly in this one, and Max Bojank. So Zach in there in 2. So many Everlys. I believe it's Amelia's birthday as well. So happy birthday, Amelia. I think she's turning 14. Rhea wants like a couple of whiskies just to warm her up a little bit. Oh, Vimto, proper northern. I'll have an hot Vimto. Anyway, Isaac Sender the Smith. Isaac Smith the Sender. I can't even speak. Oh my God. Isaac the Sender Smith. It's because I've had no cake yet. Sam, hint. Anyway. Isaac the Sender Smith. Theo Davis is in this one as well. Jacob Jameson, Kieran Brownson, Harrison Doe, Bram Heaver, and Keir Phillips. Moto 67. That'll be Leo Rowlands out in front, doing it for B Strong. Owen Smart, Noah Ford, Zach Parsons, Harry Swales, Poppy Bishop. In there in that 4th spot. Leon Waits in there as well. I think Leon's in 3. Who's that in 2? That looks like the 20. That'll be Harry Swales going through. Who's going to round out that top 5? The 29 of Zach Parsons. Race 68, Freya Harris, Mara McCarran, Samia Hughes, Holly Hume, Elsie Blight, Lucy Stevenson, and Sadie McSwitty. So the 15, that belongs to Lucy Stevenson, Barnsbury BMX. Got a feeling that's Freya Harris out in front, doing it for our gazebo neighbours Fluent. Sammy is in there in about, 3rd, I think? Taking it to the line. Oof, very close. As we move on to race 69, Grace Gerard, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, in there in that 2nd position. Chasing down Pure Bicycles, Iris Hyder, who's a big fan. Well, her dad's a big fan of the BMX Commentator podcast, which I am going to get back to doing more episodes. I've taken a bit of a hiatus, but I am going to get back on it in the next couple of weeks. So there will be some more BMX Commentator podcasts coming very, very soon. Now I've put it out in public, I've got to commit to it. So, 2-play, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Sorted Race Gear. Being chased down by Brooke Fast Fawcett. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, GT are in there in 3. That's going to be Lauren Keller. We've got Olivia Webb, Caitlin Bird, Seren Pritchard and Paige Cathcart Cunnison in there as well. Moto number 70. It's going to be Poole, Fawcett and Keller, your top 3. All right. Can we have Itai Jamira to admin, please? Itai Jamira to admin. So the Jamira's up there at Rab Racing. Can you take Itai down to admin, please? Thank you. With his bike. So I'm assuming it's a transponder issue. Right, missed that one. Sorry, guys. I was doing that public service announcement. Jack Perkins leading out Moto number 72. We've got Moto 1 in there as well. That's going to be Harry Tyres. Retro Races Stanley Farmer in there in 3. And that looks like Smiley's Flight Club Oliver Arnold in there in that 4th spot. Moto number 72. 73 coming out the first turn onto Lewis.
Race 73 on track. Ethan Howell leading this one out for Evolved Collective. In and out of that second corner, he's going 1 and 2 with the 5-plate of Ethan Crooks Martin, repping the Hot Shot crew, heading for that final turn. Moves are being made for that 3 spot as they come on in and out of the corner, looking like we have got Josh Jepson getting busy. I think that's him in 3, just gets it slightly wrong. As he bring it down to the line, that looked like Kurt Storkis trying to pick up that top 3 spot, but having to settle for 4. 12 on the plate in the next Moto. Max Vass, Warn BMX race team. He's going 1 and 2 with the Centurions rider. That has got to be Fergus Suter on the 155. Looking like we have got Absolutes Sully Collis in there in 3 as well. Allen's Factory in the mix. Heading in and out of that final turn. That's Thomas Palmer on the 6 plate. Looking for a top 4 spot down the final straight. But it's all about Warn BMX race team out front with Max Vass. Race 75. Where is Thomas Honeywell? He's in this one. He's in there in that 2 spot on the 10 plate. He's being led away, though, by Mabo UK's Ethan Rogers. Once again, the TM of Mabo has asked me to do a shout-out. If you would like some, I'm pretty sure there's some water bottles, some key rings, possibly some stickers and some other goodies over at the Mabo tent. So if you want to pick yourself up some free goodies, go and see John over at the Mabo UK setup. Behind turn number 2, we are looking at James Miller on the 2 plate leading. Racer number 76 into that second turn, back out again for GT Factory. He's going 1 and 2 with the 13 plate of Mark Torzidlo out of TNT. Looking like the Brunty crew is in there as well. Henry Potts on the 23 plate. That's your top 3 as they go in and out of that final turn. The Brixton crew repped in this one as well. That's Lawrence Bojang. He's going to round out the top 4 with what looks like the 30 plate of Adam Arnold out of Braintree. 2 on the plate, gotta be Ruby Warren leading this one out for Pure Bicycles. Who's that in there with her? Looking like it is the 5 plate coming on round. That's Esme Ward out of Stay Strong C&K. That's your front 2 riders as they bring it on through. Can we please have Joshua Lewis to the admin cabin? That is Joshua Lewis to the admin cabin, please. Thank you very much. Along with his bike. So Josh Lewis and his bike to admin ASAP, please. Thank you. As we take a look at race number 78, looking like B-Strong Race Team leading this one out. Dakota Tucker going 1 and 2 with the 9 plate of Martha Cotton, doing it for Manchester, heading towards the final turn. Naira O'Connell doing it for BMX Widow Photography in there in 3. In and out of the final turn they go. Anushka Jones in there in 4, doing it for Jump Club S&M Source. That's going to be your front 4 with Tucker leading that moto. Elvis Lawrence leads out race number 79 on the 8 plate. Who's that in there with him? Robin Matter Alonso looking to work his way through. We've got one of the Osborne brothers in this one. It is Heath in there in 3. He's being chased down as he head through that 3rd straight. Freddie Parkinson is in there at about 5 looking for a way round, but it's all about Lawrence out front. Alonso having a good old scrap down the final straight with Osborne. They're going to go through in 2 and 3. The 24 plate in there in 4. That was Leo Cranston. Looking like Todd Smith-Notman leading out race number 80, doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. He's going 1 and 2 with Isaac Shaw heading into that second corner, doing it for ProStar BMX, who's there in 3 and 4 as they go in and out. Looking like we have got the 25 plate in there in 3. That's Dexter Beerup doing it for Doncaster BMX. Under a bit of pressure as he head into that final turn. Oscar Jewell throwing it underneath. Looking for a high low from Beerup on the exit of turn number 3. Didn't quite make it stick. Jewell's going to hang on to that 3 spots. Race number 81. More 14-year-olds on track as there's a bit of a pile up in turn number 1. I think that might have been Henry Shenton that got swallowed up in the action. So it is Freddie Richardson leading this one out with the E3 of Harry Donald doing it for BMX Hype and Mixos Group. That's your 1 and 2 as they head towards the final corner. Maxwell Lawrence is in there as well. It was Henry Shenton that hit the deck along with the 71 of Samuel Wood. Put your hands together for them guys, and Thomas O'Brien up to his feet as well. Richardson, Donald, Lawrence, that's your 1, 2, 3. Race number 82 hits the track. Milo Weller out of lane number 1, but he's got the W7 out of Rab Racing heading into turn number 1. Little Cotty leads out this moto then, doing it for Rab Racing. The Brunty Massive are in there with Weller into the 59 plate in there in 3. That's Harrison Barnes, Adam Nuneaton, a couple of guys going airborne into that second corner. One rider looked up the inside. That was the 30 plate of Thomas Westmore. He's in there in 5. He wanted to dive under for the top 4. I think that could be Adam Stevenson just in front of him in that 4 spot as he exit turn number 3. All about Cotty out front, your world number 7. He's going to take the moto win with Weller in behind. It's getting busy into turn number 1 in race number 83. The 16 plate leads it out. That's got to be Newton Hindley out of team here and hand over the 17 in there behind him. That is Ronnie Richards. That's your front 2. Crank BMX coaching in there in 3. William Knowles. He's being chased down by Evolve Bicycle Motocross. That is Nathaniel Eames looking for a way into a top 3 spot as he head into the final turn. Look at the battle out front. Hindley's hanging on, being put under pressure by Richards all the way. It is going to be Knowles, Eames. That's going to be your 3 and 4 in the 74 plate in 5. That was Joshua Harris. Race 84, Guppy on track and he leads it out as smooth as you like. He's going 1 and 2 with Mabo UK on the 5 plate. That is Nate Hamilton out of the northeast. He's being chased down there by a Centurion rider. That has got to be Brody Geddes. So that's your front 3 as the exit turn number 3. Guppy under pressure from Hamilton down the final straight. Guppy, Hamilton, Geddes. That's your front 3 as they come across the line. Race 85 now on track, and moving on to Toby Lynch leading it into that second corner. He's got the 10 plate in there behind him, looking like that could be, the 0-1 in there behind him. That is Oliver Tyres doing it for Moto 1 race team. So it is sorted race gear out front at the moment, being put under all sorts of pressure, but the front 2 guys are safe and clear from the rest of the pack. Lynch taking it from Tyres across the line. Race number 86 on track, moving on to the 14-year-old girls. Libby Coppin, Emily Eaton, Ellie Moore and Maddie Dixon. Maddie the baddie in this one, she's in 4 at the moment, but your race leader is Emily Eaton, your British champion at a Pro Start BMX. Being chased down all the way by Libby Coppin on the 5 plate, doing it for Crucial Racing and Cardiff BMX Club. That looks like Ellie Moore out of Birmingham on the 12 plate, in there in 3 with Urban Ears and Maddie the baddie in there in 4. But Emily picking up that Moto win. Race number 87 on track. Looks like the 1 and 2 from last season are going 1 and 2 in this Moto. That's Katie Millar and Rin Gianolino. So it is Moto 1 and Evolve Collective out front. Fluent Bicycle Motocross on the 6 plate. That is Sidoni Cleve heading towards that final turn. Looking like we've got Jalala Patel out of Peckham BMX inside the top 4 as they go in and out of that final turn. Who's the rider in 5? That's going to be Afia Peck out of Exeter Eagles on the 885. But Millar is going to be your Moto winner. 15-year-old boys now out on track. Ty DS, check him out. Factory Supercross leading it into turn number 2. He's under pressure though from Harvey Tomlinson, who's looking for a way round, heading through that 3rd straight. Who's in there in 3? Got to be Lucas Osborne, did it for Birmingham NRT. Heading into that final turn, all about Ty DS out front. Tomlinson looks for the high-low. Can he make it stick? It's going to stick with a former world number 2. He's going to take it across the line. More 15-year-old action coming your way. That looks like it could be the 4 of Lucas Seeley. Yes, it is. Doing it for Rab Racing. He leads it out into turn number 2. Who's that in there behind him? Got to be Oliver James. Doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Green Machine in there as well. That's Ollie Kirby on the 29 plate heading into the final corner. Looking like we have got Freddie Franklin, I think that is. Yes, it is. Moving his way through for a top 4 finish. Looks like Isaac Caulfield has lost the chain. Put your hands together for Isaac then as he finishes his lap, ladies and gents. As we look at race number 90 up at the top of the gate. McCrum, Tandy, Dunkley, Mayher, Powell, Groves, Cam and Binney.
Knee pad slid all the way down.
Oh, had it?
Elbow pad slid all the way down.
Oh. Race number 90 hits the track. That looks like Cooper McCrum on the inside, heading for turn number 1. McCrum leads it out from Sorted Race Gears. Mason Groves, that's your 1 and 2 as it stands. Who's in there in 3? Evolve Collective on the 24 plate. That's Alex Dunkley looking to work his way through, and I think he has done the 31 plate in there as well. That is David O'Prey being chased down as he head through the 3rd straight. That is MK's Theo Cam heading into that final corner inside the top 5, but McCrum, BMX Widow Photography out front and running away with that one. He's going to take that Moto win. The 2 spot was tight on the line, but looks like Groves hung on. Race 91, Rich, if you're anywhere near. Do you want me to dive in? Or you're good?
Right, race 91. Sorry, scoffing a biscuit. As Amos Guppy crosses the line with the 9 of Eden Boone in there in 2 and Teddy Headley in 3. Race 92, that is Freddie Entwistle in that 2nd position, chasing down Bradley James. Those guys 1 and 2. 17 of Mr. Jamira, Elijah Jamira in there in 3. Oliver Sim. Midlands BMX Club in the club jersey, which I absolutely love. He's in there in 4. And Eric Maswitty coming through inside the top 5. Race 93, Orla Cooper, Lottie McFarlane, Grace Burge and Ruby Walford. Just 4 ladies in this one. The number 4 leading it out, that is Grace. Big battle going on between the 9 and the 6. That's Orla and Ruby battling for that second spot. Lottie's in there as well on that 5 plate, trying to make a move in that final corner. Didn't quite work out. So they're going to go across the line as Ailey Watson leads our Moto 94. Summer Glynn in there as well on the 804. Doing it for the Irish collective. Eliza French, Lucy Gardner and a Lottie Brown all in there as well. Lottie can't stop, won't stop Brown in that second spot as they go in and out of the turn, chasing Watson. Glynn's in there in 3, French in there as well in 5, pursuing Lucy Gardner from Team Mind. Race 95, Kai Bowen, Stay Strong out in front. Finley Collis, John O'Haradine, they're in 2 and 3. Joe Little in 4. I'm sure I was supposed to video that race, but unfortunately duty called. As we move on, Callum Fleming in the mix as well. Race number 96, that'll be Noah Everly in there in 1, doing it for Maybo UK, Lewis Collins Nimmo in 2, Sean Brown in 3. That's Shay Jordan rounding out the top 4 with hot shots. Right, I think that's Sam Millington in 5. Cumbernauld have got Jack de Jong in there as well, and William Alfie Harrison always pushing hard. Keep up the top work, William. We see you out there giving it the effort. Well done. As we move on to race 97, Kai Blaine and Eli Smith going 1 and 2. Caden Dunn's in there as well. Back on the BMX after playing a little bit of rugby at Wigan Warriors. Race 98, Arnas Vicunius, Bradley Davison, Nathan Barata, Theo Robbins, Alexander Ferns, Malachi O'Reilly, and Joe Penton-Vogue. All in Moto number 98. I think it is Joe Penton-Vogue out in front. So he's out there in the 1, followed by the 14 and the 149. That's going to be Joe Penton-Vogue and Malachi O'Reilly. Race 99. Lexi Waite, Jess Marriott, Sophie Elwood, Smiley Maloney, Carly Hayes in this one as well. Lexi out there in 1, Jess in 2. Carly riding that lovely looking Maybo in there in 5, chasing down Alexis McCartney. 2 of the best looking bikes in BMX, the Supercross of Alexis and Carly's Maybo, both looking absolutely spot on. Anya Mattern Alonso in this one. Birthday girl Amelia Everly in there in that 3rd spot, chasing down Ruby Moores. That's Anya Mattern Alonso in 4th. But it is Lottiette Marne out in front, doing it for Pro Start. She's going to take it, Ruby, Amelia, Anya. Lucy Groundwater in there in that 5th spot. Coming across the line, being chased by Bethany Coates. Race 101, Reese Toole, Cody Whittaker, Che Young, Thomas Doran. Doing it for Sinead's Reed Academy, Jaden Fawcett in this one as well. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 3, but it's going to be Che Young, Thomas Doran, Jaden Fawcett, and Alex Stokes doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross inside the top 4. Arne Esselmont leading out Moto 102, Kean Brown, Patrick Dyer, Brandon Mallon, Belfast City BMX Club in there in that 2nd spot. Jack Cameron, Alfie Thompson, and Danica O'Hagan. Moto 103. Charlie Granger, Josh Williams in this one as well. Out in front, Josh, he's got a birthday coming up, and it's his dad's birthday as well. So Mike and Josh having birthdays within a few days of each other. So happy birthday to the Williams brothers. Well, father, son, but, you know, in terms of BMX brothers. So, what am I up to now? I have no idea. She did a bit of a number on herself, lacerated her spleen. She's back on it today. So that's nice to see. Welcome back, Rosie. She's got some pressure coming from Esme Brooke, and I think Esme's got a birthday as well. I got a message on that one earlier on. Hang on, let me check. Moto's going to be over by the time I get there anyway, but never mind. Let's have a look. Oh no, Esme wanted Amelia's birthday shouting out, that's why. Oh my gosh, it's freezing! Where am I up to? Right, Megan Gerard, Rab Racing, passing the team on the final straight, taking the win. That's going to be Ella Lamb in there in 2. And Annabelle Charlton was in the mix as well. As we go to 107, Tyrese Bradshaw in there in that second spot. His first meeting in the motos with Brindley Savage, I think, this season. So Bryn and Tyrese going 1 and 2. Hayden Green, Rise Up Fitness in there in 3. And that was Keanu Schaefer-Cohen in there in 4. Race 108, Oliver Cope from the Injury Mechanics. That's his professional job. In there in 2. Chasing down the 2 plate of Callum Chard Maple. That looks like Birmingham NRT. That's going to be Finley Clark in there in 3. Race 109, Lewis.
19 to 29-year-olds on track. That looks like Stay Strong. C&K leading it out on the 7 plate. Got to be Jaden Seawood. He's going 1 and 2 with Mavo UK's Dan Kay in that second turn. Eddie the Hit, Mike Cannons is in there in 3, putting a bit of pressure on Kay as he head for the final corner. But Eddie Seawood out front looking good. Picking up a bit of a gap on Kay as he exit that third corner. Seawood, Kay, Cannons. That's your front 3 as they bring it across the line. Race 110.
Right, good. That's all I wanted.
Female 19 to 29 on track. The 7 plate leading this one out. Got to be Hannah Drew doing it for Pro Star BMX, the 11. In there behind her, that is Emily Clinch doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Who's the rider working her way around the outside? That's the E6 of Evie Webster. Jumped her way into that second turn where she was right on the outside of everyone else. And she's looking for a way through for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Looking like that is Birmingham NRT throwing it underneath in the final turn. Imogen Gibson hanging on to that 3 spot as they bring it down the final straight. Drew, Clinch, Gibson, Webster. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Race 111 on track. Green Machine out front. Emily Green leads this one out on the 2 plate from the 364 of Izzy Hurry, Mabo UK. She's in there in that 2 spot, being chased down into that final turn. That looks like it is Alicia Lynn Scott in there in 3. That's going to be your front 3 as they bring it down to the stripe with Manda Hemstock in 4. Massive, massive pile up in race number 112. Not quite sure who was caught up in the crossfires. Whether that is the 14 of Annabelle Townsend. Leading this one out, Olivia Firth in there in 2. Anita Wong in 3. Rebecca Goll in 4. The 076, one of our fallen riders. Lydia Webber, she's back up to her feet, finishing a lap. Put your hands together for Lydia. Looks like we lost Ellie Featherstone in that one. Caitlin Ellis as well. Don't forget as well, ladies and gents, that we are live streaming this weekend on the BMX Race Hub. Free to watch on YouTube. All you got to do is head to YouTube, type in the BMX Race Hub, and it will pop up with the day 1 and day 2 live streams. We've got all of our BMX Race Hub crew here this weekend. Manning cameras. And Simon Green in the hut over at the bottom. Working his magic on his keyboard. So if you want anyone back at home to watch you racing this weekend, just point them in the direction of YouTube and the BMX Race Hub, and they can watch it there for free. Please don't let any of your family members, friends or anything else like that put their bank details in to watch the BMX Race Hub, because they don't need to. It is free. And of course, don't forget about our traders over up at Trader Village this weekend. I've not been over there yet, so I'm not sure who's up there. And if you would like some official National Series merch, so if you'd like the official merchandise of the 2025 BMX National Series, then head over to Dave at B73. He's only here this week today. He's not here tomorrow. So if you would like some of your official merch for the rest of the season, he won't be here tomorrow, but he is here today. So go and see Dave at B73. We've also got Crucial, Pure. Put your hands together for Ellie Featherstone, ladies and gents. She's up to her feet. Let's hope that Caitlin Ellis is all right as well. But over at Trader Village, we've got what looks like Pure, Rich Townsend, the Magic Mechanic, trusted with all the top elites bikes. So get yourself over there if you need any bike maintenance sorting. Crucial sorted. DC Cycles are over there. There's no Kebab House race team this weekend though. They've not done it this weekend. They'll be back at Manchester though, at Plattfields, for all of your KHRT merch. There's also a bit of a competition coming later on today as well from the BMX Race Hub. I did get some of the details from John earlier, but I can't remember all of them and I don't want to mess it up. So I'll catch up with John later and we'll get the competition out to you guys. Can we please have Anita Wong and Rebecca Goal to admin, please, along with your bikes? That is Anita Wong and Rebecca Goal over to admin with your bikes, please. Thank you very much. I think that is 20-inch bikes. Yeah, 20-inch. So Anita Wong and Rebecca Goal to admin with your 20-inch bikes. Thank you. We're just going to hold the gate a little while we make sure that Caitlin Ellis is all right over in the first turn. Put your hands together for Caitlin Ellis, ladies and gents. Thank you very much to Rab Racer as well. And Flavor Flav Cakes for our race fuel for the day, is how I word it. Our sugar-filled delights, as Rich has called them. Thank you very much. We massively appreciate it. Rich is always on the lookout for goodies. So anything that you want to send over here up at commentary. He's had some pancakes from LCC over on the first straight. Got some lovely stuff from Flavor Flav and Rab Racing. Where else have you been this morning? Oh, you took some to Dave, didn't you? That's what. Yeah. Didn't get anything from over that way. I've not seen Rich this excited for a very long time. He's loving these cakes. These are wicked. The sun's starting to make another appearance, so I'm going to walk back out here. Looks like we are going to get racing back underway. Resuming with the Masters. Here we go, race 113 out on track. Looking like we have got Luckhurst on the inside into turn number one. Stay strong, C&K. Luckhurst leads it. BMX Hike Mixos group in there in two on the W7. That is, of course, Neil Brunez heading into that second corner. So it's Luckhurst and Brunez out front looking good. The 22 plate of George Higley in there in three. That's Sean Issett in there in four. Billy Irwin in five. This Masters group is absolutely stacked this season. Brunez round the outside of Luckhurst. Makes his move and goes from 2 to 1. Brunez, Luckhurst, Higley, that's your front three with last year's British champ Sean Issett in 4. Race 114 out on track. James Bourne, Martinez, Lillingston, Brazil and Granger. It is looking like the 21 of Adam Brazil leading this one up for Crucial Racing. Them two guys going 1 and 2 then. It is the 1 of Ben Martinez in there behind him. So Crucial Gang looking good at the moment. Who's in 3? Got to be David James out of Green Machine Tribe on the 5 plate. Being chased down by the 2 as the exit that final turn. That's John Lillingston out of 01 Racing. That's your front 4. Matt Bourne in 5 and the 9 plate of Christopher Granger in 6. Race 115 out on track. Scott Boom Beaumont, the 96 podcast, picks up the whole shot and leads it out of the first turn. That's how I spent my early hours this morning, listening to Scott's one of his most recent podcasts with Jules after the Manchester Indoor Roundup, so he's out front looking good at the moment, going 1 and 2 with Matt Barnard. As he head into that final turn, that looks like GT Factory in there as well. Simon Homan's on the 5. So, oh! Beaumont and Barnard hit the deck. I don't have a clue what happened to that one. Matt's up and on his feet. We are red flagging this race, so we're going to rerun. Race number 116. Put your hands together for Matt Barnard. He's going to finish his lap. So race 116 will be rerun. So race 116 will be rerun. Them guys will be sent up to the start hill. Put your hands together for Scott Beaumont, ladies and gents. We are about to get racing back underway with the Grand Vets. Lining up on at the start, Christos Chorkos, Neil Waddington, Martin Ogden, Steve McClue, Alan Hill and Kevin Sykes. We are back racing then, ladies and gents. Race 117 heading towards turn number 1. These are your Grand Vets. The national champion Alan Hill Pure Bicycles leads this one through. Who's in there with him? Gotta be Augie picking it up on the 21 plate, repping that Divide brand jersey. The 354 of Kevin Sykes on the outside in there in 3. Who's working their way through for a top 4 spot at the moment? It is the 10 plate of Neil Waddington out of Cornwall with Christos Chilkos Pure Bikes in there in 5, and that looks like the 42 of Steve McClue in 6. All about Hilly though, chilling his way down to the line. He's going to pick up that Moto win. Second rack of the Grand Vets out there then, in and out of that first corner. Looking like we've got the 4 plate leading this one out. That is Brett Archibald out of the Titans. Steve Fortune, Mabo UK in there behind him. Brett Knight, Crucial Racing inside the top 3. Who's picking up 4 and 5? And looking like we have got Stuart Little, I think it is. Yes, it is inside the top 4. It is Stuart in there in 4. So Archibald, Knight, Fortune, Little. That's your 1 through 4. Looking like Urban Air in there as well, I think. Junior men up on the gate. We are a go, ladies and gents. Junior Open is on track, heading towards turn number 1. Looking like Boone was on the inside, but who's going to pick up the whole shot in and out of the corner? Looks like we've lost Jake Hart in that first corner, but it is the 869 leading it into the turn. Henry Eyre, Ruben Byrne, Finn Hoff, 1, 2, 3. That looks like Curtis Copeland in there in 4. Ben Weiss in 5. That's how they come through the third straight. The 782 was the other fallen rider, picking himself up off the floor. That was Heath Thomas. Put your hands together for Jake and Heath. Henry Eyre picking up that Moto win. Ruben Byrne, Finn Hoff, 2 and 3. Race 120 hits the track. Second rack of Junior Open headed towards our first corner. Looking like Pure Bicycles going to pick up the whole shot. Cody Coker leads this one through. JTL Simpson Davies is right there behind him. James Clitheroe is in there in 3. Looking like the Moto 1 riders are going through in 4 and 5. That's got to be Millar in and out of the second corner. Then all out front with Coker running away with it at the moment. JTL Simpson Davies trying to hold on to his back wheel as much as possible. In and out of the final corner. Coker, Davies, 1 and 2. Clitheroe gonna round out your top 3 by the looks of things. Yes, he is.
Yeah, I would.
Race 121 hits the track. Championship women heading for turn number 1. Who's the rider on the outside? Got to be the 911 all the way from lane number 8. Doing it for Crucial BMX. Beth Shriver leads this one through. Shriver's out there in 1. Look at that for a gap into that second turn. Lily Chiswa in there in that 2 spot. Doing it for Mabo UK. Who's the rider making moves in 3? Got to be the 6 plate of Sabina Ashman. Doing it for Rustin at Racing. She's under all sorts of pressure as you head for the final turn. That is Lucy Simpson in 4. Laurie and Carruthers in 5, but Beth Shriver picking up that Moto win. It's not Freya, that's Freya. Race 122 hits the track. This is the second rack of Champ Women heading for that first corner. Freya the Slayer Chalice looking like she's going to pick up that whole shot in and out of that first turn. So it is Chalice leading it from Hutt. That's your 1 and 2. Moto 1 race team in there as well. That's Megan Roy on the 800 plate heading into that second corner. Pure Bikes in there as well with Maggie Bound. She is being chased down by the 147 of Annalise Cadman Carpenter doing it for Halo Wheels race team. But it is Chalice and Hutt out front. That's going to be your 1 and 2 down the final straight. Absolute Bicycle Motocross picking it up across the line with B Strong race team in that 2 spots. Next up on track, Superclass men heading towards turn number 1. Where is Josh Marnham looking like he wants to pick up the whole shot in and out of the first turn. Marnham leads it. That's got to be Peter Addy Sharrock doing it for Mabo UK. Here comes the 141 of George Hunt through the pro section, working his way up the inside to go from 3 to 2. Oh, looks like we've lost the Pure Bikes rider. Got to be Harrison Bell. He's hit the deck on the exit of turn number 2. Marnham, Hunt, Sharrock, Cornish, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Put your hands together for Harrison Bell, ladies and gents.
This is getting confusing.
This is the rerun from earlier on, race 116, heading for turn number 1. Looking like Fraser Watson is going to pick up the whole shot for BMX with a photography. Who's in there with him? Looking like Matthew Trincard on the 17 plate, coming on round at his Trincard, picking up the 2 spot. Who's in 3? The 256 of Adam Boudet doing it for Merton. Lee Carrick, Urban Air BMX in there in 4, but it's all about Watson out front at the moment. Oh, Carrick hits the deck. Not quite sure what happened to him. I think he might have just gotten it a little bit wrong and hit the deck on that third straight. Watson, Trincard, Boudet, that's your 1, 2, 3. Lee Carrick cannot catch a break at the moment. He's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for Lee Carrick, ladies and gents. Yeah. Is that soon? Is it? Are they doing that in a minute?
We can't start the next lot until we've done it.
Oh.
Schools don't let you. Don't know. I don't actually know which one it is with the puncher.
Halfway?
Yeah.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire.
Looks like we are going to go ahead with the last moto of the first set. These guys are going to line up on the gate. That was the brief delay. That's a mechanical. Lining up then we have got Casey Markley, Cal Strickland, Charlie Roy and Quillen Isidore. Last moto of the first rack hits the track, then Markley's on the inside, Strickland's right there with him into the turn. Who's going to get the whole shot? Pure Bicycles, Quillen, Isidore leads it through. Isidore, Strickland, that's your 1 and 2. Markley's having a battle with Roy into that second corner. Roy's going round the outside, doing it the hard way, but Markley sticks an elbow out and picks up that 3 spot. So it is Isidore out front, looking good into that final corner. Isidore, Strickland, Markley, Roy, 1, 2, 3, 4, looking like that's how they're going to finish. That's your first set of motos done and dusted, ladies and gents, and we are back round for the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers.
Nice to see Casey Markley on track. Believe it's Mr. Markley's birthday today. So Ryan Markley, Casey's dad, happy birthday. Yeah. Sounds like a cake maestro. Right, 9 to 12-year-old cruisers, as we stuff more cake from Flavor Flav down our face. Anyway, in and out of the turn we go. Jasper Kimber, Charlie LeBras, Leo Bradley, Harry Swales, Jet Thompson, Bram Heaver, and Owen Smarts. You can tell I've got some sugar in my system now. I feel like I'm bouncing. Harry Swales leading it out. Doing it for fast signatures. That looks like Mr. LeBras in 2-teamer. Bram Heaver going through in 3. Leo Bradley rusting up racing in 4. That is moto number 1 at 25. And it's going to be Harry Swales taking it to the line from Lebras. Race 126. We've got Frankie McKenna, Freddie Walsh, Page, Cathcart, Cunnison, Leighton Harding, Jack Swales, Olivia Webb and Huey Hall. And it is Leighton Harding doing it for GT Factory out there in 1. Huey Hall in the mix as well. That's Page, Cath, Cunnison. Rounding out the top 4. Jack Swales is in there in 5. Olivia Webb pushing hard in 6. And Frankie McKenna on the 298 doing it for Preston Pirates in the mix as well. Race number 127, Tyler Hoare, Arlo Steinmetz, Rocco Westwood, Max Livingston, Asheen King, Charlie Cotton and Holly Bishop. Holly mixing it up with the boys. Battling away with Rocco Westwood from Mabo UK. Team Minder in there, that's Asheen King on the 13. He's back there in 5th spot, chasing Arlo Steinmetz. Into that final corner, Taylor Hoare doing it for DC Cycles up in our Trader Village. He's there inside the top 3. Max Livingston in 2. Charlie Cotton was the man taking the win. As we look at the next set of cruiser guys, it is Todd Smith-Notman and Jake McKenna going 1 and 2. Moto number 128, Benedict Marco in there as well. Adam Stevenson, Bruce Anthony and Jacob Scrivener. It's Todd Smith-Notman heading down that final straight. McKenna chasing him in 2, but McKenna under pressure now as they come to the line. Is he going to be able to hold it? Oh, I think he might have just got nipped. Race 129, Oliver Arnolds. That looks like Logan Young right in the middle of it there. Battling away with the one of James Little Cotty Cottrell. And he ain't that little anymore. He's in there. We've got Lane Goddard, Hunter Mallion, Hadley Harding and Benjamin Dean all in the mix in moto number 129. But it's going to be Cotty, Harding, Young, U1, 2 and 3, Arnold in there in 4. Race 130, Alfie Sim doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Out there in the lead, Will Knowles in 2. Got Owen Miller in there as well. Toby Duff, Lucas Stoneman and Aaron Hickman. Hickman going through in 5. Chasing down The rider in form, but it's Alfie Sim under pressure now from Will Knowles as they come towards the line. Who's going to get into the stripe? Sim, I think, from Knowles, but only just. Race 131. The A12 out in front. That will be Ben Millington being chased down by Robin Mattern Alonso and Newton Hindley. And these boys get themselves warmed up for the 20-inch motor a little bit later on. Adam Arnold in there for Braintree. On the 6X, Freddie Wallwork. Just getting pushed high up the turn, doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Is he going to hang on to a top 5 spot? I think he is. Just holding off the attentions. Oh! As somebody drops it right at the finish line. Don't know who that was. 15, 16 cruisers. Lads, just be careful as you come down towards the line. Sean Brown taking the win from Eric McSwitty. Who's going to get that third position? It looked like Theo Cam. All right, rider down. On the line, I think it was Sam Dolan, who unfortunately came a cropper as he crossed the finish line.
17-29 cruiser lads. So we are now looking at the 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser on track. Looking like it could be the 3-plate. The first start BMX is Hannah Drew leading this one out. The 4 in there behind her, that is Olivia Firth doing it for Sorted Race Gear. The 12-plate in there in 3, that is Jamie Elwood out of Bristol Jets BMX Club. Looking like 0-1 race team in there as well. That is Cumbernauld Allison at Ipswich heading towards that final turn. Who's the rider in there in 4? That is Erin J. Jackson out of the middle ranks. In and out of that final corner and down the final straight. It is going to be Drew Firth, Elwood 1, 2, 3. Race 152 on track. Annalise Cadman Carpenter leads this one away aboard that 1 plate, heading towards turn number 2. The 4 plate of Anya Matan Alonso in there behind her, looking like Alexis McCartney, Allen's Factory Supercross in there in 3, looking for a way round Alonso as you head towards the final corner. That is got to be Ice Bikes in there as well. Inside the top 4, picking it up is Yetska Hemstock. Yes, it is out of that final turn under the pressure from Ellie Mohan. He hurries in there in about 6 at the moment. Carpenter, Alonso, McCartney, Hemstock 1, 2, 3 and 4. The Pocket Rockets are on track in race 153. We are looking at the 6 and unders. Ellis Dowsing, Luke Barron, Leon Zucchina, Dennis Turner, Stanley Lockwood and Jack Byrne. Who's the rider out front? Got to be Jack Byrne out of Decoy BMX Club. The 509 in there behind him. That is Luke Barron, the 450 in there as well. It's Ellis Dowsing out of Derby. He's rounding out the top 3 spots at the moment. Look, Nottingham Outlaws are in there behind him. That is Stanley Lockwood. The 877 Team Bunnies in there as well. That is Dennis Turner in at 5. He's been chased by the 491 of Leon Zucchina out of Bristol Jets BMX Club. But the battle, have a look at these guys going at it down the final straight. Who's going to get it on the line? Barron hung onto it, and it was Byrne for the 2 spots. 4 riders in the 6 and under little ladies heading towards turn number 2. 664 on the play. That is Noah Kerr doing it for Retro Racing, who's in the 2 spot. It's Alice Laurie on the 90 4 lengths. The 275 of Erin Thorrows doing it for the Hawks in there in 3. Who's the rider in 4 out of Cardiff? That is Opal Jones on the 278 plate. But there's a big old scrap for that 1 spot as they go in and out of the final turn. Kerr leading it out and hanging on to it at the moment, but she's being chased down this final straight by Alice Laurie. Laurie's under pressure herself from Thorrows. It's going to be busy across the line. Kerr, Laurie, Thorrows, Jones. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Rab Racing on track, gotta be the littlest Jumeirah. That is Lewin leading this one out, heading towards that final corner. He's not long gotten rid of his Spider-Man frame. Absolutely loved that bike that Lewin used to ride. It was wicked. He's out there in front of this Moto, though. He's been chased by a couple of riders, and one of them is out of the Brunty Massive. That looks like Louis Austin rounding out the top 3 as what looked like might have been Chalkos working his way in for 2. Race 156 on track. Where is Shelby Yates? The YouTube sensation in there in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down your British champion Oliver Bridle. He leads it into that final turn, doing it for Exeter Eagles. So it is Bridle, Yates 1 and 2. Who's in there for 3? Benji Ross Foster got a bit of work to do if he wants to pick up that 3 spot as they bring it down the final straight, but he's putting in the grab. Foster's going to nick the 3 spot on the line. 7-year-old girls are on track. Hattie McGoldrick is having a blinder for GT Factory and Manchester BMX Club on the 878. Where's the British champion? That is Eddie Anderson out of Moto 1 race team, bringing it through that 3rd straight in that 2 spot. Crank BMX coaching, that is Sophia Rees on the 461. She's rounding out the top 3 spots at the moment. Who's the rider in 4? Got to be Ada Warner on the 366 out of TNT, but Hattie McGoldrick, your Moto winner in race 157. As a 8-year-old boy gets into number 2, and then it's the birthday boy doing it the hard way round the outside. Rapid Roman Birdfield working his way from 3 to 2. He's now chasing your race leader. That is Joseph Claydon, your British champion. So it is Claydon. Birdfield looking at the action in turn number 3. Oscar rather fast as thrown in, moves to the final turn and works his way up to a 2 spot. He's chasing down Claydon to the light. Claydon hangs on to it. Rapid Roman in 3. Oscar rather fast in 2. 4 on the plate, Teddy Gorman. Oh, big crash into turn number 2. I think that might have been a Cooper Crowley who hit the deck first. Yes, it was. Very possibly Ollie Smith that got caught up in the action afterwards. But it is Crowley up to his feet, finishing his lap. Put your hands together for Cooper. As Teddy Gorman picks up that Moto win. It was Ollie that hit the second. We're just going to make sure that he's all right. Is that working? Should be. It's not. Went down. I don't know what's up with it. Put your hands together for Ollie Smith, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet and walking away, which is always good to see. Race 160 lining up on the start. We are looking at the 8-year-old boys that have been let go in race number 160. Looking like Frankie Jones out of the middle of the pack. Looking to pick up a whole shot, but who's the rider on the inside? Arlo Payne on the 6. Doing Preston Pirates BMX Club. Payne to out that run. 5 the 700 plate of Albie Blight. Doing it for absolute cross. He's in that 3 spot, being chased down by Moto 1. That is Logan Aceto picking up a top 4 spot at the moment, but he's being chased down by LCC's Frankie Jones. In and out of that final corner, Aceto looking for a way round Blight down the final straight, but it's all out front with Payne. He's going to take the win. Connor Grant for 2, Aceto for 3. Blight rounding out the top 4.
In this one, she's in there with Madeline Malloy, Mia Chalk, Izzy Moore, All Jewis and Matilda Hewitt. It is fast signatures, All Jewis. In and out that final turning one, Maggie's in there in 2. That looks like Matilda in 3. Being chased down to line by Izzy Moore. Is Izzy going to nick through and take that 3rd spot? Not quite. As we on to 162, Abigail Henning. In there in that 2nd spot, Mabel Pine, Luciana Pins and Baron Flick Brentnall and Verity K. Verity doing it for both. She's in that 4th spot, chasing down Flick. She's in there in 3. Mabel's leading it out. Luciana Pins and Baron inside the top 5. It's going to be Mabel from Abigail with Flick and Verity and Luciana. On Henry Sullivan being chased down by the 5-2-1 of Joel Pritchard, doing it for the Hawks. Shout out Scott Dick. We've got Jensen Mee, Emma Tucker, Ashley Carlos. Carlos is here for the regional the other week. Serious Miles in Decoy. Felix Sakina and Noah Northcott as well. That is Millsfield number 163, 164. Alfie Thorne, Lewis Rothwell, Lawson Hitchins, Harley Laker, Nathan Frank, Jason Jetsup. It is the 406 of Lawson Hitchins out there in front. Can we have Freddie Wallwork to admin with Bike Ria? No. Can we just have Freddie Wallwork to admin, please? Attention. Hard Knock Classic. Freddie Wallwork to admin, please. Get Freddie Wallwork up to admin. Right, 65 is your Moto. That's going to be Christian Garbachik, Peterborough BMX Club. In there one. We haven't been to Peterborough for a national for such a long time. We used to go there all the time at one point. Dominic Zapanos, Arthur Mason, Charlie Blake, Oscar Scotchburn, and Teddy Hayes all in the mix. But it's Garbachik, Zapanos, 1 and 2, Charlie Burn. That was Arthur Mason in 4. 4-9. Out in front is Jake Avis, doing it for Fluent. He's got Xavier Daly, Seb Perry, Joseph O'Brien chasing him down. Ned Wills is in there, Oscar Marco and Eli Northcott. Out of decoy, but it is Avis doing it for Fluent. And the MK crew. Marco looking like he's going to nip through for that too. And that was Moto 166, Moto 167. Moto 1 race team. Out there in front. That's going to be Ethan the Great White. Is our screen working again? No. Right, okay. Seth Robinson, Elliot Hatch, Callum Wood, Alexander Gilbert, and Leo Brits, all in Moto number 167. It is Ethan taking it to the line. Got a feeling that's Callum Wood in there in 2 with Alexander Gilbert as well. So next up, Moto 168, Phoebe Millar out in front, being chased down by Ella Grant from Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Preston Pirates. Got a rider in 3. That'll be Emika Gibson. Layla Dixon in there for Peterborough as well. She's rounding out the top 4. And we've got Tallulah Widdowson and Evie Hugh. Well, Moto number 169, Madison Stupple in this one. She's in there in 4. Tessa Johnson, Lauren Snell out in front. Grace Ledgerwood Bar. Nan's watching at home. She's 101 years old. Loving the BMX. And that's what you want if you are a Centurion. BMX action on your TV. So hello to Gracie's grandma. Ellie Robertson, Alice Barron. Megan Keller in there as well. But it's going to be a bit of a mix-up as we move on to Moto number 170. Whoops. That was Ollie Birch, Reed Academy. And Teddy Harradine. But it is going to be Charlie Dowson taking the win. Aston in there in that second spot. Race 172, Jesse Rose, Elliot Worley, Dougie Johnson, Seth Kacharik, Blake Mellier, Jake James and Rocco Westwoods. Northeast BMX out in front. That is going to be Jesse Rose, but he's got pressure from Seth Kacharik. Doing it from Radco Racing. Those boys battling 1 and 2 in the turn. Rocco Westwood's in there in 3. And I've got a feeling that might be Jake James out of decoy going through in 4. Race 173 when I can turn my page. Ethan Shaw chasing down Thomas Giles. Those guys are 1 and 2 at the minute. LCC's Jack Haynes going through in 3. He's got a fight on his hands with Joseph Jewis, who's there in 4. Got Anna and Marklew in there as well. Alistair Kane and Seb Staines. But it's going to be Northeast BMX from Pro Start, then LCC, then Fast Signatures. Race 174, George Spencer. Chester Growcock in this one. Jack Kitchen out in front, William Arnold doing it for BRE Racing. Roman James Wright, Rex Ford and Bobby McKenna. Look at the battle out front. Rex Ford doing it for Halo Wheels. Scrapping away with Jack Kitchen. Tries to high-low him in the final turn. Drag race down the final straight. Kitchen and Ford to the line. Who's going to get it? Kitchen from Ford. Not sure who got the 3 as Molly Tomlinson comes past us. Alan's Factory Supercross, Beth Wally in there. That's Agnes Lamb. In there in that second spot, Arabella Denton. Brixton BMX, she's in there in 3. Ruby Evans doing it for Cornwall. So it's going to go Tomlinson, Lamb, Denton. That is going to be a 1, 2 and 3. Big battle going on for that final top 4 spot. Look at these 2 young ladies drag racing down the final straight. Who's going to get it at the line? Oh, got a feeling it was Ruby Evans who nicked it at the stripe. Race 176, Charlie Hargreaves in this one. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Birthday Girl, Emma Dean, Eliza Powell, Gabriella Malloy, Cara Cross and Rosie Geddes. Rosie on her home track here at Cumbernauld. Good to see brother Brody back on track as well. Also 177. Abby Gray and Florence Kay, Roxy Rowlands, Holly Webb, Holly Bishop and River Henderson. River's in there in 3, Holly in 2. Holly Webb, that is. Holly Bishop leading it out. Brunty's Roxy Rowlands inside the top 4. Got Florence Kay and Abby Graham all pushing hard in Moto number 1 at 77, 178. Josiah Berg, Albert Turner, Freddie Ray Orland, Jack Swales, Ollie Todd, Arlo Steinmetz and Ted Harvey. Ted in there in 5. Battling with the rider from Peterborough, that'll be Ollie Todd. Arlo Steinmetz in there in that 3rd spot. He's scrapping away with Jack Swales, looking for the 2. But it's Freddie Ray Orland out in front. He'll go back to the tent, put his bike down, pick up his guitar, play some blues. Well, 179, Lewis.
11-year-old boys on track. Suter, O'Connell, Watson, Snell, Malkin and Jones. Teddy Jones is in there in that 2 spot for LCC race team. Looking for a way around. Murray Watson doing it for the BMX Winner Photography Gang as he brings it through that 3rd straight. Here comes Jones looking for a way through as he heads towards that final corner. Gotta be Ted Malkin in this one as well, doing it for Derby BMX Club. He's in there in about 6 at the moment, but the battle is down the final straight. Watson, Jones, that's your 1 and 2 as they bring it down to the line, and I think that was Jaden O'Connell in there for 3. Taking a look at race 180 on track, then the 11 plate of Oliver Richards leads this one through from the 26 of Otto Parr, doing it for Team Mind. In and out of that second corner they go. Where is SAS race team? That is Clayton Southard. He's in there in about 5 at the moment, chasing down the rider in 4 out of Moto 1 race team. That is Ollie Warner. So Warner then picking up that 4 spot as it stands. Alfie Power in there in 3. Your race leader though is going to be Richards, taking it across the line with Parr in there for 2. More 11-year-olds on track. Connor Hemphill is smooth as you like into turn number 2. He's going 1 and 2 with Finn Munro. So it's GT Factory and Allen's Factory Supercross. That is your front 2 riders at the moment. Got to be Krupi Racing in there in 3. That is Carlin Gordon doing it for the Northeast. In and out of that final turn, the front 2 riders have run away with this one. Hemphill, Munro. That's going to be how they bring it down to the stripe. Gordon for 3. And who is the Centurions rider in there for 4? That was Jamie Robertson. Race 182, Arthur Claydon in this one on the 18 plate. Is in there in about 4 at the moment. Looks like he's had Edward Cordery put a move on him though in that second corner. Cordery has just executed that second turn perfectly to go from 5 to 3, and he's now having a good old battle with Seb Hewitt to hang on to that 3 spot, and I think he's managed it. He's now chasing down your LCC rider on track. That is Ronnie Wood. So it's Wood and Cordery. That's your 2 and 3, but your race winner going to be Jacob Anderson, your national champion. 11-year-old girls on track. Milner, Wills, Beat, Surtees, Bennett, Pritchard and Dudley. Rachel Pritchard in there in 5, chasing down the 9 plate in there in 4. That is Maisie Surtees out of Sinead's Reed Academy. But out front, it's all about Pro Star BMX Betty Wells, your European number 4. She's being chased down by Ellie Beat out of Manchester on the 14 plate. Who's the rider? In there for 3, that is Evolve Collective's Bonnie Dudley on the 8 plate. But it's all with Wells out front, your European number 4, taking that Moto win. Race 184 on track. Where's Maisie Egan? She's out front. Your national champion leads this one out for GT Factory. She's going 1 and 2 with the European number 7. That is Grace Hudak out of Moto 1 race team. Evolve Collective in there in 3. That is Trixie Trays with Spin to Win Bicycle Motocross in the mix at the moment. That is Jamie Puddock. I think she's in there in about 4 at the moment, headed into the final turn. The Brunty Crew's Izzy Dolan working her way through into that top 5 spot as they bring it down the final straight. Holly Richardson in there for that 6. As we move on to race 185, 7 on the plate, leading out this 11-year-old girls Moto.
Oh, that's the end of that.
So I didn't need that one. It was from the, I don't want to go from the camera, that's the problem.
Sorry, Rhea. Thank you. Rhea Goodman saving the day. I completely missed that last Moto, though. We're on to race 186. 12-year-old boys on track. And it is the 12 on the plate. Archie Croker White, Absolute Bicycle Motocross leading this Moto.
Very much. All I want to do is turn the bench.
Right, race 187, that's where we are. The 8 on the plate leading this one through into that second corner. That is Marcus Mullen doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. He's being chased down by the E4X of Jack Devine. It's getting busy for the 3 spot, looking like Rab Racing's Isaac Smith working his way through into that 3 spot. Up the inside, down that 3rd straight. This move's being thrown in that final turn, looking like Poppy Bishop's getting busy. Doing it against the boys down that final straight. She's in there in about 5 as she crossed the line. But what a move that was from Smith as he went through that 3rd straight. More 12-year-old boys on track. Atai Jamira, second rider out of Rab Racing in this age group, and he's leading out this Moto. Preston Pirates in there as well, looking like that is Lewis Hughes on the 824 plate, going in and out of that final turn, but it's all about Jamira out front, 4 on the front of his bike. He's going to pick up that Moto win as Braintree BMX go 3 and 4 with Noah Ford and Zach Parsons. Race 189 with Zach Everlees in there in 3, doing it for Mabo UK. He's chasing down the 11 plate just in front of him. That is Adrian Galitis at a Moto 1 BMX race team. But the race leader is, of course, James Bibby, your European number 4, doing it for Pro Star BMX. That's your front 3 as they head into that final corner. Who is the B-Strong rider in this race? Looking like Leon Waite. He's inside the top 5, bringing it down the final straight, chasing down Akin Brazia out of Cycle Park in 4. Race 190 on track, looking like that is the 2 plate of Leo Rowland's B-Strong race team, leading this one out from his teammate Archie Bell. So B-Strong are out front in 1 and 2 at the moment, looking like we've got the 15 of Sam Richards out of Green Machine Tribe in there in 3. He's being chased down as he head towards that final corner, though. Looking like that could be Noah Bagwell, I think, inside the top 4 as he exit turn number 3 and head down the final straight. B-Strong 1 and 2, Rowlands and Bell with Richards rounding out them top 3 positions. Race 191 on track. I won't rip my race sheets this time. GT Factory leading this one out. Leighton Harding on the 7 plate, doing it for Bournemouth. Who's the rider in there in 2, looking for a way round. Looking like Charlie Cotton's been shuffled back to 3 as Harry Swales makes his move to go from 3 to 2. So it's down the final straight with Harding and Swales. That's going to be your front 2 riders. Cotton rounding out the top 3 spots. 12-year-old girls on track. Ocean Headley, Caitlin Bird, Lauren Keller, Paige Cathcart Cunnison, Lainey Corden, Freya Harris and Mara McCarran. Mara McCarran making moves in turn number 2 to go from 5 to 3 for Radco Racing. She's now elbow bashing with Paige Cathcart Cunnison, looking to hang on to that top 3 spot as they enter the final turn. Who's your race leader, though, riding out of Moto 1? Looking like that could be Freya Harris, out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross going 1 and 2 with Lauren Keller out of GT Factory. 7 on the bike, that is Elsie Blight doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. She's going 1 and 2 with the 5 plate of Seren Pritchard out of Evolve Collective. So that's your front 2 riders then bringing it towards the final turn. Millie Ross out of Team Mind in there in 3. Looking like Green Machine Tribe are in the mix as well with Poppy May Kirby inside the top 4. In and out of that final corner and down the final straight. Cumbernauld Centurions in this one as well with Holly Hume in 5. 12-year-old girls still out on track then. The E3 leading this one out. Iris Hyder out of Pure Bicycles. She's going 1 and 2 with the Hard Knocks crew. That is the 4 plate of Grace Gerard. She's now being chased down by her teammate. That is Brooke Fast Fawcett, your European number 2. So 2 European finalists in this moto from last year. So they're going 1 and 3 at the moment. Who's the rider in there in 4? Looking like Elizabeth Lola Paul aboard that 2 bike. She's going to pick up the 4 spot across the line. Ethan Howell on track on the 4 plate doing it for Evolve Collective. He's going 1 and 2 with James Miller at a GT Factory. That's your front 2 riders. Where's Mabo UK's Ethan Rogers, he's in there in about 4, looking for a way round the rider in 3 out of Retro Racing as he headed towards that final turn. And that was Stanley Farmer hanging on at 2. The 3 spot just shuffled back to 4 by Rogers. Racer 1 at 9.6 then on track. Riley Butt on the 43 plate doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. He's going 1 and 2 with a 5.73 of Frankie Griffin doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross, so it's Absolute and Fluent out front at the moment. Brixton in there as well with Lawrence Bojang on the 25 plate. That's your front 3 as they go in and out of that final corner. Absolute in there in 4 as well as they bring it down the final straight. That's going to be Sully Collis as Absolute go 1 and 4. Race 197 on track. 12 on the plate. Warren BMX race team leading it into the turn. Josh Jepson in there in that 2 spot. Look at the move from Moto 1, swooping his way underneath in that second corner. That has got to be Harry Tyres on the 7 plate, working his way underneath. Mark Torsidlow in that final corner. Radco Racing in there as well. That's Louis Kacharik. He's picked up a top 4 spot down the final straight, but it is Max Vass with that Moto win. Hot Shot race team on track. Ethan Crooks Martin aboard that 5 bike leads this one out from the 26 of Dylan Spence. Didn't have the best of starts to his season after a crash in Friday practice at Manchester Indoor, but he's showing us what he can do. Riding out of Team Bunnies at the moment, heading through that 3rd straight. Looking good for Martin and Spence out front then. Who is the Brunty crew rider in the mix as well? Looking like that could be Henry Potts on the 23 plate, just being shuffled back as he bring it across the line as Thomas Honeywell picks up that 3 spot on the line. JP on track. Mabo UK leading it into turn number 2. The 6 plate in there with him as they come on round. Looking like it is Thomas Palmer out of Allen's Factory Supercross, but he's under all sorts of pressure from the rider on the outside of him. That looks like that could be Kurt Storkis working his way into a top 2 spot then round the outside of Palmer down that 3rd straight. So it's JP leading it from Storkis, Palmer and Hunter van der Malion in 4. Race number 200 on track. The 20 plate leading this one through. Charlie Craig out of Manchester. He's been chased down by Moto 1. On the 35 plate, that is Max Cooper out of Braintree BMX. The other Braintree rider in the mix as well inside the top 4 as they go into that final corner. Looking like we have got a Hawks rider of Alfie Ford in this one as well, bringing it down the final straight. But your race winner was, of course, Charlie Craig out of Manchester of 13-year-old girls. On track, check out Ruby Warren jumping into turn number 2 aboard that 2 plate, doing it for Pure Bicycle. She's going 1 and 2 at the moment with Esme Ward out of Stay Strong C&K. Who's the riders in 3 and 4? Looking like Martha Cotton is currently holding off. A fierce battle from Dakota Tucker as they go in and out of that final corner. Tucker putting all sorts of pressure on Cotton. Not quite going to get close enough. Braintree in there in 5. That was Molly Fumi Carroll with Nora Syret in there in 6. The 11 plate on track. Holly Diver out of the Titan. She's being chased down though by Anushka Jones out of Jump Club S&M Source and Brixton BMX. Nia O'Connell in there in 3, doing it for Preston Pirates and BMX with her photography. So that's your front 3 as they enter that final turn. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching's Isabella Gerard on the 13 plate is inside the top 4, but she's under a load of pressure down the final straight. I think that's Georgia Surtees looking for a way back into a top 4 spot, but Hard Knocks Bike Coaching rider just about hanging on to it. Looking like we are moving on to the 14-year-old boys. That is Robin, Matt and Alonso leading this one out. Looking good with Brody Geddes. I think that is in there behind him. Yes, it is. Doing it for the Centurions. Toby Lynch in there in 3. Looking like Team Air and Andover are going to go through in 4 and 5 with Oscar Jewell and Newton Hindley. Race 204 on track, more 14-year-old open class coming at you. It is the 14 plate round the outside, going to pick it up. Noah Buttery doing it for LVG Race Team. He's just shuffled back. The 59 plate of Harrison Barnes, Adam Nuneaton, who is now being chased down by a couple of riders, is to bring it into the final turn. Thomas O'Brien in this one for BMX with a photography inside the top 4, along with Callum Howe, Morton McPherson, Samuel Wood and Edward Miller. Okay, thank you. Elvis Lawrence on track, race number 205. He's being chased down by Todd Smith-Notman, 2 of the powerhouses in this age group, and they are flying in towards our final turn. Harry Bailey riding out of Smiley's Flight Club in there in 3. That's going to be your top 3 as they bring it down the final straight into the line. Race 206, Isaac Shaw's in this one, and he's leading it out at the moment, going a 1 and 3 with his teammate. That is Freddie Parkinson, so Pro Start looking good at the moment. The 24 plate in the middle of them, though, that is Leo Cranston splitting up the Pro Start party. Looking like the 32 plate is in the mix as well. Oliver Taylor out of Preston Pirates looking to put pressure on Freddie Parkinson, who just got a little bit wrong through the 3rd straight. Taylor looking for a way round down the final straight. Parkinson, can he hang on to it? Parkinson, Taylor going to go through in 3 and 4. Race 207 on track, Little Cotty leading this one out. Nathaniel Eames doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross, chasing down Harry Donald, your European number 3, doing it for BMX Hype and Mixos Group. That's going to be your 1, 3 and 4 at the moment. Then who's the rider in there in 2? Got to be Ben Millington out of Hot Shot Racing heading into that final corner. Cotty, Millington, Donald, Eames, 1, 2, 3, 4 down the final straight. That's how they're going to bring it across the stripe. Taking a look at race number 208, Warwick, Young, Osborne, Hamilton, Harris, McFarlane and Underhill. It is Mabo, UK and Birmingham NRT. That's your 1 and 2 riders at the moment. Heath Osborne chasing down Nate Hamilton as he head towards the final corner. Looking like Logan Young is in there inside the top 3 with Hard Knocks Bike Coaching's Freddie Warwick on the 43 plate in there in 4. But all about Hamilton picking up that Moto win. Race 209 out on track. 2 on the plate. Got to be Guppy on the outside of your British champion as they go into that 2nd turn. So it is Oliver Tyers leading this one out, but he's under all sorts of pressure from Ned Guppy, working his way up the inside. Freddie Richardson just came up short on that jump through the 3rd straight. Not quite sure Harry stuck that one up right, but he's still in there inside the top 3, chasing down the 2 spot of Oliver Tyers. But they're all chasing down Ned Guppy, who picked up that Moto win. 14-year-old girls race 210, your British champion Amelie Eaton, Pro Start BMX leads this one through. She's going at 1 and 2 with Sidonia Cleve out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Jalala Patel is in there in 3, Libby Coppin in 4, Maddie the Buddy Dixon and out of Urban Air in there in 5. But it's all about your British champ Amelie Eaton down the final straight. She's going to pick up another Moto win to add to her collection today, with Cleve in there behind her. Race 211, more Millar, Gianolino and Pick all heading into turn number 2. Moto 1 race team leads it out then. That is your 1 plate from last year, Katie Millar, your race leader, being chased down by the 2 plate from last year, Rin Gianolino, who made the switch during the winter. She now rides for Evolve Collective in and out of that final turn. That's going to be your front 2 ladies, very similar to how it was a lot of last season. Millar, Gianolino, who's going to pick up the 3 spot? That's going to be Ellie Moore out of Birmingham with a fire pick out of Exeter Eagles. Race 212, where is Cooper McCrummey's in there in 4 at the moment, looking for a way round Rab Racing's Elijah Jamira, Harvey Tomlinson in there in 3, but your race leader is looking like it could be Freddie Franklin out of Rustin Racing. Race 2-1-3, 15-year-old boys on track. The 5-plate leading this one out. Amos Guppy, Absolute Bicycle Motocross. He's being chased down by the 4 of Lucas Seeley out of Rab Racing. Looking like the mid-lanks are in there as well with Oliver Sim, but he's under all sorts of pressure from the Cumbernauld Centurion rider. That is David Farley. Feely then looking for a way into a top 3 spot. Here he comes with a late charge to the line. That one was tight, but I think it might have been Feely nicking that 3 spot on the line as the Centurion crew go wild in turn at number 2. Tide Yes on track out front. Leading this one out with Green Machine Tribe in there behind him. Looking like that is Ollie Kirby on the 29 plate, but it's all about the factory Supercross rider at the moment. 2 wins from 2 so far today with Kirby in there behind him. Race 2-1-5, open 15 categories, still on track. Bradley James leads this one out from the 16 plate of Lucas Osborne out of the Birmingham NRT crew, looking like sorted. Race gear in this one as well inside the top 3. That is Mason Groves on the 10 plate being put under pressure from what looks like Oliver James out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. That's going to be your front 4 down the final straight, led away by Bradley James. Out of Decoy BMX, race 2-1-6, looking like Freddie Entwistle's going to pick up the whole shot in and out of turn number 1 in this moto. He's being chased down by the 9 plate of Eden Boone out of Warren BMX race team. Looking like we have got the 18 plate in there as well. The 38, I think that might have been of Dylan Powell out of Nuneaton BMX. He's going to come through in that in and out of that final turn, but it's all about Entwistle taking that moto win across the line.
Right, Moto 217. These are your 15-year-old girls. Ruby Walford, Lottie Brown, Lucy Gardner, Ailey Watson, all in this one. Ruby doing it for the Evolve Collective. She's in there in 3rd. That is Ailey Watson, BMX Widow Photography, being chased down by the E4. The Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown. Aboard that Mabo, doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, chasing her into that final corner. Team Mine's Lucy Gardner getting involved as well. It's going to be Watson and Brown going 1 and 2, Walford 3, Gardner in 4. Race 2-1-8, Grace Burge, Lottie McFarlane, Eliza French, Ola Cooper and Summer Glynn. Summer in there in 2, doing it for the Irish Collective. She is probably going to the Worlds, I would say, in Copenhagen. As we look at the riders heading towards that final turn, Ola Cooper doing it for Nottingham BMX Club. Lottie out of Peterborough in that Peterborough Club jersey. As they go to the line, it's going to be Grace Burge taking the win from Summer Glynn. On to the 16-year-olds. Nathan Baratta out of the Hawks. In there in 1, Henry Rayner in 2. That's going to be Sam Millington in 3. Got Jack de Jong in the Finley Collis, Jack Strong and Theo Robbins. Moto number 219. Crossing the line, Baratta taking the win. Oh, Millington getting there, albeit on the floor. He still crossed the line. So the 149, that belongs to Malachi O'Reilly. He's leading out Moto number 220, Shea Jordan. In there, in that 4th spot, Lewis Collins Nimmo doing it for the Titans just down the road at Clyde Bank. Is he going to pick up that 2nd spot? I think he is. He's going for the win. Is he going to get into the line? Couldn't quite make it stick. Joe Little picking up a top 5. Race 221, Scott McCallum. In there in 4th. He's on that 31, doing it for Cumbernauld. John O'Harradine in there as well. Got Arnes Vicunius and William Alfie Harrison having a battle as well. Joe Penton Vogue in there doing it for Rusty Nut Racing. He's there in that 2nd spot. Eli Smith going through, taking the win, doing it for Rab Racing and Flavor Flav Cakes. Whoop whoop. I had a sugar rush before, Sam. I was like, I'll have another one later on. It was amazing. Kai Bowen. Right, where are we up to? Kai Bowen, Noah Everly, Sean Brown. 1, 2 and 3. Kai Blaine in there in 4. That's going to be Caden Dunn in 5. With Alexander Ferns coming through as well. Race 223, Bethany Coates, Lottie Mane, Carly Hayes. If you haven't seen Carly's bike, the Maybo she's riding round on. Absolutely lovely. I see some nice bikes knocking around, but that's a proper standout. So I don't know who painted it, but they did a fantastic job of it. Jess Marriott in there in 2. We've got Anya Mattern Alonso and Sophie Elwood as well, but it's Lottie Etmani bringing it to the line. It's going to be Lottie, Jess, Carly 1, 2 and 3, Sophie 4, Anya 5, and Bethany Coates in there in 6. Race 224. Smiley Maloney, Lucy Groundwater, Ruby Mosley now battling away with Lexi Waits. That's a battle that's going to go on and on. Alexis McCartney doing it for allensbmx.com on home territory. Lucy Groundwater in there as well, and Smiley Maloney. But it's going to be Lexi, Ruby, Alexis, and Amelia, your top 4. Race 225, Elliot Brook in there in that second spot. He's got pressure coming from the 39er, Jack Cameron. But out in front, it is Charlie Granger doing it for Fast Signatures. Cameron McGrail on home territory doing it for Cumbernauld. Devante Malio, Urban Air BMX, Alfie Thompson, Daniel Henry, all in Moto number 225. 226, Jaden Forsey, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. In there with George Gerard. Jaden in 4, George leading it out, Thomas Duran. Sinead's Reed Academy in there in that second spot, Lewis Cook. Rounding out the top 3, we've got Patrick Dyer and Callum David in the mix as well. It's going to be Gerard, Duran 1 and 2, Cook in 3, and Fawcett in 4. Race 227. Arne Esselmont in there somewhere with Chair Young. They went 1 and 2. Was that Mr. Putland in there in 3? No, it was Jack Clark. Race 228. Max Burgess in there in 1. Brandon Mallon in 3. But it's Josh Williams trying to work his way in from that second spot. Doing it for BMX Widow Photography. So it's Josh, Max, Brandon. Oh, I think he might have nicked that too, actually. As we move on to Moto number 229. Got a feeling that Tilly McCrum's in this one, just because Claire stood next to me videoing. Lexi Arthurs, Megan Gerard, Esme Brooke, Alexa Oyolola. I have to think about that before I say it. Rosie O'Brien and Lacey Bird, but it's going to be Megan Gerard bringing it to the line. Esme in 2, Tilly in 3, Rosie picking up the 4. As we move on to race 230. Yetska Hempstock out there in 1, Fumia Dreamy Hepburn in 2, Molly Simpson in 3. That is Ella Lamb going through in 4, Annabelle Charlton in 5, Jamie Hyam in 6. So it looks like Yetska's going to take it. Fumi's going to get that 2. Not by much. Molly for the 3. Annabelle, she's going to have to settle for a top 5. As we move on to Moto number 231. Alex Taylor, Thomas Greig, Kieran Benachrist in this one. Daniel Kay, Josh Wallace, Jack Watson, Keanu Schaefer-Cohen and Oscar Matthew Cowlards. God. Race 232. Oops, getting interesting. People nearly ending up on the pro sets. Ben Fitzsimmons in there in 3. That looks like a Brinley Savage leading it out. Tyrese Bradshaw right there next to him going into the final corner. The 7X of Jaden Seaward rounding out the top 4, doing it for Stay Strong. It's going to be Savage, Bradshaw, Fitzsimmons, Seaward, Vice. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 2, 3, 3, Lewis. Yep. It's all right, mate.
Race 2-3-3 on track. The 19 to 29-year-olds. That is Callum Child Maple leading this one out aboard that 2 bike heading into the final corner. The 2 and 3 from last season going to 1 and 2. Maple, Cope, that's your 1 and 2 down to the line with Hayden Green rounding out the top 3. 19 to 29-year-old women on track. Race 2-3-4. Marsha Brook, Rebecca Goldthorne, Clementelli Featherstone, Anita Wong, Fiona Barry, Emily Green and Harriet Alexander all on track. Looking like we have got Emily Green leading this one out, heading through that 3rd straight in towards the final turn. Doing it for Green Machine Tribe, along with the Pure Bikes. Harriet Alexander in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by Rebecca Gold through the final straight. That's going to be your 2 and 3 with Anita Wong rounding out the top 4 spots. Next up, we are looking at race 2-3-5. Where's Izzy Hurry? She's on the inside through that 2nd straight, but just been shuffled back to 4 in front of Olivia Firth, who's in there in 5. Out front, though, you are looking at Annabelle Townsend, your race leader, doing it for Team Aaron Andover on the 14 plate, who's in there in 2. Gotta be Emily Clinch on the 11 out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Birmingham NRT in there in 3. That's going to be Imogen Gibson rounding out the top 3 positions. More 19 to 29-year-old women on track, looking like the E6 leading this one out. That is Evie Webster doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, going 1 and 2 with a 7 plate of Hannah Drew out of Pro Star BMX. That's your front 2 ladies at the moment. Then who's in 3? Looking like it is Retro Racing's Amy Willets out of Cycle Park on the 17 plate, along with Lydia Weber on the 076 out of the Titans, repping that German jersey. Out there at the moment in about 4, just having the move put on her down that final straight from Alicia Linscott, working her way into that 4 spots. Masters on track, Adam Brazil going to 1 and 2 with BMX Hypes. Neil Brunez, his teammate in there in 3, that is Sean Isick, coming under all sorts of pressure from 0-1 Racing. Looks like that could be John Lillingston, but here comes David James looking for the inside line in the final turn. Isick just about holding them off down to the wire. Who's going to get 3? Lillingston nicks it from Isick on the line. James in 5. Billy Luckhurst out on track. Stay strong, C&K. Backflipping his way into this 2nd turn yesterday in practice. None of that today, though. It's all business as he heads out through that 3rd straight from Billy Irwin and the crucial riders going through in 3 and 4. That's Ben Martinez and Matt Bourne. In and out of that final turn and down the final straight. Luckhurst going to be a race winner down across the line. Vets on track. Crucial Racing on the inside. Got to be Danny T. Looking for a way through, but he's receiving a bucket load of elbows in that 1st corner, and that's let Simon Homans lead it through that 2nd straight and into turn number 2. Who's the rider out of Mongoose in there as well? Got to be Zoltan Bude picking up the 2 spot. Fraser Watson aboard his 20-inch, picking up that 3 spot. As he head into the final turn, he's throwing it under Homans, who's been shuffled from 1 to 3 then. So it is Bude, Watson, Homans, Taylor, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Second rack of vets in race 240 on track. Matt Barnard, after a nasty crash in his last moto, picks up the lead into that 2nd turn in this race. Who's there with him? Looking like Adam Boudet on the 256. Chasing him through this 3rd straight at the moment. Dylan Dixon out of Peterborough BMX Club in there inside the top 3. But it's all about Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. 1 winner in the Masters, 1 winner in the vets. It's going to be Matt Barnard taking that moto win. As Pure Bikes heads up race number 241. Haley, your national champ, leading it from the 4 plate of Brett Archibald into that 2nd corner. Kev Sykes, once upon a time, built like a house according to Rich Eames. He's in there in that 3 spot at the moment, being chased down though by Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Stuart Little on the 4-3-4 plate. He wants a piece of the top 3 pie. In and out of that final corner, it's all about Hilly and Archibald though. They're going to be your racers 1 and 2. Here comes Little with a late charge at the wire. I think he's going to nick that 3 spot on the stripe. Race 242 now out on track. Who is your race leader? The 21 plate of course, Martin Argy Ogden. Divide Brand heading it into turn number 2. Who's there with him? Got to be Brett Knight on the 5 plate. Crucial Racing. Steve Fortune, Mabo UK in there in 3. He's being chased down by the 42 plate of Steve McAloo in and out of that final corner. Then Oggy, a moto win for him today. He's going to take it down the final straight and across the line. It's getting busy in the Junior Open class in turn number 1. 127 on the plate. Moto 1 going 1 and 2 in this one as they go in and out of that second corner. It is Finn Phillips and Thomas Millar. Phillips in there in 2, Millar out front. One of the fallen riders was the 457 of Ben Larkins. He's finishing his lap though, good to see. Jake Hart in there in 3 for Tiger Race Team under pressure from Curtis Copeland in 4. Second rack of Junior Open heading towards turn number 1. It's getting busy. James Clitheroe elbow bashing into the turn, but your race leader Henry here leads this one out for Absolute. He's got Clitheroe right there with him. Finn Hoff in there in 3. That's your front 3 as they go in and out of the second corner. The rest of the pack don't make it over the pro section. Ben Weiss is better than the rest as they go in and out of that second corner, but the front 3 riders, look at this for a race down the final straight. It is going to be Air, Clitheroe, Hoff. That's your 1, 2, 3 as they bring it across the line.
I don't know, I just kind of missed it. It's alright, keep going.
Race 245, we are moving on to Championship Women, heading towards turn number 1. Freya the Slayer, Chalice aboard that Mabo bike. She's going to lead this one out. Chalice out there in front. They're doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. She's going 1 and 2 with Mabo UK's Lily Chisholm. That looks like the 800 plate in 3. Megan Roy at a Moto 1 race team. Look at that for a high-low in turn number 2. She's now elbow to elbow with Chisholm back through the straight. Roy, Chisholm into the final turn. Annalise Cadman Carpenter's in there in 4. That looks like Lorianne Carruthers in 5. Chisholm though down the final straight. Chalice picks up the Moto win. Chisholm for 2. Roy for 3. Second rack of Champ Women hits the track. The 911 of Bethany Shriver, as recognisable as you're going to get in British BMX. She's leading it in and out of that first corner for Crucial Racing. Shriver, Hort 1 and 2. Pro Star BMX on the 143. That's Lucy Simpson in there in 3. Followed by Maggie Barnard of Pure Bikes in there in 4. And that looks like it could be Rustin Racing's Sabina Ashman in there in 5. But it's all about Shriver out front looking good. Going to pick up 2 motos from 2 so far today. Emily Hutt out of B Strong Race Team in there for 2. Penultimate moto of the second rack. Here's the track. Jos Marnham's on the inside. Who's there with him? Got to be Quillen Isidore. They're elbow to elbow, but it's going to be Isidore leading this one out for Pure Bicycles. Here comes George Hunt round the outside of your Britain national champion of Marnham. So it is going to be Isidore and Hunt. That's your 1 and 2 Marnham hanging on to that 3 spot, but he's got Mark Lee and Strickland all over his back wheel as he headed to the final turn. Quillen Isidore down the final straight aboard the 164 bike. He's going to take that moto win. George Hunt in there behind him in 2. Second rack of Superclass hits the track. Peter Addy Sharrock's on the outside for Mabo UK. He's going to pick up the whole shot. Sharrock and Cornish. That's your 1 and 2 as they bring it back through the pro section. Looks like it's Harrison Bell in there for 3. And Charlie Roy's pulled on the ripcord and he's not made it through the pro section. So he's in there in 4 at the moment. But with Sharrock out front, Cornish looking up the inside. Didn't dive under in the final turn. He's going to look for a bit of last straight speed. Sharrock, Cornish, Bell. 1, 2, 3 across the line. Charlie Roy rounds out your motos for the second set, ladies and gents. And we are going to look to restart with the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers up on the gate.
Right, round 3 of Motos is go. We are starting with the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Oisin King, Freddie Walsh, Harry Swales, Bram Heaver, Leighton Harding, Taylor Hall and Arlo Steinmetz. All in and out of that first turn. Harry Swales is the man out in front. Bram Heaver, where is he? He's back there in about 5 at the minute, but pushing hard. Harding's chasing into the 13 plate in 3. That belongs to Oisin King out of Team Minds. That's Taylor Hall working his way up into a top 4 spot. We've got Freddie Walsh out of Tiverton as well as they go in and out of the turn. Harding's made his move. Stolen that first spot away. He's going to get it from Swales. Who's going to pick up that 3? Looks like it'll be Team Minds. Oisin King, race 250. Jack Swales, Holly Bishop, Frankie McKenna, Huey Hall, Charlie LeBras, Rocco Westwood and Leo Bradley. Oh, 4.62 of... 6.42, of Huey Hall, took to the skies and dropped like a stone. That allowed LeBras through. Bradley's in there in 3, Westwood in 4. McKenna pushing hard as well. As they come to the line, it's going to be LeBras from Hall and Bradley and Westwood. And that might have been Holly Bishop coming in 5. As we move on to race 251. Merseyside BMX's Charlie Cotton is the man out front. We've got Gosport, the trio. Jet Thompson, Max Livingston, Jasper Kimber. Not sure of the order. Paige Cathcart Cunnison in there as well. Doing it for one BMX team. Olivia Webb and Owen are smart, but it's certainly Charlie Cotton out in front. The Gosport twins chasing hard as well. Next up, 13 to 14-year-olds. The cruisers. Ben Millington in there in 1. Freddie Walwork doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. In the 3, looking for the 2, chasing Malian to the line. Ooh, just about held on to it. As we move on to Moto 253. Xavi Fox Cooper, Benedict Marco, Logan Young. Adam Arnold in this one as well. Jacob Scrivener, Alfie Sim. Alfie in there in 2. Xavi Fox Cooper in 3, but it's going to be DC Cycles and Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Young and Sim to the stripe going 1 and 2. Benedict Marco in 4, with the 6 of Adam Arnold going through in 5. Race 254, Will Knowles doing it for Crank BMX. Chasing down Jake McKenna. James Cotty-Cottrell out in front. Bruce Anthony on the 077. Doing it for Royston, Oliver Arnold, Aaron Hickman in this one as well. And Sam Dolan, it's going to be Cotty going across the line. Bruce Anthony in 2, McKenna in 3, Knowles in 4. Race 255. Todd Smith-Notman. Out in front, Hadley Harding in there in 2. That'll be Robin Mattern Alonso going through in 3. Battling with Newton Hindley. As we move on to the 15 to 16-year-old cruisers. Jacob Warren, Stanley Palmer, Jack Walford, Max Surridge, Liam Watson and Ethan Cathcart Cunnison. Stanley out in front. Jack Walford going through in 2. That'll be Jacob Warren in there in 3. Liam Wilson in 4. Ethan Cathcart Cunnison scrapping away. Max Surridge in the mix as well. But it's going to be the Fast Signatures rider Stanley Palmer taking the win as we move on to Moto 257. Isaac Caulfield and William Alfie Harrison in there. Manchester BMX Club. Addison Milburn for Exeter. It is Joe Penton-Vogt, though, out in front. McSwitty going through in 2. Bradley Davison for the Hawks in there in 3. Theo Robbins in 4. Puts Addison in there in 5. Isaac in 6. William in 7. Next rack, 15-16s. Sean Brown and John O'Haradine doing it for all the single ladies out there. Cooper McCrum in there in 3. Got George LeBras, Theo Cam, Joe Little doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. As we move on to race 259, Fawn Clements, Leanne McLaughlin, Grace Turner, Karen Evans, Magic Manda, Hempstock, Lee Pendleton, Ruth Ford, and Rebecca Goal. Becca out in 1, Magic Manda. In there in 2, Lee Pendleton. Going through in 3, Fawn Clements in 4. That'll be Ruth Ford going through in 5. Grace Turner in 7. Leanne McLaughlin in 8. Karen Evans in the for Cornwall BMX Club. They've got a long drive home. Becca Gold taking the win. Who's going to get the 2? Magic Manda. Oh! Late lunge from Fawn Clements. Might have just stolen it away. 30 plus ladies. Moto number 260. Michelle Stupple in 1. Nita's in 2. Lisa Tarlin doing it for Team Bunnies. Liam Meaden. Out of Bournemouth as well. Marcia Brook. And Nikki Sitchani Chiziwa. It's going to be Stupple. Wong. I think that's Meaden in 3. Nikki in 4. And Marcia in 5. Race 261. Dylan Dixon and Andy Groves going 1 and 2. Lee Grant in there in 3. Is it? Or was it Mike? Who shouted at me on the way past? They all look alike in them Brunty jerseys, do you know what I mean? Especially when they wear them with the wrong names on the back. 40s 44 Cruiser. Oh, I've missed an opportunity to take the mick out of Chris Evans. Terrible. I'll save it for the final, Chris. It's absolutely no. He says, don't do that. Matt Eaton, Craig Cording. At least he's listening. Do you know what I mean? Moto 263. Tony LeBras in this one, in there in top 4, doing it for B Radfords. Nigel Smith. He's like a ninja, and he just saves it for the final. That's what he does. Marco's leading it out though. Neil Harper. Good to see Neil back on his bike. He'll be gutted. Crawley Town got relegated from League One. He's a Crawley Town fan. So he'll be like, he'll be sobbing into his Vimto now. As we move on to Fraser Watson leading out Moto 264. Andy Todd, Scott Jackson, Mark Franklin, Graham Stark and Rich Stevenson in this one. I think Rich is in there in 2. Andy Todd in 3. Northeast BMX, Mark Franklin going through in 4, but they are all chasing Fraser Watson to the line. Moto 265. Chalcos, Notman Hill, Sykes, Knight and Tim Porter. Hilly leading it through. Stephen Notman in that second spot. Kev Sykes in there in 3. That's going to be Bradford's Tim Porter. In there in 4. Just had the move put on him by Brett Knight. Christos Chalkos going through as well. Moto 266, Jamie McFarlane, Brett Archibald, Martin Ogden. Where's Stu Little? He's in there in 4th, chasing down Gary Carver. He's got Cotty on his tail. In there in 5. That's McFarlane going through in 6. Brett Archibald from the Titans is the man out front. Martin Oggy Ogden, dreaming of donuts in Australia. He's in there in 2. Gary Carver for the 3. Stu Little pinching it at the line. 267 Lewis.
50 to 54-year-old cruisers on track 421 on the plate. Ian Archibald leading this one out for the Cumbernauld Centurion crew. over there on that second corner. He's being chased down by SVT Mongooses. Stephen Hassel aboard that 2-bike, heading in and out of that final corner. Pete Butler sorted race gear in there in 3. Looks like we have got Royal Air Force CA Matt Haywood. He's going to round out the top 4 spots as they bring it across the line. Race 268.55 plus cruiser, looking like it is pure bicycles on the inside. It's got to be the 2-plate of Chris Madron. He's under all sorts of pressure though from the 1 of Big Mick Goff. At a crucial racing, they're having a good old scrap out front. The last year's national number 1 and 2. Heading into that final corner, Madron's not done yet. Sticks an elbow underneath Goff in the turn. Didn't quite make it happen though. Who's going to pick up the 3 spot down the final straight? Stephen Noble on the 9 plate, looking like he might hang on to a top 3 spot across the line, with the 7 of Keith Brown out of Team Mind in 4. Raymond Reed going airborne into turn number 2 with John Bentley, who's picking up the race lead round the outside of Reed into that second corner, and he brings it back through the 3rd straight for Allen's Factory Supercross into the final turn. So it is Bentley and Reed out front at the moment. Look at the move from Billy Stupple in the final turn, and looked for a massive high-low. Doing it for Gosport National Race Team, didn't quite make it stick. Looked like it was the 12 of Steve McClue hanging on to the 3 spot on the line. 29-year-old cruiser on track. Looking like we've got Merseyside BMX Club in there in 2. Kean Brown chasing Jack Wiggins out of Retro Racing in that final turn, and back out again. Who's picking up 3? Looking like that could be Jack LaBrasse out of Bradford Bandits. That's going to be your front 3 spots. Kean Brown picking up that Moto win. Dan Wilson leads out race 271 for Rab Racing on that 2-plate. He's being chased down by Peter Watson, Royal Air Force CA. Looks like Tom Palmer, 39-year-old cruisers. He's racing down with the 1729 crew today, heading into that final turn. The original Tom Palmer looks like he's on flats, but he's not quite there yet. Down the final straight, putting Watson under all sorts of pressure. Gets it a little bit wrong. Holds up Thomas Duran, who has to settle for 4. Connor Blythe, DC Cycles, his teammate in there at about 4 as well, as he head towards his second corner. Where's the king of rimmers? It is Kingsley Mears. He's in there at about 4 at the moment, under a bit of pressure as they bring it back through the 3rd straight. Rocky O'Brien chasing down Blythe into that final turn. Blythe, O'Brien, actually 1 and 2. Looks like Hawes in there inside the top 3. Mears in there for 4. Now out on track, battle for that 1 spot on Esselmont. Had a crack at the backflip into turn number 2 yesterday. Didn't quite go as planned, I don't think. But he'll be backflipping at some point very, very shortly. I am sure of it. He's heading down that final straight, repping the Stay Strong C&K crew. I think he wanted a feature on 2 in 1 out. I think that's what it was. Wanted to join the Billy Lucas gang. As we move on to race 274, Alex Brooks, Rab Racing TM, your national champion from last year, leads this one out as smooth as you like in and out of that second corner. Looking to put together, I think he's going for his 4th national title in a row. I'm sure it's his 4th, or maybe his 3rd. I can't exactly remember. I did see it on Facebook not too long ago. Is it 4? 4, yeah. It's number 4. He wants number 4 this year. I thought it might have been Alex. Thanks for that. See, people do listen to us, Rich, as they're riding around the track. People listen to us as they're riding around the track. Yeah, Alex was just talking to me as he came across the line. They do listen. Not too sure why, but they do. 1729 women's cruiser then out on track. 3 on the plate. Gotta be Hannah Drew, Pro Star BMX, being chased down by Alexis McCartney and Anya Matten Alonso as he head in and out of that final corner. Yetska Hemstock, Ice Bikes Factory UK in there in 4, being chased down by Olivia Firth as they bring it down to the stripe with Alicia Linscott in at 6. More 1729 women's cruiser on track. Annalise Cadman-Carpenter leads it for Halo Wheels Race Team, but she's got Mabo UK's Izzy Hurry glued to her shoulder into that second corner, looking for a high-low. Izzy's been racing for more years than you can even begin to count, and she's putting that race experience to good use as she works her way around the outside of Annalise into that final turn. So she is your new race leader then. Hurry, Carpenter, Taylor Lee Mohan rounding out the top 3. Here comes Carpenter down to the line with a late charge. That one was tight for the Moto win. Check these guys out, then we are looking at the 6 and unders heading into turn number 1. The pocket rockets are flying as they head through the second straight. Who's out front? Gotta be Jack Byrne out of Decoy BMX on the 403. The 509 in there behind him, Luke Barron out of the northeast. The 877 in there in 3. That is Stanley Lockwood out of Nottingham Outlaws BMX Club, repping their new club jersey that they've picked up this season. Looking like the 460s in there behind him. Ellis Dowsing out of Derby BMX. His big brother's a national champion and he's looking to put it underneath the Outlaws rider in the final turn. Who's the rider out of Bristol? Leon Zucchina in there in 5. Doing it for the Bristol Jets, massive. He's picking it up down the final straight along with Dennis Turner in 6 out of Team Bunnies and Nottingham Outlaws. As the 6 and under girls hit the track, the 980 plate leads this one out. Alice Laurie's on a charge for the Midlands. Look at the moves in the turn. He's getting busy in the 6 and under girls. Gotta be Noah Kerr out of Retro Racing, throwing it under in the corner. Kerr leads it, then Laurie in there in 2. Looking like we've got the rider out of the Hawks, Erin Thorrows, bringing through the top 3, but she's under pressure from Opal Jones out of Cardiff. As one rider hits the deck in race 2.79, but your race winner gonna be Noah Kerr across the line. Alice Laurie for 2, Erin Thorrows for 3, Opal Jones in 4. Race 2.79, then on track it was Lewin Jamira who hit the deck, but he's back up and continuing his lap. That leaves Benji Ross Foster leading the pack then into the final turn. Who's in there with him? Looking like it could be Sandis Orns out of the Norwich Flyers gang, heading down the final straight. Benji Ross Foster gonna pick up that Moto win. Race 280, where's your British champ? He's got to be out front. Yes, he is. Oliver Bridle, Exeter Eagles. This guy is super duper quick. He's under pressure though from the 393X of Shelby Yates, doing it for Birmingham NRT. That's your front 2 riders as they bring it back through the 3rd straight. Who's the rider in there inside the top 3 as they head towards that final turn? Looking like that could be John Joe Blundell out of Runnymede Rockets, but he's now under pressure himself as he's chased down by Gosport National Race Team's Eddie Brown. He's going to round out the top 4 spots as your British champ picks up a 3rd Moto win of the day. Race number 281 hits the track. These are your 7-year-old girls. Hattie McGoldrick's on the inside. She wants to pick up another Moto win to add to her collection so far today. It is McGoldrick leading it out for GT Factory. It got busy in turn number 1 between the riders in 2 and 3. McGoldrick leads it out, then who's that chasing her down? Looking like Crank BMX coaching Sophia Reese. Her team manager will be watching on from somewhere on the sidelines. Where is the Crank tent? I can't see it up to yet, but she is chasing down your race leader, Hattie McGoldrick, Moto 1. In there in 3, that's Esme War Anderson, heading towards that final corner. Looking like Ada Warner inside the top 4, but it's all about Hattie McGoldrick. GT Factory gonna pick up her 2nd Moto win of the day. What a lap that was from little Hattie. Race 282, moving on to the 8-year-old boys then. That looks like Frankie Jones on the outside for the LCC squad, just being shoved out into the top 4 then at the moment. Looking like sorted race gear in there in 2. Got to be Oscar rather fast out of Manchester BMX. He's chasing down the 424, who is Archie Fisher out of Redditch Premiers. So Fisher leads this one out rather fast in there in 2. Who's picking up 3? Looking like that could be possibly Charlie Crossley on the 334, I think it is, who's now under pressure from Frankie Jones out of the LCC gang down the final straight, but it's all about Fisher taking that Moto win. Race 283 on track, MK Evolutions, Teddy Gorman leads this one out on the 904. Ruir is Rapid Roman, he's in there in 2. Birthday boy today, he is turning 8. What better way to spend your birthday, Roman, than chasing down riders on a BMX track? He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, looking for a way round Gordon as he head into that final corner. Rapid Roman, in and out he goes. Who's the riders in 3 and 4? Looking like we've got a Brunty Crew rider in there in 5. Got to be Connor Grant. Yes, I think it might be But it was all about Teddy Gorman picking up that Moto win. Switched through 3 races in that one.
We're pausing for a minute.
In race 282, if you could send them back round behind the start hill, please. It will be greatly appreciated by our admin team.
That's Theo Harris, Arlo Hatch, Charlie Crossley, Finley Thomas, Archie Fisher, Oscar Ratherfast, Ethan Thoros and Frankie Jones. They were all in 282, so that's going to be rerun. Theo Harris, Arlo Hatch, Charlie Crossley, Finley Thomas, Archie Fisher, Oscar Ratherfast, Ethan Thoros and Frankie Jones. Your moto will be rerun.
It's nice in the sun. It's not too bad, yeah. Not feeling the wind out here too much.
Tell you, if you weren't wearing socks with your Crocs, Lewis, you'd get a suntan on your toes.
Well, unfortunately, I forgot my deck chair as well. Otherwise, I'd have been out in the middle of the track on my deck chair, Crocs on, not a problem. Topping up my tan. I'm waiting for someone to... Right, Moto race 284 on track. Then your 8-year-old boys, Hargreaves, Grant, Field, Kerr, Smith, Payne, Claydon and Blight charging in and out of that first corner. Look at the move in the corner from Joseph Claydon. He's worked his way up to about 2 or 3 at the moment, looking for a way through on the 025. That is Connor Grant hanging on to the race lead at the moment for the Brunty crew. Oh, Claydon throws it under, so that's 2 moves in 2 turns to work his way up to the race lead, but Connor Grant isn't done yet, looking to snuff his Brunty nose ahead into the final turn, but it is going to be Claydon leading it out of the final corner. Claydon, Grant, that's your 1 and 2 down the final straight. Who's going to round out the top 3? Looking like that could have been Smith, I think.
Right, moving on to Moto 285, Brentnold, Kay, Pine, Barron, Chalk and Hewitt all in this one. It is the 657 heading into that second turn. Mabel Pine being pursued by Matilda Hewitt. The 2 M's, 1 and 2. That looks like Flick Brentnold in there in 3. Verity K in 4. Luciana Pins and Barron in 5. Mia Chalk in there in 6. As they go in and out of the turn, it's going to be Mabel Pine, Matilda Hewitt, Flick Brentnall in that order. That's going to be your 1, 2 and 3 as we move on to Moto 286. Madeline Malloy is in more in this one. Maggie Devine doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Into the turn, out in front. Ola Jewis in there in 2. Izzy's in there in 3. Abigail Henning going through in 4. Madeline Malloy. Cumbernauld Centurions in 5. But it's Sorted Race Gear leading it through. Sorted are going to get it. It's going to be Maggie, Ola, Izzy and Abigail. Next up, 287. Josh Byrne, Ethan White, Oscar Marco, Ned Wills, Harley Laker, Jensen Mee and Seth Robinson. Seth doing it for the Brunty Massive. He's in there in 3. Hawks pushing hard. That's Harley Laker in there in that 5th spot on the 237. Jensen Mee on the 043 just behind him. But at Moto 1's Ethan, the Great White, bringing it to the line. He's going to get it. Marco for 2, Robinson for 3, and the 402 was Josh Byrne out of Decoy in there in 4. Moto 288, the 9-year-old boys, Leo Brits. In this one, the 461 of Christian Garbachick is the man out front and in control. 216 of Charlie Blakeburn, MK Evolution. If you haven't seen the, I think there's like a change.org petition to try and get Milton Keynes a new track or to get him moved. If you see it, can you sign it? Because obviously Milton Keynes' track ends up underwater for half the year, which is never good. And they're trying to do something about it. So if you see the petition just to get Milton Keynes' track moved, do us a favour, drop a signature on it. We'd be very grateful. Thank you. Big Hens out in front. Jake Avis in there in 2. Teddy Hayes, Felix Sakina, Jensen Jessup and Seb Perry. All in this one. Henry Sullivan bringing it to the line in Moto 289. Avis for the 2. Perry for the 3. 282 rerun. Moto 282 is being rerun. We're going to get you guys just behind the gantry where the commentary is and the DJ. Most of them are there. We're missing 2 apparently from Moto 282. Moto 282 being rerun. If you are in it, if you can make your way to the back of the start hill, please. Right, no idea he was in that one. That's Dominic Zapanos.
Would you put this in the bin, please?
So this is Moto 291. Dominic Zapanos out in front. That'll be Elliot Hatch in there in 2. Oscar Sanders doing it for the Sinead Reed Academy. In there in that 4th spot. Zapanos bringing it to the line. Fluent have got that 3. That's going to be Alexander Gilbert. As we move on to Moto 292, Evie Hume, Grace Ledgerwood Bar. Granny watching at home on the big screen. Our oldest BMX fan ever at 101 years old. Lauren Snell in there in 2. Phoebe Miller, Madison Stupple, Tessa Johnson and Ella Grant. These are your 9-year-old girls in Moto 292. It's Moto 1 bringing it to the line. Phoebe Miller. Is Snell going to get the 2? Or will she get pipped by Ella Grant? Oh, Ella just nicking it at the stripe. As we move on to 293. Preston Pirates, Amika Gibson on the 138. They're in 2, just leaving the door open slightly. Worked her way back into 3. Battling with the 945 of Ellie Robertson out of Cumbernauld. Looks like GT's Megan Keller out in front. Tallulah Widdowson in there as well. Alice Barron and Layla Dixon. So it's can we just arrange for the sun to stay out? It's so much warmer. Keller, Gibson to the line. Gibson with a late charge steals the Moto win. As Sinead Reed Academy's Ollie Bird leads out Moto number 294. Aston John Lee in there in 3, battling with Radco Racing, Seth Kacharik. LCC's Jack Haynes in the top 4. Mark Lou's in there, James Wright, Chester Growcock as well. But it's going to be the Sinead Reed Academy, Ollie Bird. Is he going to hold it? Oh! Too close to call. Race 295, Harradine, Carlos, Worley, Dent, Groves, Kane and Spencer. The 52, that is Teddy Harradine. Out of Royston, in there in 2, chasing down Groves in 1. Decoy Rider. Alexi Carlos in there in 3, Jacob Dent in 4. But it's going to be Tobias Groves, SVT Mongoose. Oh, one rider down on the final straight. Not sure who it was. Got a feeling it was George Spencer out of Decoy. No? 52, Teddy Harradine out of Royston. He's up, he's all right. Muscle 296. Jack Kitchen leading it through to the line. Joseph Jewis in there in 2.
Oh, no, I'm keep
282 will be after 301. Moto 282 will be rerun after 301. Don't worry, we'll make it up as we go along. By the time we get back to it, it'll be over on the sheets. Right, Northeast BMX, Jesse Rose and Thomas Giles in this one. Thomas out there in 1, Jesse in 3, separated by Rex Ford out of Halo Wheels. He's in there in that second spot. Oakley Lewis Field rounding out the top 5, chasing down Rocco Westwood. Also got Seb Staines and Benjamin Tanzer in there as well. 298 on track now. Ryder Bays, Johnson, McKenna, Griggs, Dowson, Shaw and Melia. It is Ethan Shaw out there in front, Charlie Dowson in there in 2. Pro Start and Crucial. Manchester BMX Club. That's going to be Dougie Johnson. In there in that 3rd position. Blake Melia. Think he's out of the Irish connection. Oh, 1, 2, 3 riders down on that first straight, including Charlie Hargreaves out of Hard Knocks. She's the first one up. Rosie Geddes battling away with River Henderson. Agnes Lamb also, I think, went down in that pile-up. Wow, all action in the 10-year-old girls. Charlie's up and okay. So let's have a look. Cumbernauld Rosie Geddes, is she going to hold on for the win? And the Cumbernauld crowd go wild. There we go. 852 was Abby Graham out of Brixton. She's up and all right. And Agnes is walking off.
658.
Also 300s. Our DJ Casey Daniel dropping some 90s dance bangers. We could do with a few more of them. We'll have a mini rave in the middle of the track. Lewis won't know what he's talking about because, you know, he wasn't even born when some of these tracks dropped because he's a spring chicken. Anyway, Molly Tomlinson and Cara Cross going 1 and 2. Roxy Rowlands in there in 3. She's got her teammate Florence Kay in there as well, just behind her in the 4. Look at the battle for the 5. Ruby Evans and Beth Worley getting involved in that one. Beth just getting the better of it at the minute as the rerun heads down the hill. So we'll go back to that one in a minute. But it's going to be Tomlinson taking it from Cross, Rowlands and Kay. This is 282, your rerun. Where's my mate Oscar Ratherfast? He's in there in that second position. 424. That Archie out of Redditch, I think, out in front. Oscar Ratherfast in there in 2. GT going through. That's going to be Finley Thomas, Charlie Crossley as well. Jack Haynes trying to pick them all out. Oh, look at this. Drag race down the final straight. Archie and Oscar going 1 and 2. Finley in there in 3. On to the 10-year-old girls. W7, Holly Bishop doing it for Halo Wheels. Keeping TM Julian Allen happy. Seeing as Julian can't ride because he's currently a wonky donkey. Holly Webb, Emma Dean, Eliza Powell and Gabrielle Malloy. So no Timmy Turnbar action this weekend as Holly flies the flag for Halo Wheels. On to the 11-year-old boys, Hugo Dayton, Teddy Jones, Ollie Warner, Sebastian Hewitt, Freddie Ray Orland, Sam Snell and Oliver Riches. Oliver in there in about 6 at the minute, chasing down the Moto 1 rider, which is Ollie Warner. It's Hugo Dayton leading it through. He's in there in 1. That's Sebastian Hewitt in 2, and the LCC boys going 3 and 4. Race 303. That looks like Connor Hemphill and Edward Cordery. Going 1 and 2, the 620 is Jaden O'Connell. He's in there in 3. Ted Malkin on the 57. Ted's doing it for Derby BMX Club. As Hemphill brings it to the line. Alfie Power in there as well, doing it for Decoy. And Josiah Berg. Race 304. Kylan Gordon, Harris Robertson, Ted Harvey, Otto Parr, Murray Watson, Ronnie Woods. Just getting pushed high in that turn, leaving the door wide open for Robertson, having to hold him off down the straight, chasing down Otto Parr into the corner. Wood from 4 to 3. Is he going to get the 2? Can't quite make it stick. Oh, look at the mix up in the turns. Looks like Ronnie Wood's going to get swallowed up and end up in 5. Kylan Gordon taking the win. And that just proves how important lines are in these corners. Rex Beasley in a Moto number 305. Jack Swales in there as well. That's going to be Leo Bradley from Rusty Nut Racing in there in 3. Isaac Jones in 4. Clayton Southart going through in 5. And Joshua Coates as well. But it's going to be Beasley, Swales. You're 1 and 2. Race 306, Steinmetz, Munro, Turner, Souter, Claydon and Jacob Anderson. Anderson and Munro leading it out. Absolute and Allen's BMX. The 18 is Arthur Claydon. Going stealth, he's in there in 3. Arlo Steinmetz rounding out the top 4. Meanwhile, Anderson and Munro are going to take it to the line and go 1 and 2. Race 307, Jamie Puddock. Oh, bit of piano house. This is all good. I'm enjoying this. Betty Wills for Rachel Pritchard, Izzy Underhill, Grace Hudak and Erin Holmes. Betty Wills and Grace Hudak going 1 and 2. Trying to pick up the rider in 3 on the 20. That is Izzy Underhill out of Decoy. Rachel Pritchard battling away, working away into a top 4 position. But it's going to be Wills, Hudak and Underhill. Race 308, then I'll hand you on to Lewis. Lily Walker, Freya Monforte, Trixie Trays, Maisie Surtees, Ophelia Shepherd, Maisie Egan and India Bennett. Trixie Trays, Maisie Egan. They're the ones out front. The 978 is 976 is Freya Monforte. She's in there in that 3. Maisie Surtees pushing hard as well. It's going to be Trays and Egan to the line though. In race 308, 309 to Lewis.
Aria Rosalie had a cracking gate and first straight in this Moto, and she now leads out race 309 in the 11-year-old girls. Who's that there with her looking like we have got Ellie Beat out of Manchester on the 14 plate, putting the screws to Lee as they bring it back through the 3rd straight, looking like Holly Richardson is in there in 3 out of CGR. Here comes Beat though, looking for a way through into the top position in the race. Down the final straight, Beat chasing Lee all the way down to the stripe. Aria Rosalie's going to hang on to it and pick up that Moto win. E4 on the bike. Oh, Leighton Harding got it all wrong into turn number 2, and that has let Jack Devine, your European number 4, pick up the Moto lead. So it is now Devine then leading it from Harding, who's the Braintree rider in there in 3, looking like that could be Noah Ford on the 33. Yes, it is Ford chasing down Harding down the final straight. Devine back under pressure from Harding. Harding makes it stick as Devine slips his pedal at the line. Race 3-1-1, Swales, Phillips, Bibby, Hughes, Taylor, Heaver and White. Where is Archie Croker? White, he's in there at about 4 at the minute, having a good old battle, working his way from 3 to 2 now. So he's now picking up the 2 spot in behind James Bibby. Oh, he just about managed to keep it upright as his back wheels slid through that second corner. But James Bibby, your European number 4, on an absolute charge for Pro Star BMX. He's going to be your Moto winner. Archie Croker White, he's going to pick up that 2 spot down the final straight. Who's going to go through for 3 and 4? It's Oliver Taylor and Harry Swales. Looks like we lost the rider in that Moto. Lewis Hughes is up on his feet and on his bike, finishing his lap. Put your hands together for Lewis, ladies and gents. Can we have Andy Arnold to admin, please? Andy Arnold to admin. That's Andy Arnold to admin immediately, please. Thank you very much. As we take a quick look at the race on track, got to be race 3-1-2. Who leads it out? That is the 11 of Charlie Cotton, heading towards turn number 2. The 18 plate of Akin Brazia, who's making moves in. Oh, look at that for a swoop in the second turn. Poppy Bishop goes from 3 to 2. Made it stick, your world number 6. Halo Wheels race team on a charge out of that final turn. Let's hope that Charlie Cotton's all right. Not quite sure what happened to him. I think he slipped his pedal. Bishop picks up the Moto win with Akin Brazia in that second spot. Ty Jamira and Noah Everly are your race leaders in race 3-1-3. Where's Max Bojang? He's in this one in about 7 at the moment. Got a little bit of work to do to catch the riders out front. So it is still Jamira and Everly. Bagwell's in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like it could be Jacob Aston out of the mid-lanks on that 42 bike, bringing it down the final straight. B Strong race team on track. Leo Rowlands aboard that 2 plate, leading it into turn number 2. The 10 plate in there behind him. That is Ronnie Payne out of Jump Club S&M Source. Here comes Alan's Factory Supercross trying to make moves. That's Marcus Mullen working his way round the outside, trying to make it stick on Payne. Moto 1 race teams, Adrian Galitis in there in 4. Looked up the inside of Munro in that final turn, but Munro had other ideas and he's trying to push for a top 2 finish. Not quite going to get close enough. It's a Rowlands out front with Payne in 2. Archie Bell just seen his teammate pick up that Moto 1 for B Strong race team, and now he's wanting to do the same, but he's being chased down by Rab Racing's Isaac the Sender Smith, heading towards that final corner. Who's the rider in 3? Looking like that could be Jack Laughlin on the 731 plate. Yes, it is Laughlin heading out of the final corner. The B Strong rider in there at about 5 is Leon Waite, pushing his way through, going to pick up a top 4 spot as his teammate Archie Bell picks up that race win. 12-year-old girls out on track. E3 on the plate. Got to be Iris Hyder, as smooth as you like, into turn number 2. She is being chased down by Evolve Collective. Seren Pritchard on the 5 plate. Who's there in 3? Looking like that could be the 10 of Mara McCarran. There's Mara's in there in 5 for Radco Racing. Currently chasing down Amelia Martin on the 16. Riding out of Belfast City BMX Club. The rider in there in 3, then bringing it down to the stripe. Looking like that could be Lucy Stevenson out of Barnsbury. 2 on the plate, heading into that second corner. Elizabeth Lola Poole sorted. Race gear leads out race 3-1-7. She's bringing it in and out of that second corner. Who's there behind her? Got to be Poppy May Kirby out of Green Machine Tribe. Looking like one of the Keller sisters are going well inside the top 4. That's Lauren Keller looking for a way round the Pro Start BMX rider in that final turn. That's Lady Cordin. Cordin hanging on to a top 3 spot at the moment, but here comes Keller down the final straight. Keller's going to work her way from 4 to 3 with the 17 going through in 5. That's Holly Hume on her home track here in Cumbernauld. Race 3-1-8 out on track. Where is Brooke Fast Fawcett? She's in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by her teammate on the 4. That is Grace Gerard, but both of them are in there behind the race leader. Gotta be Fluence Freya Harris on the 11 plate, in and out of that final turn. Harry's leading it. Fawcett and Gerard going through in 2 and 3. Who's going to get the top 4 spot? That is Elsie Blight out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross. 13 on the plate, marked towards Idlo out of TNT. He's got the 15 plate in there behind him. That is looking like Oliver Arnold, your European 7 on the big wheels on the 24-inch bike, but he's on his 20-inch at the moment, and he's being chased down by Hunter van der Malion, repping that Dutch jersey. I don't think I've seen him race without that jersey on in the last couple of seasons. He's absolutely charging down that final straight, going to pick up a top 3 spots. As the Brunty crew go through in 4, we are now looking at race 320. Where is Frankie Griffin? He's in there inside the top 3, chasing down what looks like Hot Shot Racing's Ethan Crooks Martin in there in 2, but they're all behind the 4 plate at the moment of Ethan Howell, doing it for Evolve Collective. So it's Howell, Martin, that's your 1 and 2. Looking like Griffin's in there for 3. Retro Racing, Stanley Farmer in 4 with Radco Racing in 5. That is Louis Kacharik out of Derby BMX. Moto 1 race team on track, 7 on the plate. Got to be tyres, I think it is, in the 13-year-old boys. Heading through that 3rd straight at the moment, but he's being chased down by the Cumbernauld Centurions rider. Who is that? As they come on through, that is Fergus Suter on the 155, putting all sorts of pressure on the Moto 1 rider, heading down to the line. Here comes Kurt Stork. He's nicking the 2 spot from Suter, who shuffled back to 3. Mavo UK on track, heading into turn number 2. That is Ethan Rogers being chased down by the Green Machine rider, looking like Thomas Honeywell out of Decoy on the template. Brixton BMX repping in this one as well. Lawrence Bojang inside the top 3. Allen's Factory Supercross, got to be Tom Palmer, the new addition, heading down the final straight, looking to pick up a top 3 finish. Not quite going to get close enough. He'll have to settle for 4th. Jepson, Cooper, Perkins, Miller, Butt, Jackson, Craig and Collis all on track. Where is Sully Collis? He's in there in about 5 at the moment. He's in there in about 6 actually. Got a load of work to do. His teammates in there in about 5, heading on through that 3rd straight. That's got to be Riley Butt. Yes, it is on the 43. So 2 absolute riders are in this one, but it's all about GT Factory out front. James Miller leading it down to the stripe. JP Jack Perkins coming through for a 2 spot with Charlie Craig in 3. Dylan Spence on track for Team Bunnies. He's being chased down by the 467 of Ruben Bishop out of Bournemouth BMX. Look at the moves in the turn. That looked like Adam Arnold making it stick in the corner. He's now worked his way up to the 2 spot, and that's just shuffled Bishop back to 3. Last turn action, then look at moves coming from the Warm BMX rider. Max Bass had a couple of wins to start his days in there in 3 at the minute, looking to pick off Arnold for that 2 spot. That one was tight on the line, but they were all chasing down Dylan Spence. Looking like Ruby Warren as smooth as you like into turn number 2. Pure Bicycles on that 2 bike. Doing it for the Titans up here in Scotland. She's being chased down by Stay Strong C&K's Esme Ward. Heading into that final corner. Warren, Ward in that order. Who's going to pick up the 3 down the final straight? That is Holly Diver repping the Titans jersey along with Dakota Tucker Be Strong race team in 4. Race 326 on track. Where is Molly Fumi Carroll? That looks like her in about 3 at the moment, chasing down Anushka Jones in 2. Doing it for Jump Club S&M Source, but your race leader looking like that could be MCR's Martha Cotton. Heading towards the final turn. Team Erin Andover in this one as well. Inside the top 4, that is Clara Salmond on the 15 plate, chasing down the Braintree rider of Molly Fumi Carroll. Can she get close enough down the final straight? Looking like she's not quite going to get there. I think that might have been Allegra True in there behind her. 2 on the bike. Got to be the 14-year-olds. Ned Guppy leading this one out. Elvis Lawrence in there in 2. Robin Matter Alonso in 3. Looking like that's how they're going to bring it down the final straight. But Guppy going to be your race winner. Race 328 on track. Freddie Parkinson on the inside of this one, but they are neck and neck into the turn. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? Going to be Rab Racing. Yes, it is. Looking like Little Cotty's out front, looking good. Who's there behind him? The British champion from last year. That is, of course, going to be Oliver Tyres out of Moto 1 and Braintree BMX. The 61 in there in 3. That is Oscar Jewell. 2 riders hit the deck. One of them is Freddie Parkinson, and the other looks to be Joshua Harris out of Birmingham BMX. Sorry, no, it's the 59 of Harrison Barnes and a Nuneaton BMX. Let's hope that Freddie and Harrison are both all right. Looks like they're both up to their feet. Put your hands together for them, ladies and gents, as we take a look at race 329. Brody Geddes out of the Centurions crew leads this one out. He's going 1 and 2, and Ewan Hindley looking like Freddie Richardson, he's in there in 3. Logan Young's working his way through. He's now into a top 4 spot. Todd Smith-Dotman in 5, but it's all out front with Geddes absolutely charging on his home track. Gonna take that Moto win across the stripe. We are now looking at race 330 in the 14-year-olds. Oliver Taylor's in this one. He's on the inside. Just look at that needle being threaded in the first corner. Looking like that was the Crew 19 jersey working its way through the 30 plate of Thomas Westmore. He's picked up a top 4 spot, but it is Osborne out front from Shaw in 2. So Birmingham LT on Pro Star BMX out front. Oliver Taylor's in there in 3. Got to be Westmore in there in 4. The front 4 riders creating a bit of a gap on the rest of the pack down the final straight. Osborne's going to be your Moto winner though. Race 331, Miller, Underhill, Shenton, Richards, Anthony Moore and Bailey. Where is Harry Bailey in this one? He's in that 2 spot at the moment on the 13 plate, chasing down Ronnie Richards as he head into turn number 2. That's your front 2 riders then with the 22 plate in there as well. Edward Miller rounds out the top 3 spots with the 34 of Bruce Anthony out of Royston Rockets in there in 4. Where is Henry Shenton repping the Team Bunnies jersey? He's in there in about 6 at the moment, looking for a few moves down this final straight, but it is Richards and Bailey 1 and 2. Next up, race 332. Where is Nathaniel Eames? He's in there in that 2 or 3 spot at the moment. Got Leo Cranston working his way around the outside into that 3 spot. So your race leader gotta be Noah Buttery, LVG, NRT, heading towards that final corner. Cranston in there behind him on the 24 plate, doing it for Braintree. Nathaniel Eames, Evolved Bicycle Motocross, heading down the final straight out of Preston Pirates. That's going to be your front 3 riders, bringing it across the stripe. Race 333 on track. 5 on the plate. Got to be Nate Hamilton repping the Mabo UK jersey into that second corner. Who's there behind him? Looking like it could be Toby Lynch out of Sorted Race Gear. So that's your front 2 riders. Milo Weller is in there in 3. Crank BMX coaching in 4 at the moment. 14-year-old girls on track, race 334. Patel, Millar, Pick and Copping. It is the 1 plate of Katie Millar, Moto 1 race team, leading this one out. Jalala Patel in there behind her for Peckham BMX Club, looking like Libby Copping in there in 3 on the 5 plate for Crucial Racing, being chased down by a Fire Pick out of Exeter Eagles on the 885 plate. Just the 4 riders in this Moto, but it's going to be Katie Millar lead them all the way down to the line. Second rack of the 14-year-old girls then for the final set of motos, and it is the 2 plate of Rin Janalino out of Evolve Collective leading this one out. She's got the Pro Star rider right there with her though. That is Emily Eaton, last year's British champion, looking for a way round Janalino as you head towards the final turn. Sidoni Cleaver's in there in the 3 spot, doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross, but the battle is all out front. Janalino leads it out. Can Eaton get close enough? I don't think she can. She's going to have to settle for the 2. 15-year-old boys now on track. Oliver James leads this one out on the 13 plate. He's going 1 and 2 with Elijah Jumeirah, who's the rider in there in 3. Got to be Cooper McCrum, doing it for BMX Winner Photography on his home track here in Cumbernauld, repping the Centurions crew, heading into that final turn, looking for a way round Jumeirah. Can he find it? It's all about James out front. Jumeirah hanging on, but Cooper McCrum isn't done yet, bringing it right the way down to the line. He's going to have to settle for 3. Race 337 now out on track. Harvey Tomlinson leads it out from the 2 NRT boys. That is Osborne and Duncan. Whistle heading in and out of that second corner. Osborne hanging on to the 2 spot then. Where is Whistle? He's in there in that 3 spot. Still doing it for the NRT crew. The Evolve Collective in there as well. That is going to be Alex Dunkley on the 24 plate. Oh, the NRT boys have caused a bit of traffic for each other. So it's going to leave Dunkley to come through and pick up that 2 spot on the line. Race 338 now out on track. The 21 leads this one out. Freddie Franklin out of Ruston at Racing and Cardiff BMX. He's leading this one out, creating a bit of a gap on him and the rider in second, which is the MCR rider Ewan Beat on the 28 plate. Who's the rider there with him on the outside? Theo Cam, by the looks of it, repping the MK Evolution crew. Ollie Blanche in this one as well. Also out of MK, them cars going to go through in 2 and 4. Bradley James on track. In race number 339, Bradley James chasing down your race leader, Rab Racing. That is looking like Lucas Seeley out of Preston Pirates, heading down the final straight. Then 2 guys clear and safe from the rest of the pack as the 31 plate comes through for that top 3 finish. David O'Prey out of Ireland. 5 on the bike. Yes, it is Amos Guppy doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Ty DS in there in the 2 spot doing it for Supercross Factory. In and out of that final turn, then 2 guys looking safe and clear from the rest of the pack. Who's the rider in 3? Got to be Eden Boone out of Warren BMX race team with Mason Groves in there for that 4 spots. Moving on to the 15-year-old girls, Orla Cooper, Lottie Brown, Eliza French, Ruby Wolford and Ailey Watson. Watson leading it out on her home track, but she's got the Absolute rider there with her. Lottie Brown looking for a way round for Absolute. So it is BMX Widow and Absolute out front as it stands. Eliza French in this one as well for BRE Racing. Where is Ruby Wolford? In there in 4 at the moment. It's Orla Cooper in there in 3, but it's all about Watson picking up that Moto win. More 15-year-old girls action on a track. In race number 342, it is the 4 plate leading it out. Grace Burge, Green Machine Tribe, being chased down by the Team Mine rider. That is Lucy Gardner. Who is the rider putting her under pressure? Got to be Summer Glynn out of the Irish crew, heading towards the final corner, along with Lottie McFarlane out of Peterborough Phantoms in there in the 4 spot. But down the last straight, it is going to be Grace Burge picking up that Moto win. Next up, 16-year-old boys on track. Joe Little in this one, making moves in that first corner. He's in about 4 at the moment, but it's Sean Brown out front. Ice Spikes being chased down by GT Factories. Caden Dunn into that second corner. Ollie Copping, Crucial Racing in there in 3. He's now being chased down, obviously coming back through that 3rd straight, looking like it could be Rustin at Racing's Joe Penton. Vogue looking for a way round Copping in and out of that final turn. Not quite going to find it. Brown, Dunn, Copping, Vogue 1 through 4. Race 344 now out on track. Jack Strong in this one, along with Bradley Davison, William Harrison, Arnas Vinicius, and Henry Rayner. Shay Jordan in there in 3 though, but it is Rayner out front for Evolve Collective, running away with this Moto at the moment. Who's in there, splitting them up in that 2 spot, looking like that could be the Hawks rider, Bradley Davison. Yes, it is Davison in there in 2, but the race winner is going to be Henry Rayner. Kai Bowen is on track, ladies and gents, repping the Stay Strong Clark and Kent colours. Your world number 5 being chased down by the 11 plate of Nathan Barata out of the Hawks. Who's the Rab Racing rider in there behind them? Got to be the 2 of Eli Smith, heading towards that final corner. Who's the rider in 4? That looks like it is Lewis Collins Nemo out of the Titans, heading down the final straight. Kai Bowen, smooth as you like, going to take that Moto win. Noah Everly is on track for Mabo UK. He's being chased down at the moment by the 17 of Kai Blaine, doing it for Team Air and Andover. All moves being made in the second turn. Who's the rider diving under, looking like the 149 of Malachi O'Reilly, trying to work his way through into a top 2 spot. Didn't quite make it stick. He's now being chased down by Finn Collins on the template, doing it for Absolute. But it is Everly picking up that Moto win. 16-year-old girls race 347 on track. Ruby Moore's leading this one out. Yes, it is Ruby on the 4 plates. Moves being made in turn number 2. Carly Hayes just about hanging on to that 2 spot at the moment as she's chased down by Alexis McCartney, but your British champ still hanging on to the 2 spot as you head into that final turn. Anya Matt and Alonso in there in 4. Moores, Hayes, McCartney, Alonso. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Race 348 on track now. It is Lexi Waite leading it out for B Strong Race Team. Lottie Marnie, Jess Marriott, Amelia Everly, Lucy Groundwater and Sophie Elwoods. Lottie back there in 4 at the moment, getting tangled up. Amelia Everly out in front of her and Sophie Elwood as well. That's Jess Marriott in there in that second spot. B Strong's Lexi Waite, though, is in control. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4 riders hitting the deck in the following moto as Lexi takes the win in 3:48. It all went off in 3:49, including B Strong's Jaden Fawcett hitting the ground. Let's have a look who stayed upright. Mallon's in there in 3. Che Young escaped it as well. Not sure who the rider was in 2. Elliot Brook and Jaden Fawcett definitely went down in a heap, as did the 44X of Alfie Thompson. Wee-wah, woo-wah. I think it was Max Burgess as well that went down. All right, we are on 17 to 18-year-olds. Alex Stokes, Evolved Bicycle Motocross on the inside, working his way into a top 3 position. Esselmont, Doran, Sparrow, Henry, Malyo and Shaw all in there as well. Doran's leading it out. Esselmont's in there in 2. Stokes in 3, coming under pressure though now from the 35X, I think it is. Daniel Henry out of Birmingham. In and out the final corner we go. It's going to be Doran, Esselmont, Stokes is going to hang on for the 3. Stokes with the 3, Henry with the 4. Moto 351 now. Sure by the time I turn this page it'll be all over anyway. Let's have a look. Cody Whittaker in this one, Sam Hamblin, Charlie Granger leading it out. Granger and Hamblin 1 and 2. Cameron McGrail and Patrick Dyer in this one as well. Callum David and Danica O'Hagan. Race 52, Haddleton, Cook, Cameron Clark, Toole, Gerard Brown and Williams. Josh Williams in there in 4, chasing down Jack Clark. George Gerard, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching out in front of Lewis Cook out of Cumbernauld Centurions. It's going to be Gerard, Cook, Williams 1, 2 and 3, Clark in 4. That is moto number 353 now. Hempstock, Brook, Oyolola. Easy for me to say. Bird, O'Brien, Simpson, all in this one. It's Jesker and Esme going 1 and 2. Molly's in there in 5, battling with Ayalola. Said it right this time for the 4. Rosie O'Brien having some struggles down that first straight, but she is up and okay. But out front, going to the line, it's going to be Hempstock and Brook. They're going to go 1 and 2. Right, more 17 to 18-year-old females. We've got Hepburn, Charlton, Hyam, Gerard, Arthurs, McCrum and Lamb all in this one. Megan Gerard, Fumia Drummy Hepburn in there in 2. Annabelle Charlton's having a cracking lap. She's in there in 3. She's got pressure coming though from Tilly McCrum. Just leaves the door open slightly. Gets shuffled back to 4. It's all going on. Lexi Arthur's in there as well. Jamie Hyam and Ella Lamb. But it's going to be Gerard, Hepburn, McCrum and Charlton. You 1, 2, 3 and 4. On to the 19 to 29s. Brinley Savage, Hayden Green, Finley Clark. That is your 1, 2, 3. Ollie Cope for the injury mechanics and Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. In that 4th spot, Team Mines, Oscar and Matthew Cowlard rounding out the top 5. Moto 356, Benji Fitzsimmons, BMX Widow Photography And Pete Watson going 1 and 2. Eddie, the Hitman Cannons, in there in 3. He'll blow your legs off. Looking for a 2. Daniel K, Maple UK rounding out the top 4. Even he's got pressure because Josh Wallace is chasing him down. Is Wallace going to steal the 4? Yes, he is. Luke Davies Hayes with a shake of the head as Tyrese Bradshaw heads into that second turn. That's Jaden Seward in there in 3. Not sure who's between them. I'm not going to turn the page fast enough. The Griegs are in the mix as well. But Tyrese under pressure now from Callum Chard Maple. Callum Chard Maple stealing it away at the stripe.
I can't even turn the freaking page. There we go. Page 61. I'm bloody freezing. It is cold.
Right. The 2. Who's that? Oh, it's Emily Green. It feels like an age since I've seen Emily. Green Machine Tribe out there in 1. Hannah Drew in 2. Who else have we got in there? We got Jamie Elwood, Marsha Brooke, Annabelle Townsend as well. But it's going to be Green, Drew, and the 14 that belong to Annabelle Townsend. Olivia Firth coming through inside the top 4 as we move on and look at Emily Clinch. Evolved Bicycle Motocross in that second spot, chasing down Izzy Hurry. Amy Willets in 3. Got Alicia Linscott, I think, going through in 4. Got Lydia Webber. No Ellie Featherstone, unfortunately. Let's hope Ellie is all right and not too badly smashed up. And Fiona Barry going through as well, doing it for the Titans. Right, 19 to 29. Evie Webster out in front. Imogen Gibson in there into the return of Harriet Alexander inside the top 4. Becca Gold going through as well. No Caitlin Ellis, unfortunately. Best wishes to Caitlin for a speedy recovery. Fwan Clements in there as well. But it's going to be Evie, Imogen 1 and 2. Becca in 3. Harriet in 4. 22 of George Higley leading out the Masters. Chris Granger, is he in there? Danger Granger, yeah. Dale Scott, Billy Irwin, Neil Brunez and David James. Brunez taking it to the line for BMX Hyper Mixos Group. Billy Irwin in the 3, doing it for Allens. Next rack of Masters, Lillingston Issett. Bourne, Vries, Martinez, Brazil and Luckhurst. Luckhurst and Brazil. 1 and 2 Lillingston. Going through in 3 Sean Issett. Back from his lads break in wherever they went. I can't even remember. Adam Brazil inside the top 5. Moto 62, Ian Milne, Dylan Dixon. Ross Kennedy, Matthew Trinkart, Matt Eaton, Matt Barnard, Simon Homans and Hayden Taroa. Homans in there in 2. Chasing down Barnard. That looks like Trinkart in there in 3. Hayden Taroa rounding out the top 4 with Dylan Dixon in 5. As we move on, more veterans. Taylor, Boudet, Smith, Carrick, Todd, Watson, Boudet. No Scott Beaumont in this one. Best wishes to Scott. Hope he gets recovered sooner rather than later. As Fraser Watson leads it out from Zoltan Boudet. And Adam Boudet. So both Boudets are in this one. Try working that one out. As we move on to the Grand Veterans. Brett Knight, Patrick Graham, Brett Archibald, Neil Waddington in this one, Martin Ogden, Alan Hill and Steve McClue. Look at this. Hilly's got some competition. Brett Archibald giving him a push. Hilly just works his way back in front, says, I'm not having any of that. I need to win this moto. So, Hill, Archibald, Knight, Ogden, Waddington. That is your top 5. All right, hang on a minute. More Grand Vets. That is Kev Sykes out in front. He's in there in 1. Dom Elliott in 2. Stephen Fortune in 3. You've got Daniel Kerry George in this one as well. Quarters are going to go at 3:30, I believe. Moving on to the Junior Open, heading down the hill. Somebody came out of a pedal on that first straight. Not sure who it was. Finley Hart picking up the whole shot. Larkins, Copeland, Weiss, Byrne, Phillips, Hart and Coker all in this one. It's Hoff and Byrne going 1 and 2. Copeland's on the inside for 3. That looks like Larkins battling with Coker. Coker takes the 4. Larkins in 5. Ben Weiss in there in 6. Finley Hart, B Strong Race Team in and out of that final turn. It's going to be Hoff Byrne going 1 and 2. Coker, I've got a feeling Curtis Copeland ended up in 5. Miller, Webster, Clitheroe, Thomas, Green, Aaron, J. Teal, Simpson, Davis, all in this one, heading in and out of the turn. Absolute bicycle motocross heading down towards us. That's going to be Henry Moto 1 in there in 2. Clitheroe back there in 5 at the moment, chasing down Heath Thomas. J. Teal, Simpson, Davis in there in 3. Clitheroe's making his move. Thomas Miller getting involved as well. Clitheroe tried to make the move in the final corner, couldn't make it stick. Er's going to take it from Miller. Clitheroe in the 4. Bethany Shriver, Crucial BMX out in front. Got Emily Holt, Lizzie Bound, Chiziwa and Chalice all in this one. It is Shriver, Holt, Chalice, you 1, 2 and 3. Maggie Bound in 4, Chiziwa in 5. And it's the former Olympic gold medalist and world champion, Bethany Shriver, on the 911, taking the win from Emily Holt. Freya Chalice right there as well. Next Racket Championship women, Ashman, Roy, Carruthers, Cadman, Carpenter and Simpson into the turn we go. It's getting very, very busy. Megan Roy, Moto 1 out in front. Lucy Simpson in there in 2. Sabina Ashman pushing hard for Rusty Nut Racing in that 3rd spot. Cadman, Carpenter in 4. Carruthers in 5. Megan's starting to get caught by Lucy Simpson as they go towards the turn.
Just put it over at the cabin.
Okay, yeah. Right, if you've lost the transponder, it's over in the cabin. If you've lost the transponder, it's over in the cabin. As we head towards turn number 1, Marnham, Cornish, Sharrock and Markley. Just 4 riders in this one. Marnham, the man out in control of the minute. Ben Cornish in there in 2. Paddy Sharrock, Mabel UK going through in 3. Casey Markley in 4. Marnham looking good. Cornish on the inside looking for the move in the turn. Cornish underneath. Keeping it clean. It could have been very messy, but they kept it clean. Marnham, Cornish, Sharrock, Markley. Last of the motos before we go to the break. Isidore, Bell, Hunt, Roy and Strickland all heading down towards turn number 1. It is Quill and Isidore out in front. George Hunt in there in 2. Bell in 3. He's got Strickland on the inside. Moto 1's Charlie Roy trying to get involved. But Quill and Isidore, pure bicycles into the final turn. George Hunt keeping him honest. It's going to be Pure Bikes taking the win. Ice Bikes in 2. Pure for 3. Stay Strong for 4. Moto 1 for 5. That are your motos done. We are going at 3:30 with the quarterfinals. 3:30 p.m. for your quarters. 3:30 for the quarters, Nathaniel.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
Right, we've got our scores commentary board running again, so we can see what's what.
It is wicked as well, by the way.
Which is handy.
Yeah, we've eaten.
Yeah, we've eaten. Thank you.
Got me showing on camera, shout out. Cheers for that, John.
Right, you're muted.
Right, you take the odds, I'll take the evens. Lovely.
27. It's very even, to be fair. You can get in, you can make the semi. I've just told him, clean slate, end of the game, do what you need to do. Do you know what?
We've got riders, we've got commissaires, first aiders, spectators, photographers, everyone that we need to run at these quarterfinals. Quarterfinal number 1 hits the track. These year 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Esselmont's out of lane number 1. He's going to pick up the whole shot into the turn. Esselmont leads it. Tom Palmer, the original version, is in there in the 2 spot. Who's there with him? Looks like Dan Popel on the 0-1. The 28 plate is in there in 3. That's Dylan Seaman. But he has gone. Luke Davies Hayes all over his back wheel. Looks like that could be Mancy's race done. As Abbott looks up the inside of him. Hayes, elbow to elbow with Seaman in the final turn. Hayes made it stick right around the outside. Esselmont, Palmer, Popel, Hayes.
Quarterfinal number 2, 17 to 29-year-old cruiser. Brooks, Doran, Watson, 1, 2, 3 into the corner. Who's getting involved? Jack Wiggins is involved as well for Retro Racing. He's worked his way into a top 4 position, but he's got riders all over the back of him, including Kean Brown and the 23 of Joe Walbridge out of Redditch. So Wiggins got it all to do now. Freeman's creeping up on the back of him. Front 3 looking good at the minute. It's going to be Brooks, Doran, Watson. Who's going to get that 4? Wiggins and Freeman to the line. Freeman and Wiggins. Who's going to get into the stripe? Freeman.
Third quarterfinal for the 17-29-year-old cruisers are on track. Wilson's on the inside for Rab Racing. He's going to pick up that whole shot. In and out he goes. DC Cycle's got a couple of riders representing in this one. One of them is Max Henderson. Got a bit of work to do at the moment, but it's Blythe and Hoare in qualified positions for the DC Cycles crew. The Moto 1 rider in there inside the top 4. Looking like it could be the 8 plate as they come on round. Theo Pope bringing it into the final turn. Pope, Labras is in there in 5, so it is Wilson, Blythe, Hall, Washer, 1, 2, 3. Here comes the Moto 1 rider picking it up. That's going to be Pope inside the top 4.
Last quarterfinal for the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Rocky O'Brien on the inside with Lillingston as they head into the turn. Thomas Millar as well. It's Millar, Lillingston, O'Brien, 1, 2, and 3 at the moment. Who else is getting involved? Where is Jack Mowat? He's back there in about 5 at the minute. He needs to be on the 4 if this wants to make the vlog. It's the Fast Signatures rider, Niall Moss, in that 4th position at the minute. They're looking good as they go in and out of the turn. Miller, Lillingston, O'Brien, Moss. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4. Mowat out in 5. Edit.
First of the 9-year-old quarterfinals is a going. Big Hens, he's flying out of lane number 1. He's been shot out of a cannon, charging for that first corner. Here comes Marco on the inside, looking to pick it up. Oh! Pritchard hits the deck. Looks like Arthur Mason got swallowed up in the action. So let's hope that them 2 guys are all right. Big Hens goes airborne into turn number 2. Marco's in there in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3? Looking like Felix Zucchina out of Bristol Jets. Who's in there for 4? Looking like it could be absolute bicycle motocrossers. Emerson Tucker, he's in a qualifying spot as it stands, heading towards that final turn. Looks like that could be Josh Bernard and Decoy in there in 5, but down the final straight, Big Hens picks up the win. Who's in there for 2, 3 and 4? Going to be Marco taking it across the line with Zucchina and Tucker into the semi-finals. Arthur Mason finishing his lap. Put your hands together for Arthur, ladies and gents. We're just going to check on Joel in turn number 1. Looks like Joel is up to his feet. Put your hands together for Joel Pritchard, ladies and gents.
All right, quarterfinal number 6 is Go White, Thorne, Northcott, Hatch, Jessup, O'Brien, Ford and Hayes as they head down towards turn number 1. Ethan the Great White looking like he got the best of the gate starts. Elliot Hatch was right there and Noah Northcott as well as they head towards me in turn number 2. Where is Alfie Thorne of Urban Air BMX on that 660? It's all about the guy in 4th who's going to make it in the 981. Battling with a 274, Noah Northcott and Joseph O'Brien. Oh, it's all getting mixed up and changed at the minute as they head towards that final corner. Northeast BMX, Joseph O'Brien working his way in. He's in there in 4. The pressure's coming though from Noah Northcott, I think it is. Look at the battle to the line. Northeast versus Decoy. Northeast BMX got it.
Joseph O'Brien.
Quarterfinal number 7 hits the track wheel, looking at the 9-year-olds into that first corner. Looks like Avis was on the inside down the first straight, and he is leading out the quarterfinal on the 449 plate. Who's in there behind him? Got to be the 329 of Callum Wood, doing it for Green Machine, the 216 of Charlie Blakeburn out of MK Evolution inside the top 3. Looks like Wood ran into a bit of traffic, so he's dropped back to 3. Who's the rider in there for 4? Looking like Lawson Hitchings out of the Bristol crew, heading for the final turn. Who's the rider in there in 5? Looking like it could be, 2 riders hit the deck. That's going to switch up the order. Avis taking it down the final straight. Hitchins for 2. Who's going to get 3 and 4 as he bringing it across the line? Looking like that could have been Brits and Rothwell. Put your hands together for Charlie Blakeburn and Callum Wood, ladies and gents. Both riders up and finishing their laps.
I've just watched Seb Perry go over that gate before it even fell, so he's got himself back up there anyway. Ollie Bird, Aston, John Lee. Oh no, hang on, wrong one. Christian Garbachik, Dominic Zapanos, Seb Perry, Alexander Gilbert, Seth Robinson in this one. Perry's leading it out with Zapanos. Those guys are 1 and 2. That looks like Garbachik in 3. 261 and the 754 having a battle. Alexander Gilbert and Seth Robinson. Same club, different teams. Battle of the Brunty Massive as they go down towards that final corner. Looks like Gilbert's on the inside and Robinson's making his way in. It's going to be close as they go down the straight. Who's going to get it? Zapanos, Perry, Garbachik, and Gilberts.
10-year-old quarterfinal number 1 hits that first turn, and it looks like Fluent Bicycle Motocross's Jack Kitching is going to lead this one out. He's being chased down by fast signatures as Joseph Dewitt, who's in 3, 4 and 5. Look at the elbow bashing between the 14 and the 9. That is Oakley Lewis Fields. Field looking up the inside of Tobias Groves in the turn. Field is hanging on to 4 at the moment, but they are chasing down George Spencer, who's in there in 3. Has Tobias Groves got in north left 4. The team here rider in the final turn. Groves throws in a high-low. It's going to be Kitching down the final straight. Dewitt in there for 2. Who's going to get 3 and 4? Looking like Spencer's going to hang on to 3 and Lewis Field for 4.
Right, quarterfinal 10, Jesse Rose and Thomas Giles in this one for Northeast BMX. They were battling going down the first straight. Rex Ford is getting involved as well for Halo Wheels. He's in there in 3, and that looks like the rider out of Decoy, Jake James, who's in there in 4, but he's got the 23 of Chester Growcock to deal with. James and Growcock battling for that final qualifying spot in the semi-finals. Growcock in 5, James in 4. He's looking for a way in. Can he make it happen? Northeast BMX, Thomas Giles, Rex Ford, Jesse Rose, your 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get the 4? It's going to be Jake James.
Looking like Mr. Sigma Riz has been shot out of a cannon in this one. Rocco Westwood is here in about 3 at the moment, but your race leader is Ollie Bird, neck and neck as they're bringing it towards turn number 2. Aston John Lee's worked his way into that 2 spot. He looked up the inside of Bird in that second corner, but didn't dive under. So it is Bird, Lee, Westwood, Kacharik. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment as they head towards that final turn. Looking like them guys are safe and clear. Sinead's Reed Academy, Cumbernauld Centurions, Mabo UK and Radco Racing. That's how they're going to bring it down to the wire. That's your top 4.
Shaw, Dowsing, Dent, Haynes, Kincaid, Johnson, Kane and Staines. This is quarterfinal number 4 for the 10-year-olds. Kincaid doing it for Belfast City BMX. He's back there in 6 at the moment. Looks like Haynes is in there in 3, and the 15 belonging to Ethan Shaw's hit the deck. Riders dropping left and right. Charlie Dowsing's blown a pedal as well. So in and out of final turn we go. Looks like Jack Haynes is going to go through. Dowsing in 2, Dent in 3, Manchester BMX in 4, and that's going to be Dougie Johnson.
Quarterfinal number 13 hits the track. These are your 11-year-olds charging for the first corner, and your national champion Jacob Anderson doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross is going to lead this one out of the first turn. Who's that there with him? LCC's Teddy Jones picking up that 2 spot, but he's now being chased down by what looks like it could be Rex Beasley. Yes, it is Beasley in there in 3. Who's the rider in 4? Got to be Murray Watson. Looks like it is a Green Machine Tribe. Oliver Richards, he's in there in 5, looking for a way into the top 4. Last turn action then. Anderson and Jones have checked out from the rest of the pack. Them guys taking it through to the semi-final. Beasley looking like he's going to hang on to the top 3 spot, along with Murray Watson taking it through in 4.
Right, Connor Hemphill and Ronnie Wood both got a good start in quarterfinal number 14. Jack Swales and Hugo Dane are involved as well. Dane in 3, Wood in there as well. The 18 belongs to Arthur Claydon. He's got that final qualifying spot, and he's been tracked down by Jack Swales of Fast Signatures. So it's Hemphill, Dayton, Wood, Claydon. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4. They are looking good to make the semi-finals. In and out of the turn we go. It's going to be Hemphill, Dayton, Wood and Claydon.
Munro, Parr, Hewitt, Robertson, Steinmetz, Bradley, Southern and Malkin all make up quarter-final number 15. Heading towards this second turn, though, it is the 4 of Finn Munro. Out of Allen's Factory Supercross going 1 and 2 with the 16 of Arlo Steinmetz. The 33 plate of Jamie Robertson looking to qualify through. Inside the top 3 at the moment, Seb Hewitt, Radco Racing. He's in there in 4. He's chasing down the Centurions rider who occupies that 3 spot at the moment. Who's the rider in 5? Otto Parr. Got a little bit of work to do out of that final turn. It's all about Munro. He's out front and going to take the win. Steinmetz, Hewitt, and it looks like Robertson going to round out the top 4 spots.
Right, Cordery, Orland and Kylan Gordon, Freddie Ray Orland, in this one. 6:20, that belongs to Jaden O'Connell. They are 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. The treble zero of Ollie Todd out of Peterborough in there in 5, battling with Snell. I think they've left themselves way too much to do. Cordery out of Braintree is in there, and Freddie Ray Orland, Kylan Gordon as well, as they go in and out of the final turn. Front 4 looking safe. Gordon's going to make it in, Orland's going to make it in. All good.
Quarter-final number 17 sees the first 12-year-old quarter-final hit the track, and it is Bibby leading it out from Mullen as they head towards turn number 2. Check out Mabo UK working up the inside. Gotta be Zach Everly. He's now into that top 3 spot. MK Evolution in there as well. That is Oliver Taylor on the 19 plate, but he's under pressure from the W6. Here she comes, Poppy Bishop, looking on the inside. Bishop throws it under and throws an elbow on the exit of turn number 3. Can she make it stick? Bibby, Mullen, Everly, that's your 1, 2, 3. Bishop out in 5. Taylor hangs on to 4.
Ram Racing got 2 riders in the top 4 at the moment. Jamira in 2. That's Isaac the Sender Smith in 3. The 11 plate belongs to Adrian Galitis. Moto 1 race team. The man out in front is Ronnie Payne at the moment. So it's Payne, Jamira, Smith, Galitis, your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Jack Laughlin in there in 5. He's left himself way too much to do. Front 4, they're going to save Jamira, Payne, Smith and Galitis.
2 B-strong riders charged into turn number 1 in quarter-final number 19, and they are going 1 and 2 at the moment. Got to be the 2 and 3 from last season. It is Rowlands and Bell. That's your race leaders at the moment. The E4X of Jack Devine occupies that 3rd spot. It is the 15 of Samuel Richards that looked up the inside of Devine in turn number 2, but it didn't need to dive undercut at the moment. He's in a qualifying spot, taking it through to the semi-finals. In the 12-year-old boys, who's the rider in there in 5, looking like number 4 out of Braintree, but down the final straight, Rowlands, Bell, Devine, Richards. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Quarter-final 20, Crocker White, Harding, Swales, Brazier, Wade, Davis, Livingston and Doe in this one. Looks like Archie Crocker White is the man leading it out. Leighton Harding in there into the 18. In there in 4, that belongs to Akeem Brazier, but who's creeping up on him? Looks like it's Leon Waite doing it for B-Strong. Waite and Brazier battling down that straight towards the final corner. Waite takes the position away. Brazier's got it all to do. It's going to be Crocker White, Harding 1 and 2, Swales in 3, Waite in 4.
Quarter-final number 21 is the 13-year-olds, and it's Ethan Howell, Evolve Collective, leading this one out. Dylan Spence is getting busy throwing elbows in that 2 spot, but he's got the Moto 1 rider right there with him. That's Harry Tyres looking for a high-low in turn number 2, and he executed it spot on, but he can't quite find a way past Spence as they head towards the final turn. He's just about managed here. The 2 absolute riders are queuing up behind Spence. Oh, the move's been made down the final straight. Button Collis, who's going to take it? Spence is going to go out in 5. Collis and Ball take 3 and 4.
Quarter-final number 22, James Miller, Max Vass, Thomas Honeywell in this one. Honeywell's in there in 2. Miller's leading it out. That looks like the 25 and the 36 battling. Bojang and Kacharik. Bojang and Kacharik for the final spot in the semi. Thomas Honeywell getting a little bit out of control. He's giving himself some pressure now from Bojang in that final corner. Looks like he's going to hold it on. Miller's going to go through. Vass is going to pick it. Oh! Bojang's thrown it away. Left it wide open, and Kacharik said thank you very much.
More 13-year-old quarter-final action coming at you through the 2nd straight. JP, Jack Perkins, Mabo UK leads this one out from the 14 of Josh Jepson into the in and out of that 2nd corner, looking like Charlie Craig is in there in 3. Who's picking up the 4th spot, looking like it could be Allen's Factories. Tom Palmer, the newest addition, heading into in and out of that final corner. JP, he's going to wrap up this quarter-final win. Craig's made his move on Jepson to go from 3 to 2, so it is JP, Craig, Jepson, Palmer. That's your order.
Quarter-final 24, Harry Holmes on the inside doing it for Braintree, but it looks like the hotshot rider Ethan Crooks-Martin battling with Ethan Rogers into the turn. Rogers and Crooks-Martin going 1 and 2. Retro Racing, Stanley Farmer has worked his way into 3, but he's got the 13 right to the side of it. Mark Tosadilo, here comes the Irish rider, the 52 of Kurt Storkis. Storkis working his way into 4. Farmer's back there in 5. Malian in 6. Tosadilo in 3. So it's going to be Rogers, Crooksmore to Intwasadilo. 1, 2, and 3. Who's going to get the 4? Storkis is working his way in. Farmer out in 5.
14-year-old quarterfinals are on track. Ned Guppy leads the first one out on that 2 plate. The 21 right there with him. That's Heath Osborne out of Birmingham NRT, who's making moves in the turn. Jewel thrown it in and gone underneath 2 riders to work his way into a top 4 spot. And one of the riders that's unlucky from the move is going to be his teammate Newton Hindley. In and out of the final turn, it is Guppy, Osborne, Tyres. That's your 1, 2, 3. Jewel's going to round out the top 4 spots.
Right, moving on, quarterfinal number 26. Little Corty, James Cottrell in there in 1. Brody Geddes on the home track in 2. Toby Lynch in 3. Todd Swift-Notman in 4. Harry Donald, the man on the outside, looking in 5. Logan Young in there in 6. As they head towards the final turn, he's got the potential to get mixed up. Oh! Brody Geddes down in a heap in the final corner. Cottrell, Lynch, Notman, Donald, is he going to make it in? Yes, I think he did.
Quarterfinal number 27, these 14-year-olds. It got busy in turn 1, and it is going to be Hamilton leading this one through. We're going to take a red flag to this race, ladies and gents. It's a red flag. We're going to rerun quarterfinal number 27. Quarterfinal number 27 will be rerun. We're just going to check that Brody's all right.
Probably the most even of the 4 quarters. That's tight. It definitely is.
Put your hands together for Brody Geddes, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet and walking away.
You can jump in from 28, yeah?
Quarterfinal 28, Lawrence Shaw, Matt and Alonso Richards in this one as well. Weller, Millington, Walwork and Lawrence into the corner. We go in and out. Elvis Lawrence is the man out front and in control. Isaac Shaw in there in 2. That looks like Bronte's Milo. Weller going through in 3 with Ben Millington inside the top 4, but Millington's under pressure from Ronnie Richards as they go in another corner. Oh, Richards blew a pedal. Robin Matt and Alonso on the outside looking in the minute, which is where I didn't expect him to be. He's got Millington to catch as they go in and out of the final turn. He's winding it home now. Matt and Alonso on Millington. Millington slowing up. Matt and Alonso's going to make it in. Wow. Robin, Matt and Alonso.
15-year-old quarterfinals, Orico Amos Guppy leads out the first one from Oliver James in that 2 spot. The 9 in 3, that's Eden Boone. Look at the battle for the 4 spot though. It's got to be Emmy Sewell doing it against the boys. And for Stay Strong, Clark and Ken, she's in a qualified spot at the moment, but there's a couple of riders queuing up behind her. Tim Blanchard's worked his way on the inside. Sewell looking for a high-low in the turn. Can she make it stick to Blanchard's going to hang on to it and take that final qualifying spot.
Quarterfinal number 30, Lucas Seeley leading it into the turn with Freddie Entwistle. They are 1 and 2. Mason Groves has worked his way into 3 for Sorted Race Gear. Where is Cooper McCrum? He's in there in 4 now. He's getting squeezed as they go into the corner. That's allowing McSwitty in there. It's a battle of the BMX window photography, guys. Groves is slowing up. McCrum's trying to work his way in. McCrum, is he going to take the 3? Gets pushed high in the corner. He's going to have to hold it. Oh! Cooper McCrum! So unlucky. Let's hope he's all right.
Quarterfinal number 31 on track. You are looking at the 15-year-old boys. Let's hope that Cooper is okay. Tidy S leads this one out. Harvey Tomlinson in there in the 2 spot, chasing him down. Just watch how you go out of on the exit of turn number 3, boys. Tidy S, Harvey Tomlinson, that's your 1 and 2. Who's in 3? Looking like Lucas Osborne. Alex Dunkley's going to take it through in 4. Let's hope that Cooper McCrum is all right.
Oh, he was
was in the more or less in the same spot as Scott Warnock.
Yeah, no, I saw that. Shit, not bad.
He didn't get his hands out. And his head in the upside of the chest bank.
We're just going to hold racing briefly while we check that Cooper McCrum is okay, ladies and gents. Put your hands together for Cooper McCrum then, ladies and gents. He's up. Looks like he's going to walk away. Once again, a big round of applause for Cooper McCrum.
Quarterfinal 32 before we go back to the rerun. James Franklin, Jamira, Kirby, Furley, McGovern, Cousineau and Mason into turn number one. It is Bradley James picking up the whole shot. Freddie Franklin's in there as well and Ollie Kirby. Kirby into Franklin in there in four. That looks like the 17 of Jamira in there in three. It's the rider out of Cumbernauld. David Furley is back there in five. He's left himself way too much to do though, unless something goes off in this final corner. It's going to be James, Kirby, Jamira, Franklin. That's going to be 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Final quarter-final then, this is your rerun, as looks like a couple of riders hit the deck in the last one. Here we go into turn number one, these are your 14-year-olds. He got busy in the turn, Nate Hamilton, Freddie Richardson, that's your 1 and 2. At the moment, who's in there in 3 and 4, looking like Cranston picking up 3. Buttery's in there in 4. Who's got 5, 6 and 7 and 8, looking like Bailey's in there in 5 as it stands, but it's all about Nate Hamilton, Mabo UK. At the moment, Freddie Richardson chasing him down in that 2 spot. Cranston going to round out the top 3 spots, and it is going to be Noah Buttery. That's going to be your top 4. That's your quarterfinals done and dusted, ladies and gents. Semi-finals are going at 15:15. So 4:15 for your semi-finals. He went to go underneath. Yeah. working. I was rang up and said, "Are you working Monday?" "Yeah, I'm not working Monday." He says, I don't know when to work or not. It's bank holiday. I'm working. I'm not in work on Monday. As a result, but you still are because you need to get it done. I'm alright. I can have a day off. No, I know. It's going to be a laugh, isn't it? That's why I asked him over it. I was testing it and see what it's like. We are ready to go semi-final racing, ladies and gents. We've got semi-finalists up on the gate. We have our commissaires. We have our first aiders. We are ready to go for semi-finals at round number 3 of the 2025 BMX National Series. Kicking us off is the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Semi-final number 1 now, it's 12-year-old cruisers. Freddie Walsh, Arlo Steinmetz, Paige Cathcart, Gunnison, Jet Thompson, Ozin King, Charlie LeBras, Huey Hall and Leighton Harding. That's alright, I don't mind. Semi-final number 1 hits the track. We are looking at the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers charging for turn number 1. Leighton Harding's going to pick up the whole shot. Who's there with him? Looking like it could be the Gosport NRT rider in the middle of the pack. In there in 5. The rider in 2, though, is going to be Huey Hall repping that Aussie jersey. Harding, Hall, that's your 1 and 2. LeBras is in there in 3. It's getting busy for 4. Jet Thompson's made his move. He now occupies. Oh, elbow bashing through the 3rd straight. Check out Steinmetz. Steinmetz works his way round and goes from 6 to 4. In that final turn, Harding's going to pick up the win. Huey Hall for 2, LeBras for 3. Steinmetz is going to take it through to the final. Second semi-final hits the track. Cotton leads it out. Your current points leader in the 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser National Series. He's being chased down by Harry Swales and the template of Max Livingston out of Gosport NRT. Swales looking for a way past Cotton. In and out of this final corner. Swales with a perfectly timed high-low. Can he make it move down this final straight? Cotton taking it to the wire. Swales, Livingstone in 3. Leo Bradley's going to round out that top 4 spots. 13 to 14-year-old cruiser, semi-final number 1 hits the track. 7 on the plate, that is Little Cotty leading it into the turn. Robin Matt and Alonso's in there in 2. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Alfie Sim is working his way through. He's in there in 4 at the moment. Who's in 3? It's got to be Newton Hindley into the final turn. Oh, the elbows are coming in the corner. Looking like it could have been Harding making his move on Sims. Sims unlucky in 5.
Oh, dear me, Alfie Sim. Gutted, mate, gutted. Semi-final number 4, Todd Smith-Notman, Ben Millington, Logan Young, Jake McKenna in this one. And it's McKenna on the bubble with the 077 behind him. That is Bruce Anthony out of Royston. So he's looking for a way in, and the decoy rider getting involved as well. So as they go down towards that final turn, it is McKenna in the final qualifying spot. It's Todd Smith-Notman, Ben Millington, Logan Young's your 1, 2, 3. Jake McKenna in the 4. Anthony out in 5.
Semi-final number 5 is a 15 to 16-year-old cruiser. Sean Brown is leading this one out from Stan Palmer in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3 and 4? It is the 3 plate at the moment of Eric McSwitty on a charge for BMX Widow Photography, Hotshot Racing's. Jacob Warren is inside the top 4 as well. Who's in 5? Looking like it's Joe Little out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross. He's doing all he can to find a way round Warren out on the exit of turn number 3. Not quite going to find it. Warren's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot.
Semi-final number 6, Joe Pentonville leading it out. This is the second one for the 15 and 16 cruisers. Noel Cooper McCrum in this one. John O'Harry, Jack Walford, Theo Camp, Theo Robbins, Max Surridge and Addison Milburn. But it looks like John O'Harry in there in 2. MK Evolution all over this one. They've got Theo Cam in there as well. So 2 MK riders in the top 4. Walford's in there in 4. I think he knows he's safe. Pentonvoke in there. He's going to cruise it in. The 2 MK Evolution guys. Done.
'50 to 54-year-old cruisers up on the gates. '50 to 54-year-old cruisers are going semi-final number 7. Got to be Archibald on the inside, charging for that first corner. Right there with him is SVT Mongoose, Steve Hassel. So it is going to be Archibald and Hassel out front. Oggy's in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Carver's hanging onto it at the moment, but here comes the 9 plate of Brett Knight, looking for a high-low in turn number 2. Carver, Knight. That's your 4 and 5 at the moment. Carver's on the inside, looking to make it happen. Is Brett Knight on the outside for Crucial Racing? He manages to squeeze the high-low in the final turn. Archibald, Hassel, Oggy. That's your 1, 2, 3. Who got the 4? I think it might have been Carver on the line.
Second semi-final for the 50 to 54 cruisers. Alan Hill, where is Stuart Little? Evolved Bicycle Motocross. He's in the 5. He wants the 4. He's got to fight Kev Sykes for it, and that's going to be a job in anybody's book. Pete Butler in there in 3. Archibald in 2. Hill is leading it out. He's checked out and gone like Luke Littler on a 9-dart finish as they go down the final straight. It's going to be Hill, Archibald, Butler, Sykes. Stuart Little's going to be the unlucky guy in 5.
17, 29-year-old cruiser, semi-final number 1, hits the first turn on Esselmont as smooth as you like. Charging through that second straight. Who's there with him? Got to be Tom Duran. Who's the rider on the outside? The 0-1 of Dan Poples works his way in out of the 30, 39-year-old cruiser category. Who's in 4? Got to be Millar as they're heading towards that final corner. That's going to be your top 4. In and out they go. Esselmont, Duran. That's your 1 and 2. Poples going to pick up 3. Millar's going to round out the top 4 positions.
Semi-final number 10. This is Alex Brooks and Daniel Wilson. Rab Racing in and out the turn in 1 and 2. The original Tom Palmer in there in 3. That is Pete Watson in 4. Who's battling for that final qualifying spot? It is Rocky O'Brien. O'Brien high-lows him in the corner, takes the position away. O'Brien from 5 to 4. That's exactly where he needs to be. It's going to be Brooks, Wilson, Palmer, O'Brien. They're going to make the final.
8-year-old semi-finals are a go. The Brunty crew are charging for the first turn. Got to be Connor Grant. Who's the rider on the inside? That's your British champ, Joseph Claydon. Grant and Claydon are your 1 and 2 as they head through the second straight. Oscar rather fast is in there in the 3 spot, trying to work his way into a top 2 position, and I think he's managed to nick it from Claydon into the second turn. Claydon's not giving it up without a fight though. They're elbow to elbow through the third straight. Who's the rider in there in 4? Looking like the other Brunty rider. Got to be Cooper Crowley. Crowley into the final turn. Got a colour riders queuing up behind him. Last straight action then. All about the Brunty Massive going 1 and 4. It's going to be Grant, Rutherford, Claydon and Crowley.
Right, semi-final number 12. Second one for the 8-year-olds heading down towards turn number 2. Teddy Gorman, the man in control. Archie Fisher and Arlo Payne, they are 1, 2 and 3. And the 595, the birthday boy, Rapid Roman Birdfield in that final qualifying spot. Frankie Jones is in there in 5. Logan Acito in 6. Albie Blight in 7. Ollie Underhill in 8. In and out of the turn we go. It's going to be Gorman, Fisher, Payne, Birdfield. They're going to make it in. Jones out in 5.
9-year-old semi-finals are on track. Your British champ, Big Hens, Henry Sullivan leads it out. He's going 1 and 2 with Jake Avis as he head into that second corner. Big Hens goes airborne into the turn. It looks like Fluent are picking up 2 and 3 at the moment. That's going to be Avis and Gilbert heading on through Christian Garbachik inside the top 4, under a bit of pressure from the rider out of Bristol. That's going to be Lawson Hitchings on the 406 in and out of that final corner. It's all about Big Henge, your British champ, picking up the win. Avis taking it through in 2.
Second semi-final for the 9-year-olds. Ethan the Great White leading it out. Zapanos is in there in that second spot. That looks like Elliot Hatch in there in 3. The battle for 4 is between Seb Perry and the 757 of Oscar Marco. So Marco and Perry battling away for that final spot in the main event as they come down towards the final corner. White, Zapanos, Hatch. That is your 1, 2 and 3. The 4 is going to Marco, but Perry's on his back wheel. Marco and Perry nicks through, steals it on the line.
Charlie Dowson couldn't get across in a semi-final number 15, and he's back there in 5. As a result of that, it's Ollie Bird leading it from the 16 of Jack Kitching into that second turn. Bird leads it out. Look at the moves being made. Dowson's looking for a high-low on the exit of that second corner. Fast signatures on the inside. Joseph Dewis. Dowson's looking to go right round the outside and do it the hard way. Jesse Rose is in there in 3. Out of the final turn. Bird, Kitching, Rose. That's your 1, 2, 3. Oh, Dewis hits the deck. Who's going to be the rider that picks it up on the line? Dougie Johnson says thank you very much, happy birthday.
Semi-final number 16 heading down towards turn number 2. Looks like Northeast BMX's Thomas Giles is out in front, and it's the 22 of Aston John Lee who's in that 4th spot. He's just past the Cumbernauld Centurions tents. They're going to go absolutely wild if their rider makes the final. In and out the corner we go. Jack Haynes is looking safe in 2. Rex Ford in there in 3. Aston John Lee for the final qualifying spot. He's going to pick it up. Makes the main in front of the home fans. They're going to go wild.
10-year-old girls semi-finals are on track, and it's got to be your world number 7, Holly Bishop. Halo Wheels race team charging away from the rest of the pack with the lead in semi-final number 17. The 6th plate, though, of Eliza Powell does not want to let her get too far away from herself. In and out of that second turn, Bishop, Powell, that's your 1 and 2. River Henderson is in there in 3. Gets it a little bit wrong through the 3rd straight, but manages to stick it up right. She's being chased down by Arabella Denton, doing it for the Brixton BMX Club crew. In and out of that final turn, though, Bishop taking it to him. She's going to pick up this semi-final win. Powell, Henderson, Denton, that's going to be your 2, 3, 4.
Let's have a look as they head towards the second semi-final for these 10-year-old girls. Molly Tomlinson, Allen's BMX in there in that 3. Battling away with Rosie Geddes. The 4 belongs to Holly Webb. The 8 in that final qualifying spot is Cara Cross. Cara's from the Gosport National Race Team, being chased down by birthday girl Emma Dean for Hot Shot, who's in that 5th spot. She's got to go from 5 to 4. It's going to be tough. Holly Webb still out in front. It's Webb, Geddes, Tomlinson, Dean. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3 and 4 as they head towards the line. Dean's under a bit of pressure. She's going to have to hold it on. Just about makes it in.
The LCC boys are going 2 and 3 at the moment. That's got to be Jones and Wood heading in towards that second corner. They are being chased down by the 19 of Edward Cordery, who's in there in 4. But every rider in the race is chasing down your British champion, Connor Hemhill, GT Factory, on an absolute charge. He must have had hot sauce on his Weetabix this morning, because no one's going to catch him in this one. Heading down to the stripe, Hemhill, Jones, Wood, Cordery in that order.
Second semi for the 11-year-olds. Anderson and Munro are in this one, and it's Anderson out in front. Munro's in there in 2. That looks like NCC's Freddie Ray Orland, who's in there in 3, and the 12 belongs to Hugo Dayton. Dayton's under pressure though from the rider from Radco Racing. That's going to be Hewitt. Dayton and Hewitt battling for the final spot in the main event. Freddie Ray Orland's looking good right now for LCC. It's going to be Anderson, Munro, Orland, Dayton under pressure at the line. Who's going to get it? Oh, I think Hewitt got it. He did. Sebastian Hewitt makes it in.
11-year-old girls semi-finals are on track. Betty Wills, Pro Star BMX leads it out. Looking like we have got Evolved Collective. Trixie Trace in there in 2. Who's in 3? The E7 of Grace Hudak picking it up for Moto 1. The rider in 4. Looking like that could be Izzy Underhill. I think that might have been heading in and out of that final turn and down the final straight. Wills, Trace, Hudak, that's your 1, 2, 3, taking it right the way down to the stripe. Who's going to get the 4? I'm pretty sure that might have been Izzy Underhill.
Right, birthday girl Maisie Egan, GT Factory team out in front and heading towards turn number 1. That's Aria Rosalie. So it looks like both the Lee kids are going to make it into the main event on their home track. Ellie Beats in there in 3. That looks like the Peckham rider in there in 4. That is Freya Monforte. Freya in that final qualifying spot, but under pressure from Bruntwood's rider as they go in and out of the final turn. Maisie Egan's going to take it. Aria Rosalie, Ellie Beats, and Freya Monforte.
The 12-year-old boys enter the second straight for the semi-finals, and it's Leo Rowland's Be Strong race team going 1 and 2 with Rab Racing, Zatar Jamira. Leighton Harding GT Factories in there as well. He's inside the top 3 with Archie Bell. Be Strong race team looking to pick up 2 riders in the 12-year-old boys. Final, in and out of that final. Oh, it got busy in the turn. Who's going to pick up the advantage down the final straight? Here comes Harry Swales. Harry Swales is going to take advantage of the carnage and put it into the final.
Right, James Bibby leading out semi-final number 24. He's got Archie Crocker right there with him. It's Isaac the Sender Smith. He got it slightly wrong going into that second turn, and that's allowed Jack Devine through. Isaac the Sender Smith asleep at the wheel. It might just cost him. Ronnie Payne in there in 3. Bibby and Crocker White. Smith's diving down, trying to get hold of Devine. He's going to run out of time and room. Jack Devine's going to make it in. Isaac the Sender Smith, he's absolutely fuming.
Semi-final number 25 on track. 12-year-old girls are charging towards the second corner. Freya Harris is leading the pack away. 4 fluid bicycle mode across the 4, and the E2 are in there in 2 and 3, where they've been swapping and changing all day long. And it's Brooke Fast Forson and Grace Gerard looking to qualify through at the moment. Lauren Keller on the 3-plate doing it for GT Factory inside the top 4. She's being chased down by Poppy May Kirby doing it for Green Machine Tribe. In and out of that final turn, Harry's Fawcett, Gerard, Keller. That's your 1 through 4. Bringing it to the final.
Semi-final number 2 for the 12-year-old girls. Iris Hyder picking up the whole shot. Elizabeth Lola Poole in there in 2. Freya Harris in 3. Where is Elsie Blight out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross? She's in 5. She needs the 4. She's under pressure from Lainey Cordin as well. Might get shuffled back again. The rider out in front of her, I've got a feeling, he's Seren Pritchard. Pritchard in the 4, Blight in the 5. The move's going to have to come somewhere between now and the finish line. It's Hyder, Poole, Harris, Pritchard. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3, 4. Blight out in 5.
13-year-old open class on track. Ethan Howell leading it from the 5-plate of Ethan Crooks Martin into that second turn. Kurt Snorkis is picking up a qualifying spot in there in 3. Mark towards Idlow in 4. Ethan Rogers has got it all to do in there in 5 at the moment for Mabo UK as he enter the final turn. Here comes Rogers looking to turn on the turbocharge as he exits the final corner. Has he got enough left in the tank? It's going to be Howell taking it to the line. Rogers with a late ditch at the stripe. I think he might have just nicked it.
Semi-final 28, the 13-year-olds, Miller, Perkins. Where is Jack Perkins? He's already had a win this year. He needs another one. He's not on the train for doing that at the minute. He's back there in 6. He's got Charlie Craig out in front of him, but even then he's got Thomas Honeywell to get past as well. It's James Miller in and out of the turn. Max Vass is going to make it in as well. That looks like Josh Jepson, who's going to get that 4th spot. Craig's out and so is Perkins.
14-year-old open class on track for their semi-finals, and it is Elvis Lawrence and the little Cotty heading towards turn number 2, looking like Lynch looked on the inside of Osborne and slipped his pedal. That looks like his race done. So it is Lawrence and Cotty and Osborne. That's your front 3. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? Notman's hanging on. Who's making moves on the exit of the turn? Looking like Tyres chasing Notman. Not quite going to get close enough.
Second semi for the 14s, Hamilton, Guppy, Shaw, Richardson, Weller, Cranston, Mattern, Alonso and Buttery, and it is Mabel UK's Nay Hamilton, followed by Guppy into the turn. There's Shaw as well. That is Robin Mattern, Alonso. He's had a bit of a mixed bag of a day. Richardson in there in 5, Weller in 6. In and out of the final turn we go. Hamilton, Guppy, Shaw, Mattern, Alonso. That's going to be your top 4. Richardson out in 5.
Semi-final number 31 on track. 15-year-old boys led the way through Amos Guppy. It's Bradley James in there into the 13 of Oliver James inside the top 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like we've got Lucas Osborne on the bubble at the moment, being chased down by the Green Machine rider Ollie Kirby into the final turn. Has Kirby got enough left for Osborne on the exit of turn number 3? I don't think he has. Guppy, James, Osborne. That's your top 4.
Second semi for the 15-year-olds. Ty DS leading it out. Harvey Tomlinson's in there as well. He's there in 2, Warren in 3. That is Lucas Seeley in 4. But Seeley has got Freddie Entwistle on the back of him. Leaves the door open. They are elbow to elbow down the third straight. Seeley just about holding on to it. Franklin's not done yet though. He's going to have another go down this final straight. Seeley and Franklin drag racing for the final spot in the main event. Seeley's going to get it. Franklin shaking the head out in 5.
16-year-old boys on track for their semi-finals, and I think Kai Bowen might have moved up an age group this time round. I think that might be the case. Bowen leads it into the turn. He's being chased down by Eli Smith out of Rab Racing. That looks like it could be evolving there as well. Henry Rayner inside the top 3. Here comes Lewis Collins Nemo looking for a top 4 spot. Receives the elbow from Caden Dunn in the turn. Dunn's going to hang on to the top 4 spot. Lewis Collins Nemo takes 5.
Right where he's nowhere ever. He's in there in that second spot for Mabel UK, chasing Nathan Barata down that second straight. Ollie Coppins looking good in 3. That is Kai Blaine in there in 4 and Sean Brown in 5. So Brown's on the outside. He's looking in. He's worked his way into that 4th spot. So it's all changed. Sean Brown, Ice Bikes. Looks like he's going to work his way into the main. It's going to be Barata, Coppin, Everly and Brown.
17, 18-year-olds enter turn number 1 for their first semi-final. Esselman has been shoved wide, but he's worked his way. Oh, we've lost the rider on the straight. Esselman in there in 2, chasing down Shea Young out front. Young, Esselman, that's your 1 and 2. Looking like Williams is in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Got to be Brandon Mallon doing it for Belfast City BMX Club. In and out of the final turn. Looking like the front 4 are safe and clear from the rest of the pack. Put your hands together for Sam Hamling, who's back up to his feet, ladies and gents.
Second semi-final for the 17 to 18-year-olds. George Gerard on the inside got an absolute blinder of a start. Thomas Doran's in there as well, and it looks like Jack Clark's trying to get involved where he's forced it. He's in there in 5. He's looking for the 4. He's trying to get himself in as they head towards turn number 2. It is Charlie Granger, who's in that final qualifying spot. Cook's in there in 3, keeping the home fans happy. It's going to be Gerard, Doran, Cook, 1, 2 and 3. Big swoop going on as they head down towards the line. Fawcett's going to work his way in that 4th spot, and isn't he happy?
Oh my word, Jaden Seawood has just wrapped himself around that triple on the first straight. Let's hope that he's alright. Maple leads out the first semi-final for the 19 to 29-year-olds. Looks like Finn Clark's just been shuffled back to 3, and that is Dan Kay in 2, so it's Maple, Kay, Clark. That's your 1, 2, 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like it could be Ollie Cope out of Hard Knocks Bike Coach in and out of that final turn and down the last straight. That's how they're going to bring it home. Maple brings it to the line. Kay, Clark, Cope. That's your 2, 3, 4. Let's hope that Jaden Seawood is all right. Put your hands together for Jaden Seawood, ladies and gents. Once again, ladies and gents, put your hands together for Jaden Seawood as he makes his way off track.
Nineteen to 29-year-old semi-final number 2, Brindley Savage, Tyrese Bradshaw. This is going to be an absolute banger of a final if they both make it in. Worry's Hayden Green, dives straight underneath, steals it away, pushes Tyrese back as well. Here comes Eddie Cannons, the hitman. Benji Simmons getting involved as well as they go in and out of the turn. Simmons and Cannons battling for that final qualifying spot. Tyrese has worked his way back into 2. It's going to be Brindley Savage, Tyrese Bradshaw, Hayden Green, you 1, 2, 3. Benji Fitzsimmons, he's going to pick up the 4. Eddie Cannons there in 5.
19 to 29-year-old women on track for their first semi-final. Emily Green's in this one, chasing down your race leader, who is Evie Webster. Webster, Green, clinched. That's your 1, 2, 3. Rebecca Gollis inside the top 4, heading into the second corner. Who's there behind her? Looking like it could be Amy Willards, with Harriet Alexander in there in 6. But it's all out front with Absolute on the E6. Evie Webster on a charge, in and out of the final corner. Webster, Green, that's going to be your 1 and 2. Emily Clinch going to round out the top 3, and your top 4 spots. Willis is going to nick the last one on the line.
Last of the semis, 19 to 29 ladies. Anna Drew, Annabelle Townsend, Izzy Hurry in this one. Imogen Gibson's in that second spot at the moment, but it's Townsend leading it out. Drew's in 3, Hurry in 4, Olivia Firth in there in 5. As she got what it needs to catch Isabella Hurry down that third straight. In and out of the turn we go. It's going to be Townsend, Gibson, Drew and Hurry. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Olivia Firth out in 5. 5 p.m. for your finals, ladies and gents. 5 p.m. for your finals.
set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
Welcome to a warm and sunny Scotland. Here's your Cumbernauld track guide. Okay, well here we are, Cumbernauld, track behind me. It's a long one, reputed and 390 metres long, one of the longest in the country. The first straight's super wide. In fact, from lane 8, it's probably even longer than that. You've got to get all the way across. Pro section here, of course. Really good looking corners, really great shape, especially the last one. Technical third straight, and put me off there. And then a really challenging last straight. It's quite narrow as well. Anyway, looking forward to this. Let's go and have a look at some of the features. Okay, so first thing to talk about, 2 start hills. We're only using that one, don't worry about that one. A long way across, of course, to get across the track from the over the 3 metre start straight, if you like. So quite a long way to come across into that first corner. Okay, we're at the bottom of the start hill, top of the first jump. I'd say a little bit lower than Cyclo Park. Quite a steep entry, but it's a very, very long way across. So small ones, almost certainly a big pedal through here. Some of the bigger ones might be manualing. Need to really make sure you get on the gas on the back of this jump. You've got quite a decent pedal to the next jump and into that first corner, and getting all the way across, remember, as well. Okay, well I'm roughly in line with lane 1 here. and we've got all this still to go into the first corner. So I think you guys can get an idea of how wide this track is on the way into the first turn. There'll be a lot of moves. Last time we were here, there were lots of moves in that first corner. And of course, you've got the 2 lines coming out. On the challenge line, you need to get all the way back across again on the exit of the corner, and the pro line obviously taking a wide out angle out from that corner. So let's take a look at that. Okay, so first corner, you've got all the way across from that 5-meter hill. It's really flat in the bottom behind me, a bit like Gosport second corner. So you've got to watch that, and of course lots of lines on the way out for the split second straight. Right, second straight. So I'm stood roughly where the track splits. I don't know where there'll be like cones or markers on the day, but of course you've got to get across to make that next jump on the challenge line. And on the pro line, you're in hot at this point. So nice step up here, really big backside, and into a double with grass in it, which means you really need to jump it. Meanwhile on the challenge line, quite a lot of challenging jumps, a little bit cyclo-parky, maybe not quite the same, but similar sort of transitions between each of the jumps, and a nice fast line into the second corner. Actually gets quite narrow behind us here into that second corner. It's quite steep as well, bit of ascend into there. Let's have a look at some of the younger ones. Keep your speed up and get into that second corner. Actually quite wide when you get here. You've got the slightly narrower towards the end of the second straight on both lines, but the berm itself is a really good shape and size. Quite flat on the way in, but as soon as you're getting towards the apex, there's some support there. Really good support on the exit. Not quite vert, but pretty good. Very skate park style. And then into that third straight. Here we are, third straight. So quite a long one. We've got a couple of different options here on the table. They're on off. There we go. Look at that, Oscar, nice one. And into that last corner, quite tight into the last corner. Again, really good supportive berm. Okay, so last corner, quite a long manual on the double on the way in, and it's quite tight when you get here. Quite wide in the middle. So looking forward to some interesting lines here, and you've really got to be on your game into this corner if you're looking to defend a lead or you're looking to make a move. So yeah, again, lots of support on the exit, a bit like Peckham really, I suppose. And then into a relatively narrow, wide enough, but relatively narrow last straight. Okay, last straight, here we are on the finish line. That's a lap of the track, quite narrow. There we go, all done. Let's go on board for hot laps. A lot of cones here.
On you go. Hot lap, challenge line, Cumbernauld, steep first jump, open first straight, and into a very open first corner. Come along, no track changes to the takeoff. Coming up with a step down, really quick straight, no jump with a tight corner, third straight, loads of different lines. Again, no changes, very steep. Last corner, take it tight. Last straight, tight straight. You keep it smooth. And that's the hot lap. Cumbernauld, pro line hot lap.
Okay, well those were the hot laps from Cumbernauld. BMX track, you had the challenge line and the pro line. Great venue, by the way. Hard standing along here now for spectators. The pens as well, sealed surface area. Great for the riders. Really, really good track. And a great venue more broadly as well, with good coffee in the leisure centre. So there you have it. Looking forward to seeing the racing here, and of course to seeing you guys trackside soon.
Team Mind and Bournemouth going to pick up this 9 to 12-year-old cruiser B final win. 9 to 12-year-old cruiser A final up on the gate. We've got Arlo Steinmetz, Charlie Labras, Leo Bradley, Max Livingstone, Huey Hall, Harry Swales, Leighton Harding and Charlie Cotton. Nine to 12-year-old cruisers are a go. The first A final of round number 3 of the 2025 British BMX Series into the turn. Cotton leads this one out. He's your current points leader for the series. Who's in behind him? Looking like it could be the 975 of Harding. Cotton Harding looking for the move in the turn. Just about manages to keep it upright. Leighton Harding swooped in the second turn. His back wheel just about stayed upright. Harding, Cotton, Swales. That's your 1, 2, 3 down the final straight. GT Factory picking up the 9 to 12-year-old cruiser win.
13, 14-year-old cruisers B final. We have got Bruce Anthony, Alfie Sim in there, and Will Knowles in that second spot at the moment. Wallworks trying to work his way inside. Can't quite make that move in the corner. He's been shuffled back into 4, but it's Bruce Anthony leading it down that straight towards the final corner. In and out we go. It's going to be Anthony, Knowles, Sim in that order. 1, 2, 3, Freddie Wallwork with a late charge. Stealing it at the line. 13, 14-year-old cruisers, the A final. We have got Jake McKenna, Hadley Harding, Logan Young, Newton Hindley, Ben Millington, Todd Smith-Notman, Robin Mattern Alonso, and James Cottrell. 13, 14 cruisers heading down the hill. Cotty on the inside. Tossman. Try that again, Rich. Todd Smith, Notman as well. Newton Hindley into the turn in there in 2. Who's got the 4 at the moment? Looks like Robin Mattern Alonso as they head towards that second corner. But Cotty starting to eke out a lead now. He's out there in front. Hindley's worked his way into the 2. Robin Mattern Alonso's looking for the 3. Logan Young rounding out the top 5. Ben Millington in there in 6. It's going to be Little Cotty to the stripe, winning 13-14 cruiser. Hindley for 2. Todd Smith-Notman for 3.
15-16 cruiser B final is on track. Got to be evolved bicycle motocross out front. That is Joe Little heading into the turn. Little leading it out at the moment. That looks like Davison in there in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3 and 4? That looks like the Titans. Liam Wilson on the 30X plate heading into the final corner. Inside the top 3, Addison Milburn, Exeter Eagles in there in 4. But it's all about Joe Little picking up that B final win. 15 to 16-year-old cruiser A final up on the gate. We've got Jack Walford, Jacob Warren, Theo Cam, John O'Haradine, Joe Penton Vogt, Eric McSwitty, Stan Palmer and Sean Brown. Final number 6, these are your 15, 16-year-old cruisers looking to wage war on their 24. Sean Brown leads it out. He wants to do 3 out of 3 so far aboard his cruiser this season. Palmer's right there behind him looking to close the gap to stop him from doing that. The 12 plate in there in 3. That's Joe Pentonboat who's in 4. John O'Harradine doing it for the ladies at MK Evolution, but it's all about Ice Bikes Factory UK. Sean Brown on a charge, gonna pick up this cruiser final win. Palmer, Vogue 2 and 3.
30 plus female cruiser, the B final. Ruth Ford, Marcia Brooke heading into turn number 1. Brooke picking up the whole shot. Ruth's in there in 2. That looks like Annie Chiziwa in there in 3. And here comes Josephine Burston trying to get in the mix as well as they go towards that second turn. Also got Karen Evans, Grace Turner, Lisa Tarlin and Leanne McLaughlin all in this one, the 30 plus female cruiser B final, as they head towards that final corner. Looks like Marcia Brooke has got her nose in front as they go in and out of that final turn. Team Bunny's going to pick up a B final win. It's going to be Marcia Brooke to the line. Ruth Ford, Josephine Burston, Annie Chiziwa, your top 4. 30 plus female cruiser, the A final. We have Lee Pendleton, Nikki Sitch, Leah Meaden, Fwon Clements, Amanda Hempstock, Nita Wong, Becca Goal, and Michelle Stupple. The cruiser ladies are going crazy down the hill. Michelle Stupple, Becca Goal, the first to rise. Nita Wong on the inside. Magic Manda's Healing Hands of Heaven right there in the middle and working away into a top 4 spot. Lee Pendleton in 5. Meaden in 6. Fwon Clements working away in as well. Battling with Nikki Sitch as they go towards the second corner. Michelle Stupple checking out and going. She's got a 7 bike length lead now over Becca Goal as the Gosport National Race Team rider goes in and out that final turn. She's going to pick up a 30 plus cruiser win. Almost gets it wrong down the final straight. Michelle Stupple, Becca Goal, Nita Wong, your 1, 2, 3. Big queue for the 4, headed by Magic Manda Hempstock.
40 to 44-year-old cruisers up on the gate for their final. We've got Mike Whitaker, Rob Harris, Nick Lewis, Craig Cordin, Matthew Eaton, Dylan Dixon, Andy Groves and Chris Evans. Here we go, the 44-year-old cruisers are a go. He's not quite Captain America, but he's looking for a whole shot into the turn. Chris Evans leads this one out. Who's there with him? Dylan Dixon out of Peterborough BMX Club. That's your 1 or 2 at the moment. The 3 plate in there behind them. That is Andy Groves. Did it for SVT Mongoose, but it's all about DC Cycles at the moment. Took 2 wins in Manchester. Wants to do the 3rd here today. Entering the final turn and back out again for Chris Evans. He's going to pick up this final win by the looks of things. Can Dixon get close enough? I don't think he can. Evans, Dixon, Groves. That's your front 3.
45 to 49 cruiser, the final. We've got Tony LaBrasse, Andy Todd, Dave Stokes, Big Night Smith, Neil Harbour, Rich Stevenson, Norbert Marco and Fraser Watson. .45 to 49 cruiser, Norbert Marco, Fraser Watson battling into that first turn. It's going to get tight, but it's Watson taking the lead, doing it for BMX Widow Photography and Cumbernauld Centurions. They are going to go wild for their rider as he comes past them in the second turn. 2X, that is Rich Stevenson in there in 3, Neil Harbour in 4, Big Dave Stokes, Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in 5. But meanwhile, out in front, Fraser Watson bringing it home, keeping the Scottish fans happy. Watson takes it, Marco in there in 2, Stevenson, Harbour 3 and 4, Dave Stokes in 5.
Stuart Little has just bolted in and out of that first turn for Evolved Bicycle Motocross in the 50 to 54-year-old cruiser B final. We've lost 1 rider in turn number 1. Not quite sure who that was, but it's all about Little out front. Who's there with him? Looking like it could be Tim Porter out of the Bradford Bandits. Here comes Brett Knight round the outside, trying to make it stick into a top 2 spot. But it's all about Little at the moment down the final straight. He's going to take this Cruiser B final win across the stripe. It's tight on the line for 3. Looks like Big Cotty picked it up. 50 to 54-year-old cruisers up on the gate for their final. We've got Gary Carver, Kev Sykes, Pete Butler, Martin Ogden, Brett Archibald, Stephen Hassel, Ian Archibald and Alan Hill. $50 to 54-year-old cruisers are a go. Don't get too close trackside or you'll smell the burning rubber. It's Hilly picking up the whole shot. Hilly, Pure Bikes leads this one out. Who's here with him? Looking like it is the Mongoose Rider bringing it into the turn. Hassel's had the move put on him from the 4-2-1 of Archibald. So it's Hilly, Archibald, Hassel, Archibald, that's your 1 through 4. Oggy's in there in 5, Butler's in 6, Carver 7 and Sykes in 8. But it's all about Hilly out front on the E1 plate. Gonna take another national win. Archibald, Hassel, Archibald.
All right, 55 plus Cruiser the final. James Musgrove, Stevie Noble, Billy Stupple, Steve McClue, Raimondo Reed, Chris Madron, John Bentley and Big Mick Goff. $55 plus Cruiser, hold on to your hats. Oh, one rider down already. McClue didn't make it to the bottom of the hill, but his bike did. Looks like Bentley's opened up the turbochargers. Big Mick Goff chasing him down that second straight. Madron in 3, the McRock in there in 4. Stevie Noble in 5. Stupple in 6, Musgrove in 7. But Allen's BMX.com heading down towards the final corner. John Bentley's put it together when it counted. Looks like Bentley's going to get it. Michael Goff chasing him to the line. Can't quite make it happen. Madron rounds out the 3. The McRock in 4.
Put your hands together for Steve McClue, ladies and gents. He's walking away. 17 to 29-year-old Cruiser B final up on at the start. Final 14 hits the track. Looks like it could have been Theo Pope that's wheel spun out of the gate. Watson's on the inside, going to pick up the whole shot in and out of the turn. Watson leads it then. Who's that there with him? Got to be Niall Moss out of Fast Signatures. Luke Davis Hayes picking up top 3 spot at the moment. Where is Connor Blythe? He's in there inside the top 4. Here comes 0-1 Racing, bringing it on through. That looks like it could be John Lillingston inside the top 5, heading into the final corner. Colby Hall's made his move somewhere along the lines. He's in there in 6. Last straight action, Watson. Hayes, he's going to pick up the 2 spot on the line. Mosk shuffled back to 3. 17 to 29-year-old Cruiser A final up on the gate. We've got Tom Millar, Daniel Popel, Rocky O'Brien, Thomas Duran, Tom Palmer, Daniel Wilson, Alex Brooks, and Arne Esselman. Final 15, your 29-year-old Cruisers are headed for turn number 1. Brooks is looking to shut the door into the corner, and I think he might have managed it. Brooks and Wilson Rab racing at 1 and 2 at the moment, looking to replicate what happened in round number 1 of the series. Who's in there in 3? It's Arne Esselman looking to close the gap on the 2 race leaders. Oh, Wilson gets it a little bit wrong. Here comes Esselman into the final turn, right round the outside, their elbow bashing. Wilson hangs on just about. Brooks, Wilson, Esselman, that's your 1, 2, 3.
17 to 29 female cruiser, the B final heading down the hill. Elwood, Willets, Jackson, Allison, Linscott, Hyam, Musgrove and Bella Rutherford's in this one as well. It's Amy Willets leading it out. Jamie Elwood in there in 2. Alicia Linscott in 3. And the Atex in there in 4 is Carmel Allison as they go in and out of turn number 2. Willets doing it for Retro Racing. Still out there in front. Elwood looking good in 2. Alicia Linscott's going to pick up the 3. Willets takes the win. Final 17A final for the 17 to 29-year-old female cruisers. We have got Izzy Hurry, Olivia Firth, Yetska Hemstock, Taylor Lee Moen, Anya Mattern Alonso, Alexis McCartney, Anna Elise Cadman Carpenter, and Hannah Drew. Cruiser ladies going crazy, heading down the hill. Hannah Drew on the inside. Annalise Cabin Carpenter looked like she got a very good start in the hometown favourite. Alexis McCartney, he's getting involved. She's in there in the top 3 at the moment. Here comes Anya Mattern Alonso working her way into 4 with Hemstock in 5, Moen in 6, Firth in 7. Izzy Hurry in there. Oh! Taylor Lee Moen, massive loop out to the end of the straight. She's up and okay. Meanwhile, Hannah Drew's leading it into the final corner. Prostar are going to pick up a cruiser win. Hannah Drew takes it. Annalise Cadman Carpenter for 2. Alexis McCartney for 3.
Race 18, 8-year-old B final hits the track. Underhill, Crossley, Blight, Field, Thomas, Acito, Kerr and Jones all charging for that first turn. It looks like Finley Thomas is going to lead this one out for GT Factory and Gosport BMX. Who's in there with him? Got to be Finley Kerr out of Retro Racing. Looks like we've got Albie Blight on the inside for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Frankie Jones is right there with him on his right hand shoulder into turn number 2. In and out they go then. Still your race leader looking good for Thomas. Looks like Jones has been shuffled back slightly as Logan Acito looks to firm his spot inside the top 4, and I think he's managed it. Thomas, Kerr, Blight, Acito, Jones, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Acito's not done yet. Gonna shove that front wheel through for a top 3 finish.
Right, 9-year-old B final heading down the hill. We've got Oscar Marco in this one. He's out in front at the moment. Lawson Hitchens doing it for Bristol. Felix Akina in the mix as well. On that 406 plate, is Lawson Hitchens. Joseph O'Brien doing it for Northeast BMX on the 274. He's back there in about, 6th at the moment, but pushing hard as they head towards the final corner. It's going to be Marco in and out in front. Preston have got Lewis Rothwell in there. Marco's going to bring it to the line. He's going to get it. Bristol are going to pick up that 2 and a 4.
10-year-old B final out on track. Your national champion from last year, Charlie Dowsing, didn't have the best of the first turns in his semi-final, so he's in there in the B final at the moment. That looks like Mr. Sigma Riz Rocco Westwood in this one as well. In about 5 as they come on round, he's moved his way up to 4, so it is Dowsing leading it out. Dewey, Spencer in there for 2 and 3. Who's picking up 4? Still looking good for Westwood. That looks like Oakley Lewis Field in there in 5. Scrapping it out with Seth Kacharik down the final straight. But your race winner is going to be Charlie Dowsing.
10-year-old's birthday girl Emma Dean doing it for Hot Shot. She's out in front in this one, but the pressure's coming from the rider on the 11 plate, which is going to be Florence Cave from Bruntwood. Roxy Rowlands is in there as well, battling with her teammate and Charlie Hargreaves. Where is she? She's back there in 6 or 7, but pushing hard. But it is Florence Kay leading from Emma Dean. In and out of the final turn we go. Abby Graham's in there for Brixton, I think. In that 3rd spot, Roxy Rollins is going to round out the top 4, but it's the other rider from Brunty, Florence Kay, with the win.
11-year-old boys on track for their B final. Hugo Dayton, GY95, leading this one out on the 12 plate. He's been putting in some graft during the winter, and he's been showing all day long so far. Croupy BMX race team in there as well. That's Kyle and Gordon picking up the 2-spot, chasing down Dayton towards the final turn. Looking like Jamie Robertson out of the Centurions crew inside the top 3, but he's now under pressure out of that final corner, being chased down by what looks like Jaden O'Connell heading to the stripe, riding out of Ireland.
11-year-old girls on track. Izzy Dolan, Holly Richardson, Bonnie Dudley, Rachel Pritchard, Lily Walker, Maisie Surtees, Erin Holmes and India Bennett. It's the 6 and the 381. That'll be Holly Richardson and Rachel Pritchard going 1 and 2 into turn number 2. So the rider from CGR's looking good. Bonnie Dudley's in there in 3. That's going to be the... who's that? 802. Not quite got it, but India Bennett trying to get involved as well. As they come down that final straight, Richardson under pressure from Pritchard. Richardson's going to hold it to the line. Dudley with a late charge for the 2. I think she nicked it.
12-year-old boys, B-final on track. Looks like the 3 of Archie Bell leads this one out from the 6 of Isaac the Sender Smith. The 8 plate of Marcus Mullen, Allen's Factory Supercross in this one as well, inside the top 3 in and out of turn number 2. Bell, Smith and Mullen heading towards that final corner. Looks like it could be Oliver Taylor out of MK Evolution. In there in 4, he's being chased down by Samuel Richards out of Green Machine Tribe. Down the final straight though, B-Strong race team picking up that B-final win.
Female, try that again. Female 12-year-olds. It's been a long day. Poppy May Kirby and Elsie Blight in this one. Elsie out in front, doing it for her absolute bicycle motocross. Poppy May Kirby in 2. Lainey Cording, she's got a birthday later in the month. We're going to give her a shout out. Happy birthday, Lainey, for later in the month. She's in there in 3. Oh, one rider's gone down in a heap. Not sure who that was. Got a feeling it might have been the Radco Racing rider of Mara McCarran who hit the deck on that 3rd straight. But it's going to be Elsie Blight, Poppy May Kirby, Lainey Cording, your 1, 2, 3. Not sure who picked up the 4. It was Millie Ross.
JP Jack Perkins on track. Mabo UK leaning out this 13-year-old. B-final in and out of that second corner. Who's in there with him? Looking like it could be Charlie Craig, who's turned on the turbocharge this weekend so far. He's absolutely flying up there in that 2 spot at the moment. Mark Torside in there in 3. Looking like that could be Riley Butt in there for that 4 spot, riding out of Absolutes.
14-year-old B-final into the turn we go. Oliver Tyers, the British champion, only ended up in a B-final here at the National at Cumbernauld. This just proves how unbelievably stacked this 14-year-old age group is. Toby Lynch had his troubles earlier on. He's holding it on for the B-final. Freddie Richardson in there in that 2nd spot. Milo Weller in 4. Cranston rounding out the top 5. Harry Donald back there in 7 with Buttery in 8. As they go out of the turn, it's going to be Oliver Tyers, Freddie Richardson, Toby Lynch, 1, 2, 3, Milo Weller in 4.
15-year-old B-final on track. Looking like this one is led away by Freddie Franklin, I think that is, out of Rusty Nut Racing. Yes, it is. Franklin's in this one. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got Mason Groves and Freddie Entwistle. Entwistle then has made his move and now occupies that 2nd spot. Groves in there for 3. Rab Racing in there in 4. Looking like that is Elijah Jamira picking it up down the final straight. But your race winner is Freddie Franklin.
16-year-old B-final, Kai Blaine out in front in this one, where his local favourite, it's been a long day. Lewis Collins Nimmo in there in that 4th spot. Chasing down Malachi O'Reilly, I think that is, on the 149 as they head towards that final turn. Joe Pentonvoke in there in 2. Blaine, Pentonvoke, O'Reilly, your 1, 2, 3. Collins Nimmo in 4. That might be John O'Hara-Dean in 5.
17 to 18-year-old B-final on track. We are looking at the 9X headed towards turn number 2. That is Elliot Brook, Rab Racing, leading this one out. Looking like we have got... so it is Elliot Brook out front, in and out of that final corner. Charlie Granger out of Fast Signatures, picking up that 2 spot with 0-1s. Jack Clark in 3.
Oh, I know he's 29-year-old B-final. It's the hitman Eddie Cannon's out in front. Cannons looking good. That's Kiana Schaefer-Cohen, I think, in there in 2. Or is it Hamblin? I can't tell them apart. In the kit, it is Sam Hamblin in there in that second spot. Joshua Wallace in there in 3. Pete Watson in 4. Kiana Schaefer-Cohen trying to get in there as well as they go in and out the final turn. But he's going to be the hitman, bringing it to the line. He's going to blow your legs off. Eddie Cannons.
19 to 29-year-old women's B final on the track. Olivia Firth leads this one up for sorted race gear. Where is Becca Gold? She's in there in about 4 at the moment. Looks like Lydia Webber inside the 2 spot under a bit of pressure from the 33 into that second corner. That's Harriet Alexander making moves though and making it stick. She's now worked her way from 3 to 2, so it's Firth, Alexander, Webber. Webber's under more pressure into the final corner. Here comes Rebecca Gold. The elbows are flying though. Webber just about hanging on to it at the moment. Gold saying thank you very much. Down the final straight, works her way from 4 to 3. Alicia Linscott nicking a top 4 spot on the line from Lydia Webber.
Seven girls final.
Right, we are looking at the 6 and unders on the gate for their final. Lining up, we've got Stanley Lockwood, Dennis Turner, Leon Zucchina, Ellis Dowsing, Luke Barron and Jack Byrne. We are into the 20-inch A finals, ladies and gents. The 6 and unders are bringing the thunder, heading for turn number 1. And check him out, he's been on fire all day long. Decoy's very own Jack Byrne in this 4th moto of the day on the 403 plate. He's looking to pick the win to add to his collection. The 509 of Luke Barron in there behind him, the 460 in 3. That is Ellis Dowsing out of Derby BMX Club. Got to be Nottingham Outlaws. Is Stanley Lockwood in there in 4. Looking like that could be Leon Zucchina in 5, doing it for Bristol. And Team Bunnies is Dennis Turner in 6. But out front, Jack Byrne taking it to him on an absolute rampage down the final straight. Byrne's going to pick up the win. Barron for that 2 spot, Dowse in 3, Lockwood in 4, Zucchina looking like it's going to be Turner making the pass at the line to pick up 5, and Zucchina for 6. 6 and under little ladies lining up on the gate for their 4th moto of the day. We've got Opal Jones, Erin Thorrows, Alice Laurie and Noah Kerr. These little ladies have been putting a shift in all day long, and they're looking to do the same for the 4th time today. Look at the mid-length rider, Alice Laurie, looking to pick up the whole shot in this 4th moto. Laurie leads it out with Noah Kerr. She's right there behind her, looking to close the gap down. Erin Thorrows on the 275 is in there in 3, and it is the 278 of Cardiff's Opal Jones in 4. Kerr looked on the inside, didn't dive under though. Great bit of defensive riding from Alice Laurie. She's still being chased, so they're queuing up behind her, heading for the final turn. All about the mid-lengths and Alice Laurie at the moment. In and out she goes. Laurie, Kerr, Thorrows, Jones. Is that how they're going to finish down the final straight? The mid-lengths are going to pick up this 6 and under little ladies win. Noah Kerr for 2, Erin Thorrows in 3, and Opal Jones rounds out the top 4 spots.
Right, moving on, 7-year-olds are up next. We have got Henry Dodd, Louis Austin, John Joe Blundell, Lewin Jamira, Sandis Owens, Benji Ross Foster, Shelby Yates and Oliver Bridle. Here we go with the 7-year-olds heading down the hill. These little lads absolutely on it all day long. Looks like Oliver Bridle's going to take it in and out of turn number 1. Shelby Yates doing it for his 750,000 subscribers on YouTube. In there into the young man in 3, Lou and Jamira, the king of beef curry and everything food related. So Henry Dodd, Mid-Lancs in there in 4, Benji Ross Foster, Merseyside BMX Club in 5. But heading into the final turn, Exeter Eagles, Oliver Bridle. This is going to be a great present for Dad's 35th birthday. Bridle's going to take the win. Taking it across the line, Oliver Bridle from Shelby Yates, Lou and Jamira for the 3, and Henry Dodd giving Mid-Lancs a top 4. Right, sorry, just a quick technical discussion between me and Lewis. 7-year-old girls, Moto number 4. I've got no idea how the points line up in this one, but we have got Hattie McGoldrick, Esme Anderson, Sophia Rees, Ada Warner, all lining up your 7-year-old girls. Let's get ready to rumble. The little ladies are going crazy down the straight. Who's going to be the first to rise? Oh! Somebody blows a pedal. It was Sophia. Esme's in the middle. Matty McGoldrick's on the outside. She's diving underneath. She's flying down this straight as they head towards turn number 2. Here we go. Sophia, Hattie, Esme. The absolute battle going on in this one as they head towards the final corner. Sophia and Hattie. Hattie's getting ever closer. She's looking for a way round. Esme's not done yet. It's going to be Sophia Rees bringing it to the line. It's all going to come down to points at the end of the day. Sophia from Hattie, Esme in 3, Ada in 4. Well done, girls. Absolutely top-notch racing.
8-year-old boys are lining up on the gate for their A final. We've got Cooper Crowley, Roman Burfield, Oscar Rutherford, Joseph Claydon, Connor Grant, Arlo Payne, Archie Fisher and Teddy Gorman. Final 37, the 8-year-olds are charging down the hill. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? Whiz rather fast. He's left on the outside. Leading it out, Teddy Gorman, MK Evolution. Gorman leads it out. Who's in there behind him? Got to be Arlo Payne doing it for Exeter Eagles. That looks like it could be Redditch in there as well. That's Archie Fisher rather fast up to 4. Looking like we have got the other Exeter rider in there as well. That's Joseph Claydon in the mix. Claydon's made his move on. Gorman heading through that third straight. So it's now Claydon leading the race. Gorman shuffled back to 2. Your British champion looking to pick up this national win down the final straight. It is going to be Joseph Claydon leading it out. Gorman for 2. Archie Fisher rounds out the podium spots. The 8-year-old girls are lining up on the start for their A final. We have got Verity Kay, Flick Brentnall, Abigail Henning, Izzy Moore, Matilda Hewitt, Mabel Pine, Orla Jewis and Maggie Devine. Eight-year-old girls are charging to turn number 1. Who's on a good gate? Looks like the inside. That is Maggie Devine out of lane number 1. She's looking to pick up the whole shot in the turn, and I think she's managed it. So Devine leads out this final. Where's Orla Jewish? She's in there in that 2 spot. That looks like Hewitt in 3. who's picking up the top 4 as they bring it on round the 104 of Izzy Moore out of Birmingham BMX Club. In and out of turn number 2, it's all about sorted race gear in Manchester at the moment. Divine is the rider to catch, and Ola Jewis is making it her task to do so. Your British champ is on the right hand side, left hand side into the turn, looking for a way round down the final straight. Divine, Jewis, who's going to pick up the final win down to the wire. That one was close. I think Divine might have hung on to it. Let's take a look. Divine, Jewis, Hewitt, that's your top 3.
Right, next up, 9-year-old boys final. Christian Garbachik, Seb Perry, Alexander Gilbert, Elliot Hatch, Jake Avis, Dominic Zapanos, Ethan White, and Big Hens, Henry Sullivan. Nine-year-old boys leaving the gate. Henry Sullivan on the inside. He's got Ethan the Great White to deal with as well. Dominic Zapanos has worked his way to the inside, looking for a short route round the turn. Can't quite make it stick. It is Sullivan still leading it out. Jake Avis in there in about 4th spot, doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Elliot Hatch inside the top 6, I think, at the moment. Seb Perry trying to make a move as well, but it is Henry Sullivan down the straight towards the final corner. He looks like he's going to pick up the win in the 9-year-old boys. Ethan the Great White didn't have enough for him. Zapanos in there in that 3rd spot, but crucial. BMX are taking a win. Henry Sullivan taking the 9-year-old boys win here, round 3 of the National Series. 9-year-old girls are up next. We have got Tessa Johnson, Layla Dixon, Ellie Robertson, and Mika Gibson in her very first national, Lauren Snell, Megan Keller, Ella Grant, and Phoebe Miller. Nine-year-old girls, this one's going to be fast. Phoebe Miller, the first to rise on the inside of Mika Gibson of Preston Pirates, getting involved in her very first national as they go into the first turn. It is Miller leading it out. Ella Grant won't be that far away. She's in there in 2, looking for the rider in 3. It looks like it's going to be the 2.96 belonging to Lauren Snell. Ellie Robertson on the 9.45, trying to keep the home fans happy, doing it for Cumbernauld Centurions, but it is Phoebe Miller. Into the final turn we go. Miller from Grants, 1 and 2. Snell's going to pick up the 3. She might even sneak a 2 if she can get close enough. She can't quite make it happen. Miller takes the win. Keller coming through. Gibson, strong 5th place.
10-year-old boys are up on the gate for their final. Lining up, we have got Dougie Johnson, Aston John Lee, Rex Ford, Jesse Rose, Jack Haynes, Jack Kitching, Ollie Bird, and Thomas Giles. Final 41 hits the track. The 10-year-old boys all let go. Giles has had a blinding start heading for the turn. That looks like Haynes on the inside trying to make it stick in the corner. And I think, one rider hits the deck. Haynes has worked his way up to 3 in behind Ollie Bird, who's in there in 2. But they are all chasing down Thomas Giles out of the northeast, who's in there in 4, looking like that could be Aston John Lee on his home track, doing it for the Centurions crew. He's under pressure though from Rexford as he head for the final turn. In they go and back out again. It's all about Thomas Giles out of the northeast, charging down the final straight. Haynes putting pressure up Bird to the line. Who's going to get the 2 spot? I think Jack Haynes might have nicked it. Jack Haynes takes 2. Ollie Bird has to settle for 3. The 2 fallen riders, put your hands together for Jesse Rose and Jack Kitching, ladies and gents. As we take a look up to the start for the 10-year-old girls, a final lining up. We've got Arabella Denton, Cora Cross, Molly Tomlinson, Rosie Geddes, River Henderson, Holly Webb, Eliza Powell, and your world number 7, Poppy Bishop. Final 42, your 10-year-old girls hit their first jump. Bishop's on the inside, your world finalist from last year in America. She's looking to lead this one through, how she has been all day long. Halo Wheels race team is out front, then that's got to be Holly Webb in there behind her for Team Here and Andover. Looking to close the gap down. Eliza Powell is inside the top 3. The 4, 5 and 6 are neck and neck into the turn. Looking like the Centurions rider Rosie Geddes. Looked up the inside, didn't quite make it happen, so she's still in there in 4. Under pressure from the Allen's factory rider Molly Tomlinson. Last turn of action, in and out they going down that final straight. It's all about Bishop, she's going to pick up this win. Holly Webb for 2, Eliza Powell for 3. Rosie Geddes is going to round out the top 4 finishers.
Final 43, the 11-year-old boys, Edward Cordery, Sebastian Hewitt, Ronnie Wood, Freddie Ray Owens, Teddy Jones, Finley Monroe, Jacob Anderson and Connor Hemphill. This final is so stacked, so many good riders in this one, and 2 of them are heading towards turn number 1. Jacob Anderson and Connor Hemphill. Hemphill's had the squeeze, Anderson's worked his way in. Freddie Ray Holland getting involved as well. Where is the land shot? Ronnie Wood, he's back there in about 7 but pushing hard, chasing Cordery into the turn. Finley Monroe's jumping and trying to make moves, but it's Jacob Anderson who's in front. Teddy Jones is the man in 2. Connor Hemphill's in there in 3. Anything can happen in this final corner. In and out we go. Oh, Hemphill couldn't make the move stick. Anderson looking like he's going to do enough to hold on. Here comes Monroe for the 3. So, wow. 11-year-old girls up next. I feel like I need to take a breath after every final. Woo! Fremont Forte, Izzy Underhill, Ellie Beat, Aria Rose Lee, Grace Hudak, Trixie Trays, birthday girl Maisie Egan and Betty Wills. Final 44, the 11-year-old girls. Maisie Egan on the inside, but she's got Trixie Trays to deal with, and Trays has worked her way out in front. They are getting very, very close in the middle of the pack. Maisie's had a total squeeze back there in 5, but it looks like Pro Start BMX's Betty Wills is the rider out front and in control. That's the 3 belonging to Trixie Trays into the E7 of Grace Hudak. He's in there in 3. Aria Rosalie doing it for the Scottish fans in 4. Maisie Egan in 5. Ellie Beat in 6. Monforte in 7. Underhill in 8. In and out the final turn. It is going to be Betty Wills of Pro Start BMX bringing it to the line. Wills, Trays, 1 and 2. Hudak in 3. Aria Rosalie in 4.
12-year-old boys are all on at the gate for their final. We've got Harry Swales, Jack Devine, Leighton Harding, Ronnie Payne, Etai Jamira, Archie Croker White, James Bibby and Leah Rowlands. Here we go, the 12-year-old boys hit the track. Bibby's out of lane number 1, charging for turn number 1. Rowlands is right there with him. Leah Rowlands leads it out of turn number 1. Bibby's doing all he can to close that gap back down. That looks like the template of Payne inside the top 3. Archie Croker White is in there in 4. Jamira's in 5. In and out of turn number 2. It's all about Rowlands out front at the moment. Has Bibby got enough left in the tank to close the gap down? Into the final turn they go. Rowlands, Bibby out of the final corner. Rowlands is hanging on. Has he run out of steam right to the line? Rowlands is going to hang on to it. James Bibby for that 2 spots. Ronnie Payne rounds out the podium positions. Wow, the 12-year-old girls are up on the start. We've got Sarah Pritchard, Samaya Hughes, Lauren Keller, Brooke Fast Fawcett, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Grace Gerard, Freya Harries and Iris Hyder.
Oh yeah.
12-year-old girls hit the track. Hyder's coming out of lane number 1. Who's in with her looking like Grace Gerard? Out of lane 2, but it's all about Hyder into the turn. Your European number 3 leads it out for Pure Bicycles. That's going to be Freya Harris in there behind her, looking to close the gap. The 2 Hard Knocks bike coaching girls are going through as well. Look at Brooke Fawcett working her way through from 3 to 2. So it's Hyder, Fawcett, Harris, Gerard, Paul. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here comes Gerard looking for a move in the final corner. Didn't quite make it stick. Iris Hyder is going to take the 12-year-old girls national win. Brooke past Fawcett for 2, and Freya Harris rounds out the top 3.
13-year-old boys final up next. Ethan Rogers, Thomas Honeywell, Josh Jepps and Kurt Storkis. Ethan Crooks-Martin, Max Vass, Ethan Howell and James Miller. Thirteen-year-olds, I just took a quick look just to see who was going to get the notes out in front, and it's James Miller into the turn. Oh, Howell right round the outside. Go, 1, 2 riders down in the corner. Not sure who hit the deck. Doesn't matter to Ethan Howell. He's out in front doing it for the Evolve Collective. Took a risk by leaving the door open in that second turn. Miller wasn't close enough to take advantage of it. Ethan Rogers and Josh Jepson are battling for that final spot on the podium as they go in and out of the turn. Looks like Howell's going to pick up a win. Ethan Howell across the line. Happy, happy, happy. Miller for 2, Rogers for 3, and a great top 4 for Josh Jepson. Not sure who the fallers actually were. Kurt Storkis and Ethan Crooks-Martin were the fallers. Both up. Kurt's crossing the line, Ethan walking off, which is good to see. As we move on to the 13-year-old girls, this one is for the ODI hole shot. So there is £100 up for grabs for the person into the first turn first. And a lot of ODI goodies. We finally remembered to shoe on in this time, Lewis. I'm very impressed. So 13-year-old girls, Molly Fumey Carroll, Naya O'Connell, Dakota Tucker, Anushka Jones, Holly Diver, Esme Ward, Martha Cotton, and Ruby Warren. Right, 13-year-old girls, there's £100 whole shot prize up for this one. Ruby Warren on the inside, heading towards turn number 1. Looks like the whole shot is hers. Cha-ching! £100 richer. In and out of the turn we go. Esme Ward in there in 2. That looks like Martha Cotton going through in 3 with the 11 of Holly Diver in there as well. But it's Pure Bicycles. Ruby Warren only got Esme Ward within striking distance as they go towards the final turn. Warren, Ward, drag race down the final straight. Pure Bicycles are going to hold it on. Ruby Warren takes the win, takes the money. Bish, bash, bosh.
14-year-old boys are up on the gate for their A final. This one should be a banger. Lining up, we've got Todd Smith, Notman, Heath Osborne, Robin Matten Alonso, Isaac Shaw, Ned Guppy, James Cottrell, Elvis Lawrence and Nate Hamilton. The 14-year-old boys is one of the most stacked age groups you're going to see all weekend long. Hamilton got the pick-up ever so slightly wrong. Guppy leads in. Guppy in and out of that first corner. Hamilton's in there behind him. Elvis Lawrence in 3. That looks like Shaw shuffle back to about 5 as Cotty works his way into 4. In and out of turn number 2. Then it's all about Ned Guppy out front looking good for Absolute Bicycle Motocross with Nate Hamilton out of Melo UK in there in that 2 spot. In and out of the final corner. Guppy, Hamilton, Lawrence, Cottrell, Shaw, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as they bring it across the line. 14-year-old girls lining up on the start. We have got Afia Pick, Elliot Moore, Libby Copping, Jalana Patel, Sidoni Cleve, Rin Giannolino, Amelie Eaton and Katie Millar. Final 50 hits the track. The 14-year-old girls are charging for that first corner. Rinjanalino is in about 5 as they head into the turn. But your race leader is going to be Katie Millar, your national champion from last year. She's being chased down by the tier 1 of Emily Eaton, who I think has moved up in age group 4 this weekend. She's looking for a way around Millar in turn number 2. In and out they go. Millar, Eaton, that's your front 2 riders. Who's in 3? Got to be Jalala Patel. Rinjanalino isn't done yet. Here comes Eaton round the outside, looking to make it stick. Didn't quite make it happen in the final corner. Millar, Eaton, down to the wire. It's going to be Millar hanging on. Eaton for 2. Jalala Patel for 3. Rinjanalino in 4.
Race 51, the 15-year-old final. Lucas Seeley, Eden Boone, Lucas Osborne, Oliver James, Harvey Tomlinson, Bradley James, Tidy S, and Amos Guppy. In the words of the Beastie Boys, check it out. Tidy S losing his pedal down the first straight. That's going to make it really difficult for him to get anywhere near the front because these guys are just so damn fast. Amos Guppy, Lucas Seeley 1 and 2, Harvey Tomlinson in there in 3, Lucas Osborne in 4. Tidy S is having a go. Looks like he's been caught up with Jacob Ward. Meanwhile, absolute bicycle motocross in and out of final corner. They are going to pick up a win. Amos Guppy to the line. Lucas Seeley for 2, Tomlinson for 3. Lucas Osborne looks pretty happy with 4. 15-year-old girls. We've got Lottie McFarlane, Ruby Walford, Lucy Gardner, Orla Cooper, Summer Glynn, Lottie, Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown, Grace Burge and Ailey Watson. The girls are going, they ain't slow. Ailey Watson doing it for BMX Widow Photography in front of the home fans in Scotland, picking up the whole shot. Lottie Brown in there in 2, I think it is. Looks like Ruby Walford in there in 4, Summer Glynn in 5. The foreplay that belongs to Grace Burge in there in that 3rd spot. But it's Watson doing it for BMX Widow Photography, holding on to it, covering that line into the final corner. Lottie Brown tried to make the move, couldn't make it stick. It's going to be Watson, Brown, Burge 1, 2, 3, Walford in 4, Glynn in 5.
16-year-old boys are up on the gate for their final. We have got Caden Dunn, Sean Brown, Ollie Carping, Noah Everly, Nathan Barata, Henry Rayner, Eli Smith and Kai Bowen. Here we go, looks like Barata's hit the deck straight out of the gate, but check out Kai Bowen, ladies and gents. If you've raced here today, you know how hard it is to do it from lane number 8. And Bowen has just made it look as easy as a hot knife through butter. Bowen leads it then, that's Smith in there in 2, Everly's in 3. Who's picking up 4? Got to be Henry Rayner out of Evolve Collective. Ollie Coppins in there in 5, but it's all about your world number 5 at the moment. In and out of that final corner, stay strong Clark and Ken. Kai Bowen is going to pick up the 16-year-old boys win and head into the stripe. Smith for 2, Everly in 3. As we move on to the 16-year-old girls who are lining up on the gates. We have got Amelia Everly, Sophie Elwood, Alexis McCartney, Carly Hayes, Lottie Etmane, Jess Marriott, Ruby Moores and Alexi Waits. Final 54 hits the track. Your 16-year-old girls are charging towards the turn. Waits on the inside. Moores has tried to slot herself underneath into the corner, and she's worked it into the 2. Wait Moores, that's your 1 and 2 at the moment. The W4 of Jess Marriott in there in 3. That looks like Etmane in there in 4. The front 4 are battling it out. They're running away from the rest of the pack at the moment, but it's all about weight as it stands, doing it for B Strong Race Team, who's got the move into the final turn. Here comes Etmane with a high-low. Can she make it happen from 4th? Heading down the final straight. Weight, Moores, that's your 1 and 2. Marriott, Etmane, 3 and 4.
Right, 17, 18-year-olds lining up for final 55. Brandon Mallon, Jaden Fawcett, Lewis Cook, Josh Williams, Thomas Doran, Arne Esselmont, Che Young and George Gerard. It's go time in the 17 and 18-year-old boys final. George Gerard, Hard Knocks bike coaching on the inside. How Che Young held on to that, I have got absolutely no idea, but he's there in 2. So it's Gerard, Young and the Stay Strong rider in there as well. That's going to be Arne Esselmont in there in 3, Thomas Doran in 4, Jaden Fawcett rounding out the top 5, Lewis Cook in there in 6, Josh Williams in 7, Brandon Mallon in 8. But it's Gerard. Is he going to get caught to the line? He manages to hold it on. Gerard, Young, Esselmont, Duran. That was your 1, 2, 3 and 4. But Che Young's heart must have skipped a beat as they went over that triple into the turn. 17-18 girls up next. We have got Molly Simpson, Lacey Bird, Ella Lamb, Fumi Adremi Hepburn, Tilly McCrum, Esme Brooke, Yetska Hempstock and Megan Gerards. Seventeen and 18-year-old girls heading down the hill. Megan Gerard doing it for Rab Racing on the inside, but she has got Yetska Hempstock to deal with. Couldn't quite make it, sticky in the corner. Esme Brooke in there as well in that 3rd spot. Where is Tilly McCrum? She's doing it for Cumbernauld Centurions and BMX Widow Photography. She's in there in 5, chasing down Fumi Adremi Hepburn. And as they go in and out of the turn, Megan Gerard still holding on to it at the moment in that familiar red kit of Rab Racing. In and out the final corner we go. Yetska Hempstock can't get close enough. It's going to be another Rab Racing win. Megan Gerard taking another national win. Esme for the 3. Wow.
19 to 29-year-old men are up on the gate. This is the second of the 2 whole shot classes today. So whoever is first across the whole shot line in turn number 1 is 100 quid richer, along with a load of ODI goods. Right, lining up, we have got Ollie Cope, Finley Clark, Daniel Kay, Ben Fitzsimmons, Hayden Green, Tyrese Bradshaw, Callum Charles Maple, and your world number 3, Brinley Savage. 19 to 29-year-olds, Aura goes Savage out of lane 1. Who's going to get the whole shot into the turn? Bradshaw on the outside. Bradshaw leads it. That's got to be Savage in 2. Hayden Green's worked his way up to 3. Callum Trott Maple is in there in 4. Cope's in 5. Here comes Kay on the inside. But it's Bradshaw. Team Mabo UK taking it to him. Out front, in and out of the final turn. Last year's national and British champion Tyrese Bradshaw picks up the win. Savage and Green tight on the line for 2 and 3. Callum Chop Maple for 4.
That was a ridiculous corner. Yeah.
19 to 29-year-old women are all on the gate for their final. We have got Amy Willets, Izzy Hurry, Hannah Drew, Emily Clinch, Imogen Gibson, Emily Green, Annabelle Townsend and Evie Webster. Final 58, the 19 to 29-year-old women are charging for that first corner. Evie Webster's looking to hold off Green into the turn. Webster, Green, that's your 1 and 2 as you head through the second straight. Who's picking up 3? Got to be Annabelle Townsend out of Team here in Andover. Looking like Birmingham NRT's Imogen Gibson is in there in 4. Hannah Drew's in there in 5. Izzy Hurry in 6. Willets and Clinch 7 and 8. But it's all about Webster out front at the moment. into the final turn and back out again. Green doing all she can to close the gap. Townsend isn't done yet either, but it's going to be a European number 6. Evie Webster across the line. Green hangs on for 2 by the skin of her teeth as Annabelle Townsend goes through in 3.
Masters up next, 30 plus. We have got Sean Issett, George Higley, John Lillingston, Billy Irwin, Adam Brazil, Benjamin Martinez, Neil Brunez, and Billy Luckhurst. Here come the Masters and it ain't no disaster. Luckhurst on the inside, Brazil's getting involved as well. Brunez on the inside, couldn't quite make it stick. It is Stay Strong's Billy Luckhurst out in front. Adam Brazil in there in 2. Brunez has threaded the needle, he's in there in 3. Martinez in 4, Irwin in 5, Lillingston in 6, Sean Issett in 7 as they go down towards the final corner. It's going to be Stay Strong, Billy Luckhurst taking the win. Adam Brazil might nick it. Oh, I think he did. Wow. Quick look on scores on the commentary. It's a photo finish between Brazil and Luckhurst. Just goes to prove that you literally cannot relax for an instant until you cross that line. Whew. Someone get the Polaroid out and tell us what's gone on. I'm waiting for the result.
Vets. Whilst we're waiting for the results, the vets are lining up on the gates. Lining up, we've got Hayden Tarora, Danny Taylor, Matthew Trincart, Matt Barnard, Adam Boudet, Simon Homans, Zoltan Boudet, and Fraser Watson.
Adam Brazil nicked the Masters.
Bears hit the track in final number 16. Watson's on the inside, didn't quite get the pickup as perfect as he would have liked. Matt Barnard right round the outside of the lot of him and picks up the whole shot in and out of turn number 1. Barnard leads it for Stay Strong. C&K Where's Homans, he's in there in 3, looking for a move on Watson in turn number 2 and didn't dive under. That looks like it could be the 2 plate. Oh, Boudet inside the top 4. He's being chased down by Adam Boudet in there in 5. Last turn action in and out for Matt Barnard, taking it 2, and Watson isn't done yet. Barnard, Watson, that's your 1-2. Who's going to get 3 on the line? I think Homans might have just hung on, but I am not 100% sure. Boudet got 3rd, Homans for the 4.
Right, Grand Veterans up next. We've got Dominic Elliott, Stuart Little, Stephen Fortune, Kevin Sykes, Martin Ogden, Brett Knight, Brett Archibald, and Alan Hill. It was a big pause for the Grand Vets, but they are all safely away. Hilly on the inside, he's got Brett Archibald to deal with as they go into the first turn. Martin Ogden doing it for Tonal Lovers everywhere. He's in there in 3. Brett Knight's in 4. Kevin Sykes in 5. Stu Little trying to make a move as well, but it is Alan Hill, pure bicycles, in and out of the second turn and looking good down that 3rd straight. Oggy looking pretty settled for a podium spot. But pure bikes Alan Hill, he's going to win yet another national. Hilly takes it, Brett Archibald in 2, Oggy in 3, Brett Knight in 4, Sykes for the 5, Fortune Little and Elliott's. Right, Junior Open, the final. We have Ben Larkins, Curtis Copeland, J. Teal Simpson Davis, Reuben Byrne, James Clitheroe, Thomas Millar, Finley Hoff, and Henry Eyre. Junior Open is going so even. Look at him heading towards turn number 1. Henry Eyre, Finley off on the inside. Picks up the hole shot. Finley Hoff in 2, Ruben Burns in there in 3. That looks like Curtis Copeland in 4. James Clitheroe working his way around the outside into that top 5 spot. But he's absolute bicycle motocross. Henriette, but he's under pressure from Finley Hoff as they approach that final corner. Off Burn, 1, 2, 3. Copeland's in there in 4. Henriette's going to hang on, takes the win from Finley Hoff. James Clitheroe rounded out the top 4 after stealing it away from Curtis Copeland.
The penultimate final of the afternoon. Championship women lining up on the gate. Final number 64. Right, let's get you introduced. Riding out of Pure Bicycles, Elizabeth Bown. Out of Halo Wheels Race Team, Annalise Cabin Carpenter. Out of Mabo UK, Lily Chisua. Out of Pro Star BMX, Lucy Simpson. Doing it for Moto 1 Race Team, Megan Roy. Out of B Strong Race Team, Emily Hutz. Out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Freya Chalice. And doing it for Crucial Racing, Bethany Shriver. Attack, attack, attack! Championship women hit the track. It is Shriver out of lane 1, heading for turn number 1. Shriver leads this one out. Chalice is right there with her, looking for a way through. Hunt's in there in 3. Who's in 4? Got to be Lily Chisua. But it is all about Shriver, Chalice and Hunt at the moment. Who's got the 5 spot? That is Megan Roy. Bounds in there in 6, but heading towards the final turn. Beth Shriver, your former Olympic champion and world champion, heading down to the stripe. Shriver, oh, Chalice gets it all wrong. Here's the deck. Emily Hunt takes the 2. Lily Chiswa puts it on the podium for a 3. Freya just got it all wrong. The last few rollers got caught out and hit the deck. Let's hope that she's all right.
Just goes to prove that this track can literally bite you at any moment. You've got to be on your A game from literally the drop of the gate to crossing the line, especially at the speeds that these riders are going.
That's it, ladies and gents. Put your hands together for Freya. She's up to her feet and going to walk away, which is always something that we like to see in this sport. Lining up on the start then, we are looking at our Superclass men. On the 139 plate, Casey Markley. Riding out of Pure Bicycles, Harrison Bell. Out of Stay Strong, Clark and Ken, Carl Strickland. Out of Absolute, Ben Cornish. Riding for Mabo UK, P. Raddy Sharrock. Out of Ice Bikes, George Hunt. Lashes national champion out of Birmingham, Jos Marnham. And on the 164 out of Pure Bicycles, Quillen Isidore. The final of the day hits the track. Isidore out of lane number 1. Marnham didn't get the best of starts. Hunt is looking for it in the turn. Isidore, Hunt, that's your 1 and 2. Looking like Paddy Sharris works his way up to 3. Cornish is glued to his back wheel along with Marnham into the corner. It's all about Pure Bikes at the moment though. Isidore leading it out. Hunt isn't done yet. He's looking for a way round. He wants to pick up this win in and out of the final corner. Isidore, Hunt, Sharrock, Cornish, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how they're going to bring it down to the line. Jos Marnham for 5.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up your racing for today. We will see you tomorrow for round number 4. Mass exodus from the car park. We'll see you all in Nando's later. Have a good evening. Back tomorrow, round 4. Bring your A game.